proper time, you can mold their minds to help them to be better people. But after all, if you deep off in your 30s and 40s and 50s and you still out here screwing up, then that's just you cooked.
But you know, the thing we don't want to admit is that even young people, sometimes they ain't trying to hear shit either.
True, true.
A lot of them YNs, a lot of them. I said I got a video in my favorites right now in my archive that I still got to make about them young dudes in Atlanta, and they was interviewing them about the YN life, and it was like don't nothing matter but hats, catching hats. And I'm like, oh, okay. You think I'm gonna be able to get there? And they gotta be like 16, 17, 15, 18. Ain't no amount of getting through to that.
Nah, I feel you.
But
Cause
if I say that, now I'm elitist. Now I'm supporting white supremacy. Now I'm giving up on the young people and that. No,
nah. I live out here in Texas. I'm originally from New York. I live in Texas. So down here in Texas, you can carry your pew pew on you. You know what I'm saying? I got pressed by some young boys, and I was like, and these were some YNs, and I was like, listen, bump all that. Hey, either you can go home or you can go home or go on a stretcher. I'll let you pick. You know what I'm saying? Because you out here trying to run up on people trying to jack somebody. I'm gonna let you pick which one you want to go home or you want to go on a stretcher.
see, but the minute you hold, and here we go. You can't pick and choose what you want because the minute now I hold him accountable for his actions and I take him out. Now his mama crying on the news talking about he was such a good boy and they selling plates and they got him on a t-shirt talking about how he didn't deserve it.
Nah, your little boy was a terror to the community, and he caught the right one that day.
Right. But see, that's what I'm saying. They pick and choose when they want accountability to be distributed. And that's not how it works.
Right.
See, because had you held him accountable, he wouldn't be out here. But now he's out here and you enable him, and now life is going to teach him accountability. And like I said earlier, ultimately, accountability, when nobody wants to accept it, either turns into jail or being in the dirt.
That's it.
And if you want to walk around, somebody ain't going to play with you. And the ultimate accountability is you ending up in that motherfucking dirt.
That's it.
And the minute he end up in the dirt, now his mama, his sister, and his granny on the news talking about how he was a good boy and he didn't deserve to have his life taken, even though he would have took that person's life.
Like think about it.
I was just on here when that dude, what his name, Hinton or whatever the fuck, ran over that innocent police officer.
Oh yeah.
There's a black man trying to speak accountability to his black son and that black man who did that dumbass shit. Niggas called me a coon.
Crazy, bro.
I said that little boy shouldn't have been out here robbing people. When I said that little boy should have been in the house playing Fortnite. When I said that little boy shouldn't have been running around with a firearm on him with a fucking extended mag. When I say that little boy shouldn't have been running from the fucking police. Oh, you're supporting white supremacy, you coon. When I say that black man should have thought about the rest of his children and his wife and not did something so irrational, and he should have, now his family has no protection because he's behind bars. Nigga said, I'm a coon.
But think about it. Look at. I'm gonna give you an example. Look at King Von. He caught bodies, and they were up here crying when he got his get back.
Look at Young Thug. How many women support Young Thug?
I'm looking like, yo, I'm looking at these cats crying over Vaughn. I'm like, yo, this dude.
And then Young Thug turned around and deleted the tweet when he called Kid Cudi a motherfucking rat for going to testify after he was subpoenaed to go testify against Diddy.
And Kid Cudi is the first thing from being a street dude.
But it's subpoenaed. Like they don't even understand. Like he had to. You can't. Nobody. Like what did they? You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. And I think a lot of problems when it comes to like the women aspect of it is women believe that men are supposed to think like they do. Men are supposed to process information as they do. and they have a problem when that is not the case, but that will never be the case. You can literally show a man and a woman the exact same stimuli and they will respond. They will explain it in two different ways. They will respond to it in two different ways and they will come up with two different solutions.
Chad, I literally had somebody try to argue about King Von. They said, "Man, I don't like when people speak negative on the people who are in the grave." I was like, "Really?" I said, "You know, King Von didn't mind sending people to the grave, right, when he was alive, right?"
Exactly. But that's how you can tell, like, when somebody has more so been influenced by their mother. And I don't even like doing the whole you've been raised by your mama thing, but there are effects of that, meaning, like, in general, women view things as they should be, not as they are. They have a problem with just accepting shit for what the fuck it is. It's always a well, they should have more control, or they should be this, or my son shouldn't have to cut his hair to get a good job, and that's just the fucking world.
It's
Nobody
just
don't
the
give a fuck
world.
about your son. Nobody don't give a fuck about him like you do. Nobody don't care nothing about he ain't special to nobody. But I just saw a clip, and I was actually it's in my drafts too. The boy uh, got fired from McDonald's because he wouldn't fucking pull his hair back. He wouldn't pull his hair back. Mama came up to the job like trying to yell at the manager. Nigga, nobody, your son gotta follow fucking rules, and I think that's the problem. A lot of women look at the world as it should be, not as it is, and they raise their sons to believe that they can exist in the world as they think it should be, not how to exist in the world as it is. That is a huge problem.
Yeah, the crazy thing is they celebrate street dudes getting out of prison than dudes going to college. Like what? That don't make no
Because
sense.
yeah, that's 'cause in their mind they idealize. That's why I say like men have never. When girls be saying men are manipulative, no, men are not that smart. Quit playing. Men ain't manipulating you. Men have been the same since the beginning of time. You looked at that man and you let your brain take over, and you started filling in the blanks and idea and creating scenarios and imagining of what you want him to be in your mind. But that potential shit ain't nothing but manipulation wrapped up in
Yeah,
martyrdom. You want
Can
him to
I
be something that he not. He's not that. He never been that. We knew when he was in third grade he wasn't gonna be shit. He ain't fooling nobody.
can I
facts.
I just wanted to back up chat with that right quick. Then I'll be quiet again. But I don't know how many people follow comics and stuff, but if I don't know if y'all ever heard of Harley Quinn. A lot of women, they have the mentality of Harley Quinn. And the reason why I'm saying it is because the Joker never pretended to be anything other than what he was. I mean, he was locked up in a mental asylum when she found him. And I remember one time Batman ended up telling her, he was just like, "No, all those times when you was thinking that he was riding for you, no, he actually was setting you up to go down. Like he actually really wasn't for you." And then what happened was she woke up and she started recounting all of those incidents when she thought that the Joker was really messing with her and really riding for her. And she found out that when she thought that he was giving him when she thought he was giving her, like, I think, like a gift, it was really like a BOMB. And it was like she started realizing that he never really was ever for her ever. And Batman is always constantly trying to hold the Joker accountable, put him in prison. You see what I'm saying? Always doing it. And then what ended up happening was I think she got so embarrassed. I think she jumped off a cliff. So it was like I guess she couldn't take it that this whole time she was riding for um riding for somebody who never was really for her, when she should have just let Batman do what Batman do. But um and so I'm only using it as an example, is to say essentially, even with Deontay, that's what Benny and Chad been doing for quite some time.
Nick,
And then
that was one of the best analogies I've ever heard in my entire life. That
Absolutely.
salute that's fire, man. Man, dubs in the chat. Dubs in the chat.
Right. And then Nick, I want to stay on that Batman analogy because at the end of the day, that reflects onto real life as well. Because the difference between Batman and Joker literally is just how they responded to their trauma. Batman had a fucked up
correct.
childhood. He saw his parents fucked up. His mom and daddy was taken from him. But how did he react? He took his trauma and said, I'm gonna make sure nobody else ever go through this shit again. Joker took his trauma and said, because I suffer, everybody else gonna suffer too. That's the way a lot of people is in this real world. Like motherfuckers think that the shit that they went through matters more than the next motherfucker. Yo, that don't make you special, nigga. You think you because you done been through some shit, you done seen some shit, you done experienced some shit.
Yo,
The same motherfucker you talking about is elitist and all that, been through harder shit than you. They just take that shit differently, and you can't accept that. You want to wallow in your shit, sit in a dirty diaper. That's the problem.
yo,
And
Chad.
she was educated. Mind you, this was someone that was educated, that was supposed to be so smart. And her mind got infiltrated and she ended up like rolling with him. So it's like we can't say that we're the most educated demographic and then consistently fall victims. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to victim blame, but it's
That's a
just
perfect personification of you did that because educated, you did that.
But y'all remember that lawyer in Atlanta, black woman lawyer who was with that street dude, and she got unalived by him.
Happens all the time.
Same junk. This woman was a lawyer dealing with a hood booger dude.
Because they wanted to see him for what he should be, not who the fuck he was. They view the world through the eyes of what they think it should be, and then they get mad at men for being exactly who they are. Men view the world as it is. For the most part, there are a lot of men who have the same mentality as women. For the most part, men view the world and accept it as it is. And that man has never showed you that he was going to be any of those things that you say that he manipulated you for. He never exhibited any of those traits ever.
But
And
you know
Chad,
what's crazy? You know what's crazy? So when men look at a situation like the lady in the Atlanta lawyer, which we've seen plenty of situations like that before, and we be like, hey man, that's a choice she made. You victim blaming, right? But then flip it around. Look at the situation where I think they just dropped all the charges on that white girl that unalived her black boyfriend, the one that was on Twitter,
they did.
and they dropped the charges, and she free now. But I'm pretty sure motherfuckers ain't gonna sit back and say that if we would have because on Twitter, what are the black women saying? That's what he get. We knew it. He shouldn't have been. And if niggas would be like, so you victim blaming? They not gonna take that.
Right, Benny. But then at the same
Yo,
time, how somebody don't hold nobody accountable when at the end of the day, niggas ain't up in arms because she walking free. Niggas ain't saying, oh no, that's messed up. She killed a black man. Niggas don't give a fuck because it was what the fuck it was.
Yeah.
But if it was the other way around, they would be up in arms about like this whole Rodney thing. Like when you brought up the nigga's wrong, but it's more of them jumping on the case of a wrong person. That nigga is wrong. That black dude the white girl who just got free, he was wrong. We holding him accountable. I don't give a fuck about him. It was what it was.
Yeah.
But they
That
will
was his
jump on the
choice.
bandwagon of somebody who they know is wrong.
And it's no different than that black woman who chooses to run around with Daquan and LaMarcus in the streets, knowing damn well she a nurse, she a doctor, anesthesiologist, a lawyer, ain't got no business running around with that nigga. And when she get off because of friendly fire, because his ops was chasing him, that's what she chose.
but y'all remember on the Dark Knight movie, speaking of Batman, Bruce Wayne was asking Alfred because he was trying to understand the Joker. He was like, "What is it about him? What does he want? What it makes him tick?" He said, and Alfred told him, he said, "Some people just don't need a reason. Some people just want to see the world burn. There's a lot of these dudes in the street that just don't care. No matter how much you love them or try to be nice. I'm telling you, ladies." Some cats just want to watch the world burn, and you will be collateral damage because of that.
That's the reason. A trauma. Something had to happen to him. No. Niggas just ain't shit, and that's what it is.
Hey, I
Facts.
got. Let me say something real quick.
Oh yeah, Eddie.
Y'all speaking on that. I did have a question, but I did want to put my 2 cents in on this too.
Yeah,
I was.
go ahead with your question first.
Oh, the question. Oh, well, the question is, it say men need to hold men accountable, but realistically, what would that look like? Like, how could we hold men more accountable than we already do?
It look exactly like what we doing.
Right, because it's like, bro, on some real stuff. Like, okay, I don't know if y'all got sisters or cousins or anything like But usually, whenever you see that a dude not good for them, the first thing y'all say is, "I ain't gonna lie, man. You don't need to be talking to that dude. You don't need to be dealing with him. Like that dude ain't no good for you." And usually, we see the results because they not gonna listen to you, bro. Like I've seen it so many times. Like men will sit up there and do their best, but it's like me giving my opinion or me telling you what it is. That's only gonna take it so far.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like we can't
You
do
know,
no more.
nothing you say can overpower a woman's imagination.
Thanks,
Hell no.
thanks, bro. And another thing I wanted to say that complimented y'all conversation was I actually dated a girl one time and she's like she a nurse, you know, she went to school, she did her thing, but she ended up getting pregnant by a drug dealer. And my thing was she was telling me one day like, I just I don't know how I ended up with and all that. And I was just like, so out of all these dudes you went to college with and they graduated and doing something good with themselves, you ended up talking to the one dude you weren't supposed to be talking to. You had plenty of options. You had plenty of good men that probably would have been a great father figure and all this type of stuff. But you know, it, I it made me start to question like, what do women look at when they picking the dude that they want to be the father of their kid?
They're
Like,
the same. They're the counterparts to the same
Yep.
boys that grow up in the suburbs but want to be hood. They're the same. They're the counterparts to that. They're the equal to that.
Or they are just because they went to college and got an education don't mean they still ain't a Pookeisha.
right.
Yeah.
And
Don't
that's what I had to learn too, because I was like, bro, ain't no way you saw all these options and said, yeah, I'm picking him right there.
But
And,
He
isn't
the
there a
one.
study that said that basically the egg inside of the womb chooses the bum ass nigga anyway? Like if if you be
Facts.
having sex with a dude, when you be having sex with him, even if he do whatever he do inside of you and everything, the egg will release like venom or something and will try to take out all of the sperm, and then it'll also try to decapitate. So essentially, I mean, who you lay down with isn't separate from your politics. Even after you sit up here and have a child with him, or who you, I mean, if he ain't shit, you ain't shit neither. How you keep company with a person like that? Like, how do you do that?
it's a
These
lot.
women,
It's a lot of hood boogers with degrees, man. It's a
these,
lot.
these women like thugs. I live in Chicago, so I see it every day. It be the ones who got good degrees and they dress all well. But soon when they see Deontay and Rashad and all them doing drive-by, they ooh, that's exciting. Ooh,
But you know
ooh.
why? Because in our community, that's what we idolize and emulate as the masculinity for a black man. But then when people like myself or Chad or whoever get on here and we denounce that and we speak against that, we get told we cooning, we're elitists. You don't understand the struggles they went through and they didn't have no choice and they daddy wasn't there and you don't know.
I
Benny,
mean, but
what's
they
what,
also meet them
No,
in.
but
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
oh no, but I'm saying, but that's facts though, because it's like the one thing about men is we see the world for what it is, and it's kind of like if y'all really wanted this change that y'all say y'all want, then the reality of the world will reflect it. You get what I'm saying? Like I ain't trying to make it a man versus woman thing, but as a woman, you got options. You have a easier time dating than men do, because men gonna approach you anyway. You have the pick of the litter, especially if you pretty. You know, it's just like out of all these choices, you're choosing this. So it's like at the end of the day, we gotta start being more realistic. Like, come on, bro. Like, if
Yeah,
y'all wanted to change, it would change.
the
That's
people
all I
that
can
are
say.
complaining about their counterparts. The people that they ended up with, that is their equal. And they, for whatever reason, you have this group, this cesspool of men and women who are the exact same people, who equal each other. And they, but each group thinks that they are better than the other. So when they come together, which is what they do, they then complain about each other. And it's like two groups of people that are just stuck looking in the mirror. Y'all are the same people. That is why y'all, that's why everything that y'all say, it goes both ways because y'all do the same thing. Like y'all are the same. The people who don't exist in this cesspool do not share the same experiences as you. They don't talk bad about the opposite gender. They have good experiences. They don't have all of this bullshit when it comes to dating. You're dating your equal, and that's what people cannot accept.
Right, and then for
Hey,
the people who think like, oh, like I said, I say the same shit to the men. The men who get on here and they be like, oh, black women don't respect black men, and black women don't like me because I like anime, and black women don't like uh educated men, and black women don't like yeah, they do. They do, and they're out there, and there's plenty of black women out there that do. But if you're not running into them, you need to ask yourself, number one, are you the actual person you think you are? And number two, are you putting yourself in these environments where these women thrive and exist at? And 9 times out of 10, when you get to talking to them, they don't.
Okay, Benny, I'm gonna be transparent real quick. I'll say about 5 years ago, I used to be like, yeah, complain about certain things. Then I realized something. I'm not gonna complain about something that really have no genuine interest in being around or entertaining.
Exactly.
When I hear people talk about toxic women this, toxic woman that, I'm like, you know what? I ain't got those problems because I'm not entertaining that.
Exactly.
I'm not entertaining that nonsense. I don't even want it around me. I don't have to worry about baby mama drama because I ain't got no kids out here. I ain't got no baby mamas. A lot of these cats be complaining about their baby mamas. Like, dude, you skeeted up in there raw. There are consequences of your actions, but you wanted to get your rocks off. So it is what it is. Now you here. At the end of the day, your choices land you in the position where you are. Some things are out of our control. A car accident sometimes is out of our control. But if you had control over the situation and you still chose to do wrong, that's on you. A lot of women choose those type of men because deep down they're just the female version of that man.
Because even with the whole, like, you know, there are things that when these dudes get on here and complain about women that I can't relate to. And it's not that I'm saying it doesn't exist. Of course, I know there's some ain't shit women and disrespectful women, loud, obnoxious. I know those women exist. They just don't exist in my space. They don't get my energy. They don't get my attention. They don't get my time. I don't deal with, even when I was dating, I didn't deal with women who like to get handsy. I didn't deal with women who are mouthy and disrespectful and cut below the belt when they talk or when they get upset or they get mad. I didn't deal with women who didn't respect authority. I didn't deal with women who, shit, what the fuck else they complain of, that who lacked empathy or didn't have compassion. Like, I didn't deal with those women. I didn't deal with them.
A lot of our problems could.
I didn't have to deal with, you know, baby mama drama or whatever. Because if I didn't want to talk to a woman with kids, I didn't talk to a woman with kids. Like, it's just like
Facts.
you know what I'm saying? So for the guys be like, you got dudes out here like who are complaining about things. You mad at single mothers because they're this and they're that, but then you still lay down with them. But you wouldn't interact with single mothers if you didn't talk to single mothers. And the shit single mothers do as far as dating shouldn't impact you if you don't date them.
Benny, a lot of people are not self-aware. They don't know themselves well. Because if you were self-aware, you could look at a situation or with a person or look at a person and be like, you know what? That ain't for me.
Right.
That ain't for me.
But and so like, but that's what I'm saying. But I have to explain it like that in order to get women to listen and understand that they do the same shit. And that y'all literally be like, Chance, y'all are in order to get an equation to be equal, there has to be the same amount on both sides. So if all these women talking about ain't no good men, and then all these men talking about ain't no good women, then y'all might be talking about each other.
Facts.
And that's what comes with you have to have accountability for yourself.
Because the men who are actually good and the women who are actually good are linking up and finding each other. So, and that's why I tell people get married early, because if you are genuinely a good man that people want, if you are genuinely a good woman, whether that's emotionally, financially, spiritually, physically, that people want, you're not going to be on the market very long. So when you get, so the longer you like, when you look out, the longer you wait, you sifting through the clearance rack of this shit. So you left with the scraps and the people who ain't shit. So you got a bunch of ain't shit women, a bunch of ain't shit men, and y'all get on the internet and literally cry about one another and complain about one another. But y'all are the same fucking people.
Also, too, bro, a lot of dudes, and I'm just gotta be honest, I had to come to grips with this. A lot of men fantasizing about, like, they romanticize saving a woman from her problems, saving a woman from her degeneracy, saving them from that bad dude.
It's the equal. They are the counterparts to that. I'm
Yeah,
gonna go get you and build him up. They are equal parts.
and that junk never works. It's just like you gotta let people be who they are and realize, listen, this ain't for me. I'm not the Mr. Fix It type. I ain't about to fix something that I ain't break, and I ain't about to inherit problems that ain't come from me. So once people start getting to that place to where, like, listen, I know where I'm at in life. This is my level. I'm gonna stay on my level. If I want to go to a higher level, I'm gonna work on me to get to that higher level. You know?
I did.
Exactly.
To be
You know
honest,
what's even
that's
crazier though is I be using the same analogy. I be asking people like, would you date a junkie? No. Well, why wouldn't you date a junkie? Because I'm not a junkie. Exactly. So if you dealing with somebody that's, quote unquote a junkie, you yourself is a junkie. You know what I mean? Like I hate to say it like that, but you're not gonna date somebody you don't have something in common with.
I mean,
Ain't no way.
we could take it psychologically and look at what just happened with that whole statue in New York with a black woman. A lot of the women who were upset were the very women who looked exactly like that statue. And it's the
so
same
deep.
thing. People hate looking in the mirror. That was just the psychological proof that people do not see themselves as who they are. And when they see themselves, they hate it. So when they see themselves in the opposite gender, they hate it. But in actuality, you're just looking at yourself.
And honestly, I didn't like the black women was complaining about that statue. I looked at it, I'm like, honestly, I didn't. I'm like, it looked like the average. It looked like a regular chick. But you know what? Get a little off track. That's why I talk about being regular, because she was a regular looking woman. That statue was a regular woman. But then when black women saw that, they don't see themselves as regular. So when they looked at it, they were like, ugh. It's like, no, that's most of y'all. And there's nothing wrong with looking like her.
We got somebody in our family that looks like this person
Fuck that. I don't even want to go to family. They look like that.
well, you right. You right. I mean, they
For
they
real.
do. They do look like that. But I can say, I mean, and I honestly, like, I hold myself accountable all the time, even to like a lot of the points. Like, I told you, Benny and Chad know that I don't date. Like, I don't date at all. But I also didn't choose the bear either. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never understood what it meant to even choose the bear versus if you're choosing between, if your choices are choosing the man or the bear. I choose myself because I get myself about the wilderness. I get myself about the woods. But I don't date. Like, I don't date. I focus on myself. I focus on being a better person. I do those types of things. But you can't sit up here and one breath say, well, I choose the bear, but then you want these dudes to choose you though. Like, y'all get mad when they don't approach you. You get mad. Y'all make videos about it. And then this was within the same month one time. Benny had made a video and he was talking about choosing the bear. Within that same month, Wade Wilson was up. I think he had brutally unalived women. And a lot of the same women that went against Chad, I saw them in those videos talking about how they, oh yeah, he was so this, he was, they was going up for him, they were bigging him up. A lot of unalivers that are, like Ted Bundy or the Night Stalker, they get hella bitches. Like, they get so many women. They be getting married to women while still being in prison. So it speaks to the psychology. If we're going to sit up here and we want men to hold other males accountable, because that's what we want. we do have to get up on out the way, but we cannot be supporting it because we become because they end up having a windmill on us. Let's just keep it a book. They have these same men we're saying hold these men accountable. They're going to have to start windmilling on us too because we're trying to protect them. You get what I'm saying? So it's almost kind of like we become collateral damage in the process. And I'm not the type of person that say, you know, that I oh well, only men can make good friends. No, I don't keep nobody like that around me. I don't take me in money. I don't sit up here and be doing fake dates with dudes just because I might be bored. I find something productive to do. That's the thing. Like that's how we can hold other women accountable. I don't hang with women that cheat on their husbands. I hold them accountable. And you know what happens when I hold those women accountable? Because betrayal is betrayal. You dog your husband out. You dog out your the whatever men are that are in your life for this and the third. You know what they say? Well, men do it. So it just seems like it depends on the level of privilege that you have. You get what I'm saying? Where it's like, well, I'm going to be as fucked up as my privilege allows me to be. That's how it sometimes seems.
But Nick, we can bring it to today, though. I mean, despite how people feel about that Tory Lanez and Meg situation, you know, I don't know what's going. But the fact that they put money on the books of that dude that poked him up, and this dude unalived a 13-year-old girl who he got pregnant, and the fact that they put money on this dude books for doing that to Corey, and these were women. That's crazy to me.
Man, that's crazy. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But even with like the bear shit, like even with these situations, I'm like, y'all do like so it's crazy, right? Because and it's just like those black men who talk about black women, right? I'm like, if you as a black woman saying, oh, all men are this, majority of men are this, and I pick the bear because men are that, right? But then that's not your reality because you got brothers that take care of you and look after you. You got father that look after you, take care of you, grandfather, uncle, cousins, male friend. Like you are surrounded by positive males. But then you will get on the internet and agree and perpetuate that rhetoric, right? When that's not your reality. And instead of saying like I can empathize and understand for women but that's a danger, you know what I'm saying? Like to just put out there is no different than the men who do the same thing, who had a black mother who did, you know, that respected them, a grandmother, a sister that respected them and showed them love and kindness and all these things. And then they getting on here and they siding with niggas like Myron Gaines. That's stupid. That's stupid. Because you know that generalization is not true. And if you do believe the bear shit or whatever, then you do know that your male family members fall in that category.
Exactly.
You do know that the women in your family fall in that category. So it's just like with the Ryan Hinton shit. When they were like, oh yeah, he doing it for the community, and they was championing that shit. And it was like, well, the cop was guilty by association because they a mob and they a gang, and that's what he get. But when I flipped it and I said, well, do you have family members that are in law enforcement that just doing their job and taking care of the community and trying to change and be an impact as a black person in the community? I said, now, if that was your loved one, would you say that, hey man, my daddy just collateral damage because he guilty by association. My brother that's out there every day that we send off and he's out there being a positive officer trying to make the small change and be the change he wants to see. He's just guilty by association. The minute I said that, now all of a sudden, well, no, that ain't, no, that is. That is.
Benny, I'm about to get up out of here, but I want to say this real quick.
Yeah.
It's easy for a lot of people to say things what should be or what they wouldn't do because they're not in it. You know what I'm saying? And that's why, like you said, well, if that was my family member who was that law enforcement officer got ran over, I would feel some type of way about that. So, like you said, guilty by association. How do we know if he wasn't one of the good cops? You know what I'm saying? Well,
Even if he wasn't, we don't know.
exactly. That's the thing. It's just like it's just so crazy how things have gotten. Like we are literally living in pharaoh times right now. People are becoming more pharaoh than ever. They are,
Honestly, they not.
huh?
Because they don't exhibit this behavior in real life. They go to work and get punked by their fucking coworker.
Nah, facts,
They
facts.
get on the internet and that's when they want to act like they tough and they got these loud opinions, but they really that these people ain't built the way they be talking.
They be at work talking about some balls.
Right. They don't. That's why I'm saying this accountability shit that they want to harp on. It's a people. You know that's why I say you know how hard it is for the average person to get the courage up to speak out against foul shit, especially when the mass are wrong, and you want to have courage and integrity and speak up against the masses who are wrong. You know how much the average person can't do that, and I know that.
So, Benny, would they tell us to hold these men accountable?
It's
Here's
pretty.
the thing they could tell us. Here's the thing we could tell them. Okay, you can help us holding these men accountable by not dealing with them in a relationship or a sexual way. That's another way you can hold those people accountable.
Yeah.
Leave them alone. Like you said, ostracize them, get them completely away from the rest of us, and maybe they'll change. Maybe not. Who knows? It is what it is. But this was a dope conversation, bro. Keep doing your thing, bro. I appreciate with the content you bring because you waking a lot of folks up, and they need to hear it. They need to hear it.
Try. Appreciate it.
I
Yes,
agree
sir.
with, like, yes, I think the people who are not those people can speak out against it, but to expect their counterparts to speak out against it is never going to happen because again, they are the same people. That conversation about that Rodney guy, with the cop and all this other shit, that really kind of was the straw that broke the camel's back. And honestly, I already felt the way, but I was like, these motherfuckers is so lost. Like, they're so far off the mark. There's no saving it. It's like when somebody is smoking crack, you can't shame them into stop smoking crack. They're gonna do what they want to do. The only thing that's gonna get a crack addict clean is they gotta want to get clean. But you telling them that they better than this, and you pouring time, energy, money, resources into them, and you helping them, they don't give a fuck about none of that. They just want you to shut the fuck up and give them some money. They will tell you all of this stuff. They will give you every excuse and all this other stuff in hopes that you just give them some money. They're like, they are not going to change. And I look at the collective, the group of people, the exact same way. They are not going to change because they don't want to change. Their trauma is their dope. Like that whole whatever it is, the system, all these excuses, that's their dope. They're not going to change. It's just like looking at an addict. The only thing that's going to make them change is if they have to want to change. So I am done like trying to tell a motherfucker that they should live better and all this motherfucker. I'm a look at you and leave you right where the fuck you at. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I'm not judging you or nothing, but I'm not going to tell you that you're better than your situation because who am I to say that? You're happy. I'm going to look at you and I'm going to look at you in your situation with all your kids and all the property, whatever the situation is. You are happy. And I'm going to accept that you are happy because you are living the life that you want to live. If you didn't want to live that life, you would choose to do different. So I'm not going to judge you for it. Like, I just accept people for where the fuck they is. I'm never gonna try and change somebody. I'm done with that shit. You motherfucker, we gotta accept that there's gonna be a group of people who will always be there in that situation. And they're always going to exist. They offer great things to society. We got, little trap music. We get little things from y'all, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, they're not going anywhere. That is who they are. That's who they will always be. And that's what the fuck it is. I'm not trying to eradicate that group. They're going to always be here. I'm just not part of it.
RGS, you been here for a while. Go ahead. You down? RG, yeah, there. Let me try to unmute her. You there, RG? Yeah. No. All right. Then she'll come back up. This chief guy or chief person, I sent you an invite because I'm interested in what the fuck you talking about right now. You can come up if you want. I sent you an invite because you talking about
He was saying like it starts with the women and stuff like that.
yeah.
Like no, because that right there is a problem. Because you mean to tell me that you need a woman to tell you what it means to be a man? Women like what the boys are. At the end of the day, a woman shouldn't have to define what it means to be a man for you. You should be a man, and that's just that.
Right. I was seeing him, but I don't think they gonna come up. But yeah, whatever. What you gonna say, Brittany?
Well, I was just gonna say that with accountability, I think it starts with yourself, because we all grown, we all should know better. But basically, like, yeah, just taking accountability for yourself, because if you doing wrong out here, and you think it's right, and you think you just, oh, I'm top notch, can't nobody tell me nothing, you just got to be dismissed. It's just that simple. Cause ain't nobody gonna tell you what to do, and we ain't gonna waste our energy on you. If you don't want to learn, you don't want to learn to do better for yourself. You know. And I know with the situation with the man whose son passed away, by the cop, he should have took accountability. He should have thought before he did what he did. And a lot of people, they misstrues the situation off emotions, talking about, well, he's in the same district as him. That don't mean nothing, because he probably, like somebody said in the panel, he probably was a good cop. But he thought off emotion. Now he in jail, and not only that, his family was even kind of cheering on what he did as well, acting a fool in the courtroom. So
Because that group of people will always exist. That mentality, those people, they will always exist. We're never going to change that. They belong to that group.
I think the problem with that story is so many people have created their own headcanons in what they think happened, right? Because before I came in here, I actually got kicked out of the room. Um, before I came in here because I'm just like, yo, like if you're that dead set on causing harm to somebody, how about you go after the people that had your son in a stolen car that caused him to lose his
Yeah.
life?
Yep.
Now, here's the thing. Now, I got a lot of pushback because, I don't know where people are getting their information from. I've not read anything that agrees with what they said, but I like to indulge the stupid in their stupidity for some reason. Um, so Buddy was like, well, it was his cousin's car and he couldn't get in the house. And I guess they found some interview that I haven't seen where the uncle pretty much expressed that, the car wasn't stolen. He just missed some
It was
payments.
definitely stolen.
So I said, even if he missed payments, I said, do you know how many payments you got to miss for your dealership to report your car as stolen? I said, you know how many payments you got to
So
miss, bro?
A
You got to
lot.
miss
You miss a lot.
at bare minimum 5 months for them to do that. So my issue is, again, you're still. I said that makes it even worse because if you're saying that these are his cousins he's in a car with, you don't go after your brother for not teaching his kid. Hey, you don't let your family go down for some stupid shit like that, right? You go after the innocent person who had nothing to do with it. I get it. You couldn't go after the cop. Get that. But they're making every excuse in championing this guy for taking an innocent. And for some reason, the eye for an eye mentality. I don't know why people love saying, "Oh, it's an eye for an eye." You don't have the numbers to play that game. You don't have the numbers.
But let me say something real quick. When he did that, even if he was to point out the dude who unalived his son, he should have did it the legal way. And a lot of people was disagreeing with that, like, no, because they do it to us. No, you have to outgrow that mentality because you have to be the bigger person. You have to
and a
be
lot of that whole they do it to us is
So
not.
so
They
so
don't even know what the
JP, what
facts
I'm gonna
are.
say is
Yep, you
we
get
as
it.
black people absolutely outnumber the police force. What I'm saying is you as an individual, you don't have enough numbers on your side to go eye for an eye with a police department. You don't.
That's a fact.
You simply don't have the numbers to do that. So if you truly believe in this eye for an eye mentality, That means the next time your badass child goes out and does something to somebody, they should be able to come back and enact that revenge on you, even though you had nothing to do with it. If you truly believe this, nah, because if my son, nah, bro, that's what you believe in. That's what you're telling me you believe. But see, now you're telling me that you're too coward to actually stand on it. I don't believe in an eye for an eye. I
That
really
eye
don't.
for an eye shit is why that dad is now in prison being a butt slut. So it don't matter.
You know what's crazy about that, bro? It's like the vigilante Batman thing. It's like, bro, like you know what I'm saying? I used to do dumb things, and I'm a product of my choices. But like you said, like after a while, you just gotta realize, like, bro, I can't keep committing to doing the same thing, bro. Like, that's why I do preach to the little homies that I try, because I'm like, bro, like you throwing rocks against the pen for what though? You know what I'm saying? Like you're either gonna get it together or you die. You know what I'm saying? You can get beat up as a nerd, you can get beat up as a gangster. Which one do you want to be? At least I mean, you know what I'm saying? On the flip side of that, at least you gonna come out with some money at the end. You know what I'm saying? Because I had neither parent, and and even with some of the choices I made, it wasn't no crash out choices. You gotta understand what you willing to sacrifice when you rolling these dice in the game of Monopoly of life, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like like you said, my mother was on drugs, and I had to realize, like, okay, if you can't get yourself clean for your son and your daughter, bro, nothing I say on the flip side of that is gonna do anything. And I had to apply that to myself, but luckily I got a brain to really realize that. You know what I'm saying? And then it's sad because, like you said, you really can't. Because now that I'm getting older, you know how they say that old the unk syndrome. You see somebody, you try to say something, it's like, bro, especially when bro, I beat 2 5-year sentences. I beat a lot of things. I get to put on scrubs right now. So for me, hey, it's a lovely feeling. Like, brother, if you get the opportunity, you might be able to outlive the trauma that you put yourself through. And the fact that, you know what I'm saying, you might not have had a father figure. I had uncles in my life that really helped me with a little bit of game. You know what I'm saying? So it sucks seeing, you know what I'm saying, seeing the youngsters crash out. And then, like bro said about the situation with the dad, it's like you said, we can't. Okay, so if we keep living into the stereotype, then you giving them the stereotype for them to stand on.
Proving their point
Like,
that
you know what I'm saying?
black
Because
people.
after, when you're young, I went to schools where it was, white people and stuff, and where I hoop because I'm from, outside St. Louis. But after a while, I was like, bro, I'm not gonna keep crashing out because you calling me a nigga. I got opportunities because I'm not gonna let you just keep mentally blocking me from getting where I want to go because of a word. My mama on dope, boy. I'm still in this school trying to get me, so that means nothing. But some of us don't get past that matrix block though, for real, for real. It don't matter how you articulate it. You gotta have some type of sense.
Like, you think I'm a crash out because some jealous white folk say that to me, bro? My thing is, bro, that especially when you doing better than them, that's the best. That's the best insult you got.
Like, look, I'm gonna take this NIGGER that I am to that bank account and keep on pulling that money out your
All right,
chin.
you gonna have to
Like
come
you are
hard
right.
with
You are
that, bro.
white trash. Get the fuck out of my face. What the fuck? You are
But
trash.
but to
No.
Chad point earlier when he was like, they're like them people gonna be what they those people are gonna be who they are. The demographic of black people in our community, the women and the men, who are a part of this mentality, this ideology, this culture of degeneracy and shit like that, that all these conversations start from, right? And when you get to that point of accepting that's just who they are, you can't help them, and you focus on yourself and the others who are trying, those that get left out, then turn around when you ignore them, you get called elitist. You go, oh man, this like you want like people get so mad, right? Like, cause they're like, all this shit interconnects, right? People get so mad because this is a part of accountability. When those people who are climbing their ranks, they're going like we all grew up together, right? Here's a scenario: we all grew up in the hood. But then you got one that chooses to he goes down the path of degeneracy. The other chooses to go down the path of making living an honest life. The one who chose to be a degenerate, 9 times out of 10 got all the attention, got all the love because he probably played sports, blah blah blah. While you was in the book studying, watching anime, being a nerd, playing Pokemon cards, blah 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 in the books. You go off to college, mind you, the whole time you probably trying to tell your partner or your brother or your sibling, yo man, like let's go to class, man. Let's go to the library. Da, 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 da. You looking like Spencer to old boy when they was growing up, trying to get him out the streets. He ain't listening.
Right.
Okay, so then fast forward, these people that you left behind the whole time, you trying to tell them people like you trying to put others on, your family members, your partners, and you trying to tell them like, man, you could go to school, you could do this, like this is how I'm living, bro. Like it's great over here. And he telling you no. They telling you shut the fuck up. You're not getting celebrated. You're getting shunned. You getting ostracized because you think you better than. Oh, you done went to college. You think you smarter than us. And oh, you done got around them white folk and you done switched up. You different. Da, 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 da. And you get to the point where you say, fuck it. Stay where you are. I'm tired. I'm tired of trying to convince y'all. I'm tired of trying to show y'all. I'm tired of trying to get y'all to come with me. I'm tired of having survival's remorse. I'm tired. I'm going to let y'all be. And the moment you let them be is the moment you catch all the fucking flack. Now all of a sudden, oh, yeah, because what they gonna do when they tell the story about why when you become the uncle or the auntie that never come back to the family reunions or the cookouts or the family, the family functions and shit, when you just send a bed of flowers and a card and you don't show up no more, when they sit around and people get to asking, hey, where you seen, where your daughter, where little Rail, where little Monique at? I ain't seen them in years. I seen her on Facebook. You know what? The story they're gonna tell is, well, they went off to college and got that little job and got around them white folk and they thought they was better than. They don't even come around no more. You don't want to give back to the community. That's why a lot of motherfuckers leave and never look back.
You know what's funny?
But
Here's a true story.
My fault, Trey. Can I say something real quick? And
Yeah,
then I'll let you go, my brother. My bad.
go for it. Go for it.
You know what's crazy is, but this is why it's they say the person is smart, but people are dumb, right? Because bro, like that because I got family from all ends of the spectrum. We come together. We ain't hold nothing against nobody because by the grace of God, I got a family who preach accountability. I'm gonna say this real quick, then I'll let you talk, bro. Like that the person that's not coming around no more don't hate you. They hate the circumstances that you can't get past. You know what I'm saying? Bro, it's not that it's not that I don't like you. It's like I don't choose to move like that no more, my boy. You know what I'm saying?
But you see how like trying to hold people accountable, you get ostracized for it, and you wonder why people leave the hood and never look back. Because oftentimes
Yeah.
on their way up, on their way out, they was trying to hold people accountable and hey man, you ain't gotta be in the streets. Hey man, you ain't gotta do, and they got told to shut the fuck up.
Bro, true,
So on
true
I
story.
can
so when they
I can
finally
contest to that. My sisters were trying to tell me to do X, Y, and Z. And I was jealous of them for doing something that actually would have benefited me.
hmm,
And
you know what? I'm
sisters
glad you can
left
admit
me.
that.
And I did not get back with closeness with my sisters until I actually executed what they were saying to me. And it was hurtful. It was hurtful. I felt alone. I felt lost. I was like, damn, why my sisters, they was not subscribing to what the hell I was on. And they held me accountable. And it was hurtful. But I thank God that they did that. I thank God that they did that because I would have never been a better me without them ostracizing me. Like because your siblings are the people that you really want to be a part of the conversation with. And I could not be a part of the conversation without my siblings. And they said, nah, Z, you got to go. You tripping. You're tripping. Girl, bye. We're doing this. We're doing that. Girl, bye.
I thought that I could do it in a different manner,
Mhm. But you know
but it
what?
didn't work.
But it still came down to, like, as much as they tried to hold you accountable, it didn't start clicking and changing until you said, you know what? I think I need to do something about this.
Yep. I had to
So
change myself.
Yeah,
Yes.
I can hear,
I had to
the
change
pain in
myself.
your voice telling that story. So I definitely.
don't get clean until they decided you have to make the choice to get clean. You cannot. Nobody gonna stop smoking that crack until they make the choice. That's the
It's
only
crack.
thing that's gonna get them to stop.
But
That's
you
it.
know
I
what?
literally know the
It's
paper about it in college.
it's
What
even
the hell crack
No,
got to
I
do with
speak.
it's
this?
No, I mean literally. That mentality is the
Hold
crack.
on. What
I wrote
crack
But
about
got
the.
to
look,
do with
it's
this?
even
It's
more
the
sad
mentality.
when
I wrote.
your parents talk down on you too and be like, so you gonna go to college, but you ain't gonna help me pay these bills.
No,
Right.
You not gonna help me out. That's like a, I don't even know the word for that, but it's giving like narcissistic manipulation, making a child feel bad about the decision that they want to do for the better of themselves.
Called a broke ass parent.
exactly. At the
Right.
end of the day,
But
you
can
bust
we
a nut, and
speak
I got to deal
about
with that
how in
consequence.
Right.
relationships, when it comes down to it, and y'all love y'all brethren, especially everybody that's like close to you, you're not meeting up to their standards and they have to leave you behind. It's a real thing. Benny spoke on a real thing. My brethren, my sisters, they left me behind. They was like, girl, we done with you. You need to catch the hell up. Either you're gonna catch up to be a part of us, and that is adulthood. That is me crossing over from being a little girl to understanding that life is life. I was a little girl. I I was a little girl mentally. In my body, I was a big girl, but mentally, I was just being a crash out, a little girl, not executing my worth. I was being a crash out. It took for my siblings to cut me off and cut me off where I honestly, I could cry about it now. I'm so happy that we got past this, but
And
they had
then
to cut me off.
yeah, and then making the choice, all the things that you were doing to make the choice not to change. At the end of the day, the only person that got to deal with those consequences is you. It's like those people think that they're hurting us
But you
by
need
not
family
changing.
though, bro. You need family. You need family. You need
Mm,
family
Not
I
well,
to.
think need is a strong
not
I won't
word.
say
right,
not
need is a
I
strong
wouldn't
word
say
because your
leadership.
family.
I wouldn't say necessarily because I had to leave my siblings and I'm the oldest. My brothers was hitting my dad, beating him up, all type of stuff, and I was only one. I was helping them out like y'all can't be doing this not cool, but they continue to do it. They continue to not want to
But
have
you
a
had
job.
brothers though. Like having sisters is different,
I
boo.
had a
It's
sister
it's
too.
always
Hold
been
on. I
expected.
had a sister too. I was the oldest out of all my siblings, but I had led the example of, come on, y'all, we can all do this. But I left because I did not like my house environment. And now they hold my brothers and my sister and my mama. They got upset about that because I left. But I'm like, I'm defending y'all. Y'all my parents. I love y'all. I don't like how my brothers treating y'all. You
But
feel
did
me?
it come around full circle though?
It was every day.
No, currently, right now, did it come around full circle?
I don't talk to
Full
them
circle
in
means
this day.
different.
Okay,
Why?
so that's a different hurt because full circle, like I had a full circle moment, and I think a lot of people have full circle moments when you really want to be involved. And I do not like that you didn't have a full circle moment with
But
your sisters and
but
your
But
brothers,
she was
but
not the
I,
one
I
that was in
get
the
that.
wrong,
But
though. You
I
were
get that.
initially the one
But
in the wrong. So y'all
I
full circle moments are going to be different. She wasn't the one that was in the wrong. You started off in the wrong. That y'all started on two opposite ends.
And that's
okay,
what I'm saying.
okay,
They like now in this day they still talk about me and have
okay.
discussions with my mom about me. But I choose not to get in tune into that. I don't even care if they talk about me. She can't tell me stuff that they said about me, which is okay. You feel that way, you protecting your other kids. But I'm at the point like I got my own family. I'm grateful every day for having my own family, and I'm making better decisions in my life. They still not in this day now. They still not ain't got no job, calling everybody
I I
baby.
I I,
All
I
that.
heard what Chad. Chad said that we started from opposite sides. You started as the strong one who had to take care of your siblings. You had to take care of your siblings. You had to be the mother. You started from a different side. I started from a different side. I actually was the bottom. My
But I'm
siblings were taking care of me, and I wasn't listening, and I started from a different angle. So I
and
heard it's what I just started. I don't know if I give a damn about what side is right. Like, I don't
not
know if I
I'm
give
not
a damn
saying
about that.
I was still hurt because of what I've been through, and I get it. But I had to take up for myself for the
I
better.
think I don't give a damn about what side you started from. It's about where you end
So this
up.
is this this
Okay,
this, this,
okay,
this is the
okay.
problem. Hold on, Brittany. So this is where I think y'all are getting confused at, right? For lack of a better term, right? Brittany started off as again the strong one. Life, again, for lack of a better term, it sounds like you started off as the weak link in the family that needed to be brought up, that needed that guidance, that needed to, basically be reminded that you are not going down a good path, right? That doesn't sound like where Brittany started from. Again, y'all started on opposite ends of the spectrum. Maybe both of y'all met that middle point, but it sounds like you had the actual 180 moment where everything is the opposite of what it started off to be. It sounds like she's still at that 90 angle to where it's like, it might hit 180, it might not. I don't really give a fuck if it does, I don't really give a fuck if it don't, because I wasn't wrong. So that's what I'm hearing. And somebody can correct me if
And
I'm
that's
No,
wrong.
what I was
you're correct.
saying. I'm
You're correct.
saying that I'm not doing no comparison on our situation, but I'm saying we both was hurt from a different perspective. I was hurt that my family, they didn't do better, and she's hurt because
I
she
want to know
started
what
off
Benny
wrong.
thinks. Benny, what you think? What you think about all this?
And, you confusing the fuck out of me, Z's.
Me?
Yeah.
Me?
Confused because even when I said like the only person that was being hurt was you, you kind of went left with that. Like that's, I think you misunderstood it. At the end of the day, the person who starts off on the bad side, at the end of the day, all the resistance that you were putting up to your sisters, all the kick and scream, all things, at the end of the day, that does nothing but hurt yourself. The only person that has to deal with those consequences is you. The only person that has to deal with the consequences of not listening to the people who are trying to bring them up is themselves. The person who is already up don't care truly. Like your actions aren't going to affect the person that's already up. You can kick and scream and do all this and stay out in the streets and do all this and that, but the only person that's got to end up in jail is you. I don't
But
got to do none
listen,
of
this
that.
is why I'm speaking to you guys' point though. You guys' point is you have to be ostracized, and either you're going to step up and want to be a part of your siblings, or you're going to be left behind. I'm
Exactly. That's
speaking
that's
to
the
you
whole point.
guys'
Sorry
point
if
though.
I confuse anybody on this app. I didn't mean no
The only thing we've been
confusion.
saying the whole time.
Yeah, I was
Exactly.
about to say, I think we all saying the same thing. What's funny though? Here's a true story. Me and four of my closest friends. I'm only cool with one of them now. But me and four of my closest friends, we graduated high school. We literally did everything together from fourth grade up until maybe when I turned 21. So after high school, I'm like, bro, let's go to college. I'm like, I'm gonna go to TCU. I already have my acceptance letter. I'm like, bro, let's go to TCU. Nah, we good, bro. We ain't going to college. We just got out of high school, bro. All right, cool.
Mm.
I go to TCU. I get my associates. Um, come back home. I'm like, bro, I can't pay for college. I'm like, bro, let's go to the military because my cousin had told me about the buddy program. I said, bro, let's go to the military. I said, me and said gonna sign up at the same time and we get a bonus. I said, Rod and AJ, y'all sign up at the same time. And then I told Mitch, I said, Mitch, find somebody else to sign up. And then all of us go in under the same MOS and we just rock out. Nah, we don't want to do the military. Bro, when I went to MEPS. When I tell you my entire MEPS process, because I signed up in February, I didn't ship out until September. From February to maybe early August, bro. I'm trying to talk these motherfuckers into going to the military because y'all not doing nothing, bro.
Right.
We sitting outside. Oh, we sitting outside. I'm from Dallas, Texas, Oak Cliff to be exact. We sitting outside of the Butterbeans every day,
I'm from Richmond, Virginia. I'm
not
from up
doing
north.
nothing.
Like I'm from Richmond, Virginia. Like
So
Hold on, V. Let him finish his
hold on,
story.
life. So I get in the military. I'm doing my thing. I'm coming home every now and every time I come home, these niggas is still doing the same thing. They still in the apartments. They all got their own apartment in the same apartments, but they all still hanging out at the apartments. Ain't none of them really doing nothing. Um, fast forward to when I find. Fast forward to I'm getting ready to get out. One of my boys hit me up. Hey man, I need you to co-sign for this. He wanted me to co-sign for a Hellcat for him because it's around 2014. This is when Hellcats started really getting popular. I mean, not 2014. This is around 2017 when Hellcats really started getting popular. Hey bro, I need you to co-sign this Hellcat for me. Boy, I know damn well you didn't just ask me to co-sign no damn Hellcat for you, bro. No, nigga, no. If you would have asked me to co-sign something simpler, Nissan Altima, Honda Civic, maybe. You want me to co-sign a Hellcat, bro? Absolutely not.
They was still you try and get them to come follow you. They was still over there hitting the zombie over there.
They
Young
still,
lady.
they still hit the same. Yeah. You know what it
They
is.
on the porch hitting the zombie.
Hey, so I said, bro, I am not co-signing a Hellcat. I said, bro, you can't even pay for. I said, you work at KFC, you can't afford no Hellcat. That's why you need me to co-sign for it.
You know what? Back then, though, Hellcat, you can get a lease on a Hellcat about $500 back then.
Nah, you work at KFC, bro. You ain't affording your place and a Hellcat.
You co-sign on a
Who they is?
bicycle from Walmart.
But that's just who they is. Just
may
So,
I take a quick break and
bro,
say Benny
do
is
you know
fine.
this nigga? This
Benny, you
nigga
are
called me.
handsome. You are so Benny, you look really
Thank
good.
you.
You do. You have a nice
When I tell
smile.
Thank
You
you.
have low key dimples. You have good hair. Your hair is nice. You have
lady's
thickness.
husband.
Well, honestly, kudos to her. Kudos to her for having a man that is smart, diligent, and also handsome. So you know what? I would never step in over. Hell no, no.
You've been
But
drinking for Memorial
I'm
Day.
just giving, I'm just giving due props to props. Like I'm giving
I know it
props.
is a holiday. You've been doing a little sipping.
Benny, am I ever, bro? That has nothing to
But
do with
yeah, when I tell you that, when I tell you that nigga called me everything but my first name, because I said, because this is what I told him. He said, this had a conversation with. Say, bro, I know you went to the military. I know you said you, because I had told him, I said, bro, I'm finna buy a house, all that. Because when I'm getting out, I'm letting these niggas know, like, bro, I'm not coming back to this shit, bro. I'm not coming back here. So y'all need to figure something out, because I'm that type. Like, I would very much rather our kids grow up and play with each other, but it's not gonna be here. It's not gonna be here. I'm not one of them that's gonna get up and move to Frisco or something, but I'm definitely getting the hell out of BFL. I'm
What
not
what
staying.
he say when you told him that?
This nigga called me everything but my first name, and then now all of a sudden I become all types of uppity, self-centered, narcissistic, egotistical, all these other words that this nigga probably just learned at the time. But I'm just like,
But
bro,
we all agree that people are people, no matter what branch you are, no
this is
matter
what I
where
But
you
this is what I
go.
but
That
because again,
that
I
but
say
you
though,
giving
here's my
that
thing.
brother an
We
excuse a
grew up.
little bit.
My thing is we grew up from third or fourth grade. Two of them are third grade. The rest of them fourth grade. Bro, I'm still trying to help you out, nigga. I'm telling you, nigga, go get a Nissan. I'll co-sign a Nissan for you.
But this goes
I'll
back to the
co-sign,
point.
a
Leave them
Honda for you. I'm not
behind.
co-signing no damn Hellcat.
You keep trying to convince us. You want to convince us why you keep bringing this fool along. You want to keep trying to convince yourself
I'm not.
as
I
to
don't, I
why
don't, I
you
don't need to convince
keep
nobody.
bringing this fool
He
along.
not
Like, bro, let
he
it
not
go.
convinced. He's not convincing. He's just
Oh,
saying
he's
that
not convincing. No, he's not. No,
I'm
he's
not, I'm not
not
convincing.
he
I'm
just
not
convincing.
convincing
he just
anybody.
He
It's
trying to
just
keep
speaking to the.
trying.
It's really
He,
speaking to the point of,
sir.
when you decide to do good with your life, you do have people that you try to bring along that
Okay,
didn't
so
want to
speed
accept it.
it up, bro. Speed it up. Like,
All
get to
right,
the
Z.
point.
I'm gonna bring it down because you need to go drink a bottle of water and come back. I'm gonna let you go. Um, Yeah, come back up when you take a nap, Tylenol, get a little bottle of water, or something, cause that liquor hitting her, boy.
I think she missing a point. Somebody in the comment was like, she needs a lot of healing.
Nah,
But at
I
the end
mean
of the
that's
day,
why she sounded like Buddy from last night when when Unc came up and he was just around. I said, "Bro, you been on that drink?" He talking about, "Yeah, I've been." Hey Z, you good now, Z? You just need to go drink a little bottle of water and come back. You know.
He wasn't saying that he was tagging him along. He actually speaking gems to him, but he's not he talking about a cosign. You can't even take the advice I'm giving you to change for a better life. That's basically what he said.
right? But that goes to my point about the whole it's crack. Literally, it's the same thing. You ever when a cracker trying to ask you for money, they butter you up real good. They talk about, but then when you say no, oh man, fuck you, you ain't shit. Da, 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 da. Like
Correct.
Now, you know,
y'all ain't.
here's the funny thing about that story, because my mom was the one that was like, yeah, you need to blah blah blah. Once my grandma told me, hey, leave them niggas, hey, that's all I needed to hear. Once my grandma said, hey, you ain't gotta take them niggas with you. You tried to do what you she said you did what you was supposed to do. You tried to bring them along. She said them niggas didn't listen. She said, then she pointed to my uncle. She brought up my uncle. She was like, look at your uncle. She said, she's like, cause I got two uncles. She said, your uncle Lewis does not mess with your uncle I didn't know this nigga name. Your uncle David. Because your Uncle David did not do what your Uncle Lewis told him to do. And now your Uncle David is the one that's always asking for stuff. Meanwhile, your Uncle Lewis is the one that got the house, got the cars, got the wife, got the family. But both of them could have had it, but one
But
didn't listen.
but you try to hold them accountable, bring them along with you. But at the end of the day, life has a way of holding us all accountable.
Baby.
Whether you like it or not, life has a funny way of holding you accountable for the choices that you make in your life.
It's just like these people out here scamming, and now they catching them on them PP loans and stuff.
I ain't gonna lie
I
to
ain't
you.
gonna lie
I ain't
now.
gonna lie to you. Round two, I'm sided up now. Round
Not
two.
round two.
I mean, that might be the only time in the world where niggas really got away with some shit. Cause boy, I'm looking back like, damn, I should have put out a little loans
Oh,
on,
that's why I say round two. Oh, I'm in. I'm in that
I
thing.
gotta look at it like they getting locked up for that. Like they actually going one by one finding them. You know
Before
what
they
I'm
was
saying?
done with it, they were signing up for $900,000 loan, bro. 75,000.
Yeah,
Maybe
I'm
80 or
looking. Yeah.
85. I don't need more than that.
Goes back to why these parents can't hold these tell their kids and hold them accountability for their actions. Like all you got to do is listen to your parents, and I'm talking about the active parents that actually care, not the ones that do crack like Chad said, and the ones that be out here, oh, we
No,
partying
I'm
every
saying crack
weekend. Like,
is a metaphor. It's the same mentality. It's a metaphor, meaning their trauma, the system, all these. That is their addiction. Meaning, whenever, like for example, the behaviors are identical. Like he just said, the dude asked him to co-sign on a Hellcat. He was buttering him up. Da da da. As soon as he said no, he became everything but a child of God. Same thing. Just like a drug addict, they're gonna ask you for money. They're gonna butter you up. As soon as you say no, it's a parallel. It's a metaphor. Is what I'm saying. It's never about. I'm not calling it a direct thing.
and that's how my brother is an actual crackhead, and that's what he would do. He hit me up, hey, but like he knew like at first before I knew he was strung out, I would be like, yeah, man. But now it got to I'm like, why he always ask for money? Yeah, bro, he a buddy. Hey, cuz how the kids doing, bro? How the wife? You know what I'm saying? See, now I give him credit. Cause he hit, man. Then he'd be like, yeah, man, I was just wondering, can you slide me $20 so I can get that's what you want. And then the minute
I
then
will
when I
say this to
stopped,
my story, to my detriment, right? I was that one. Hey, bro, I'm the one. You need a couple dollars, bro. Here goes 50. Here goes 75. I'm never giving niggas more than $100, but here goes 75. Here go 80. Blah blah blah. That's me, bro, because I got it. And I've known you niggas since I was in the third grade. So why not help you niggas as much as I can? I'm still cool. I'm
you
still
can't
cool with
help
two of
you
them niggas. I'm
can't
not
help
ready to be signed. I'm cool
everybody
with two of them
though.
still.
then it get to the point where like I'd be like, nah, man, I ain't got it. I'd be like, nah, bro, I'm good. I ain't getting you nothing. And all that shit stopped. Nigga don't call. He don't ask about the family and shit no more.
because they don't
They
care
got
that
too
they knew you since
comfortable.
third grade, dude. They don't care about none of that shit. You are just a source to get them what they need. They don't care. It's the same thing. The whole all this example, I mean all these excuses in the system and all that, it's the same parallel. Just like the people who are depending, who are addicted to substances, they will call you everything under the, but a child of God. As soon as you don't appease them, it's the same thing with them. They just want you to appease them. It's same parallel.
And it's good to have a giving spirit, but when you know a person is on, like, when you know you steady giving them money, steady helping them out, they get too comfortable. They like, yeah, they gonna do it all the time. If I keep asking, they gonna keep saying yeah. No, you gotta
Just a
cut that
source.
off.
You're just a source of money. They don't care about you. They never do. It's the same thing. That addict don't care about you. You're just somebody I can go to when I need a fix. That's all it is.
Yeah, and it's hard to for some people to accept that and let them fall. Again, people might think this is all off topic, but all this shit is accountability. And that's what I mean by you don't get to pick and choose what accountability looks like and what it is. You don't get to pick and choose because all of this is under the umbrella of our actions and being accountable for them.
Back to the mothers out here. So you know your son out here acting a fool, but you won't hold him accountable for the stuff he doing, but you gonna hold the person who knelt him accountable for what they did. See, it's not making sense. You supposed to tell your son don't go out here acting crazy, or your daughter don't go out here trying to trick off and do the things that's bad, that's gonna kind of corrupt the environment.
But
Don't do
that's
that.
why I said this is not a man problem. But if we're talking about the community, healing the community, this is a communal problem, which is because how as women, as the women who are so rah-rah about this topic, how do you point to the men and say y'all need to hold each other accountable, blah blah blah, when as a community we nobody can hold your child accountable. Like the teacher can't hold your child accountable because you intervene and you enable and you make excuses for your child. But then you're then gonna turn around and point to random men out there in the world and say y'all need to hold y'all homeboys and shit accountable. And you as a woman can't even hold your own child, your son, accountable.
I think you was on live yesterday and I jumped on for a little bit because I was cooking. But women are lazy. They're lazy to tell their kids what to do. They too busy trying to be their friend to get a.
It's not. I don't mean to cut you off, Brittany, but to the chief guy, it's not on the women. It's not solely on the shoulders of women. It's because if the father was in the household, if black men married black women to be in the households and create and have the family nucleus under the same roof, then that wouldn't be an issue. You know what I'm saying?
That's what
So
I'm
it's
saying. Like,
when the reason I bring up the women, I'm talking about the women who don't like the single mothers who, but there are, but it's just as if it's on the fathers because why do you not take responsibility and know that your son needs his father and bring, even if you and his mother aren't together, you bring him under your roof because you know you are the structure that that boy needs in his life. They go back to my video I made before where by 8 years old, about third or fourth grade, that little boy needs to go be under his daddy's roof. So no, it's not on the women. It's not solely on the women. It is a communal issue, a cultural communal issue.
See, I think that's a cop out though. I think saying that it's on the women is a cop out.
Yeah, it's
It's
definitely a cop out.
At the end of the day, nobody can control your own sperm. You can't control your own
that,
sperm
and
when you
exact
expect
that's
her
it right
to
there. It's
control the
saying
baby
that
that
can't
came
nobody
from it. You
control.
couldn't even control the sperm when it came out of you, dummy.
Yep, exactly. So yeah, nah. But then again, these are people that are typically, that have heard. I'm not gonna say that they do it.
Same
These are
people.
people that have heard a lot of people on Clubhouse, or a lot of people on TikTok, or a lot of people on Instagram say, "Well, the community is in this state because they was raised by single women." Like, bro, that's not really it.
I mean, but
That's
that's
a
what I'm
part
saying.
of it, but
Like,
that's not really.
are there issues that stem from the fact that we have single mother households? Yes, but the women can only do well. They're only single mother households because the men aren't marrying the fucking women.
Some
So
men,
it's a two-way street, you know.
some men, they
Yeah,
feel like
exactly.
Everybody has their part to play in the dysfunction within our community.
People don't know how to follow a conversation along. Like they literally will hear a bullet point that is used to substantiate the topic, the subject that you just made, and they literally think that you just created a whole different topic. That's not even what he was talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like you wasn't even talking about uh it's on the women and all that. You were just using that particular example to back up what you had already said about it being about the men. You know what I'm saying? And then we have to go down this whole thing to explain to these slow people that who can't even follow along in a conversation. That's the problem.
And Benny ain't trying to argue with nobody about. He just trying to give like what's going on and an explanation for people to do better. But it's not basically all on the women because men nowadays they have kids, but they be like, "Well, I still want to live my life. I still got it." No, it's time up for that. It's time up. But then
At the end of the day.
The women wouldn't be out here fucking these kids up as single mothers if you was in the household.
Exactly.
Or
She wouldn't
or
even be a mother if it wasn't for you. Two terms that a woman needs you to for is a wife and mother.
but
Dummy.
I'm even giving them that. Now the kid here, you fucked up the kid
Right.
here. So there are still steps in between that you. So if you know that woman is fucking up your son and him being a man and all that shit, how about you go tell her, let him live with me?
Exactly. They won't do that.
but you know what?
These two are the same group of people. I swear they are. Like the men complain about the shit women do. It's the same people, and their degenerate behavior permeates on people who don't see it, and the only thing that they do is argue against the people who have a rational mind.
Good
Just
morning. Good afternoon, everybody. I've been listening to y'all for a minute, and let me tell you, y'all are completely right. It's a communal issue. Like black people on the whole, bro, we hate having to take accountability for the bullshit. We hate it, both men and women. I've had people around me. I've had black people around me that I try to explain or show certain things to, and these ignorant. I hate to talk about my people like this, but they be running from accountability, and then one side is blaming the woman, the other side is blaming the man. How about we just fix it as a community? How about that?
That's the thing, but that's the problem. We don't have community because our household, like that's what I'm saying. All this shit ties together. That's it. We want to talk about the white man, race, systemic racism. No, nigga,
Right.
we don't. We can't even get to that when we don't do the basics.
The
We don't.
basics, and I always say that the basic is the basic is your household. If we can't even get our household together, how the hell are we gonna fix the community?
The
How
what?
we gonna fix the community? If we
The white man, because our grandparents, our great aunties, our great uncles, our great they faced real systemic oppression, Jim Crow, racial segregation, racial violence. They faced real problems and still had family and still had community. Meanwhile, we got everything handed on a silver platter and then turn around and say education is a scam, voting is a scam, college is a scam, marriage is a scam, owning a home is a scam, life insurance is a scam. Our great grandparents couldn't have access to any of this shit.
people who don't want more for themselves. I
I ain't
think
gonna lie to you.
Right, they don't.
College is definitely the biggest Genjutsu I've ever been a part of.
The biggest what?
The biggest Genjutsu I've ever been a part of.
What do you mean, a scam?
no,
Nah.
it's a scam if you go there for
Is that
bullshit.
it's not a
If you go and
it's
get
not a
your
scam.
degree,
Hold on.
It's only
How is first of all, Trey, what did you go to college for?
No, I was joking. It was a joke I used to tell when I used to tell people like, bro, that's just because I really feel like some of them classes I shouldn't have had to take, especially
no, but the
high
person
school.
you are now are because you gained something from those
Oh yeah,
classes.
absolutely. No, I will never
So
take
I don't
away
get
my
how
college
people who
experience.
actually
It was
went
a
be
joke. I
saying that
wasn't
it's a
being
scam.
serious.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I think people look at it as a scam because of what they go for. Like if you're going to get your degree in arts and shit like that, of course it's going to seem like it's a scam
It's not a
because who the
scam.
hell really and truly is hiring somebody
It
to
doesn't.
do
It's not a
arts?
scam because we need artists in the world. That is why music fucking sucks. That's why we have no good movies.
That's
That's why we
true.
have nothing of art and culture left. That's why motherfucking kids don't know how to play instruments no more. That's why everything is fucking digitized. That's why it's because of thinking like that. It's because of thinking.
Parents lie to their kids and tell
I
them
hate people
like,
trying to call me. My bad. It's because of this
"What?
stupid ass thinking that the only thing that is valuable is dumbass shit that involves some fucking money. Then you can have a bunch of dumbass people with no culture. That is the
Even
problem.
No, so let me explain something to you about like go like when as a culture, right? As a people, we need certain people to do certain things, right? So you would expect you would send your kids like let's say our community is lacking doctors, our community is lacking lawyers, our community is lacking certain jobs or profession, you would send your kids or you would go into the profession that your community needs. And that's what a lot of other communities do. Like if you look at the Indian community, you look at the other communities, their kids are allowed to do to
Not for
have
no
arts or to
comparison.
be
Our
in their
kids can't even
culture.
go to high school. They can't even read. And then when somebody say make them read, y'all make up an excuse. So let's not compare. They're too far ahead.
No, I am what I'm saying is you're saying it is not it's dumb
I
to
think
think
you're
like
being too
that by
generous
setting.
giving them high school. So these niggas can't get through middle
But that's
school.
not. But that's what I'm saying. It's not even a realistic conversation because the majority of our kids are not going for art. They can't even get to college. They can't even get through high school. They can't even fucking read. So to try and say that the issue is they're going to college for the wrong stuff and arts, they're not. Like y'all always say, oh, put them in trade school. The numbers prove y'all not going there either. Let's look at what the reality of the situation is. The reality of the situation is not that our kids are going and getting bullshit degrees. Our kids are not going, period. They're not getting degrees, period. That is the issue.
Okay, but okay, so if our kids is not going to school, right? If our kids is not going to, they're not at a reading level past the third grade. We need more teachers. We need more educators.
you can't
So
get
of
teachers.
course we need to send our kids.
You can't get teachers and educators, and
See,
motherfuckers don't
see,
even
see,
believe in
this is not.
education.
See, this is not the rabbit hole you want to go down, bro.
People
Go
want other people to
down. Let
do.
them go."
People
Rabbit
want
hole you
people
want
to
to go
do
down, bro.
what they want them to do, but people want other people to do what they're unwilling to do themselves. Like people can. It's always the people who did not sit in the college classroom and did not go get the degree, or who are not even in college now. Like college don't got to be after high school. College, you can get a college degree anytime. But the people who don't even value it, who be having these discussions. Why aren't you that teacher, sir? Like, are you a teacher? If it's such an issue to you, if
I'm
it's a
I'm I actually I'm a chef. I work at a school. So I don't.
right,
My wife is a
you went
teacher.
for culinary arts, art, art. You went for art, and you
Yeah,
sit here
culinary
and
art.
said
Yeah.
that it is a waste. Someone who went to school for an art said that it is a waste. That is what I'm saying.
No, I'm not saying that you going to school for like certain jobs because as a culinary student, as somebody that went to school to do culinary arts, it is a skill. To being able to cook is a skill. It's a skill. When I'm talking about arts, when I'm talking about arts, when I say go to school for like arts and stuff like that, I'm talking about like people going into like the art galleries and stuff like that.
That's no
You don't
different
have
than
too many.
cooking. It's and you went to school for culinary arts. Anybody can cook, but everybody don't know how to fucking flambe. Everybody know how to present a plate. Everybody don't know how to do that little shit with the spoon. Like that is an art.
As I'm doing it
So you
right
don't
now.
even value what you went to. That is the problem.
Real school and teacher is the parents. It all starts at home. It don't have nothing to do with these teachers. It don't got nothing to do with nobody up in the school. It's about home. And that's why it's a lot of kids dropping out of school because they don't want to learn and they feel like it's a waste of time. And like Chad said, they grow up to be dumb. And then when the parents come up there and ask them why my child not, achieving or improving in their academics, you should know you're not helping your child learn. You're not helping them read. You're not helping them understand.
They think that
Hard.
because they think that everybody needs to go to school for STEM because that's what fucking Kevin Samuels told them. Like, as if that's not an oversaturated market, as if AI is not, as if the same people who created the AI did not create the technology that now has them unemployed. Y'all literally follow these bandwagon mentalities, which don't mean shit. Just because one person says STEM, now everybody need to go to STEM. Well, the same people who went to college for STEM are now being worked out of a job by the fucking create by the same technology that they created. So now what are y'all saying?
Parent,
Meanwhile,
parents are the first teacher, chief. Parents are the first
niggas
teacher.
like myself, we just I'm getting a history degree, so you know.
Exactly, Benny. Exactly. But people will say, "Oh, well, that's a waste of money and all that." But the very same people will be doing the same shit that's been done in the 60s, 70s, 80s because they don't know their history. They don't know that the same shit that they're participating in, the same shit that they're participating has been done a million times before, and they sitting here with their hands up, confused as to why the shit don't fucking work. It ain't never worked, nigga. Read a book.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, your degree doesn't mean that's what you know. How many people got degrees but are in completely opposite job fields, and we
I'm
still
one of them.
Right,
then?
I have a fucking my degree's in communication. I went to school for public relations. But I'm a fucking district manager for sales. So it's just like I'm a district manager of sales. You know what I'm saying? Like, could I
But
creatively read? Could I creatively relate it to
I
a
was in
communication
school
degree?
for
Yeah, but that's not what
medicine.
I went to school for.
I went to school for medicine, and I chose culinary. That's my passion.
And you know what? I heard
Well,
that
as somebody who chose culinary, who chose an art over something that could quote unquote make more money, why would you then say that
Because
somebody else who
the
chooses their
reason why
art?
I did that. So the reason why I did that was I made a career. I had like because I went through the military and stuff like that. I made enough like because of my benefits and the stuff that I get from the military. I chose to pursue my passion versus my what I went to school for because I felt like this is what I wanted to do. If I wasn't in the position to where I would have to stay in my field, I would actually work in my field because my field actually makes money.
Now, look, I'm not saying that you should not consider income and all that, but it's the fact that when people say that, it's like they try and group things that are humanities, arts, as if they are worthless. And people don't understand that when you actually go to college, you learn more than just that. Like, going to college teaches you a lot. And it's like so many people don't understand the value that college actually adds to the human experience. And then people try and say, then the very same people say that it's not worth it, but all you're doing is selling your own community, your own children, and your own family short because the very same people, because the people who say that are not the ones. It's like, how can you say that when there are people who are committing, like I said before, Benny, people are committing fraud to get their kids in college. People are breaking the law to get their kids in college. But niggas want to say that, oh, it ain't no big deal. Oh, you could do this instead. Oh, school ain't for everybody. All that. That is the problem. Y'all are the only ones that say this bullshit, and y'all don't even realize it.
And when
But
we
I
hold and when we hold people accountable and we speak up and speak out against that harmful rhetoric, niggas say you're elitist.
Right.
You see how that accountability conversation starts to trickle down and impact a lot of different things that we talk about within our community, but we just want to hyper fixate on men when as a community we struggle with accountability.
so I think I explained myself wrong. I'm not saying because I the messages that Benny put out and stuff like that, I agree with them 100%. I think I explained myself wrong when I said what I said, but I was trying to explain and say like right now our community is things in our community that we need, and if we're sending our children to college just to say that they went to college versus trying to okay fix our community in sending them to do certain things to help or bring back to our community, then I feel like that's a part of one of the problems too. Because I trust me, education is needed. We need education. It's just that are we letting our children focus on the right, like putting our kids into the position to help our community, or we're just sending them to school just to say that they went to school or they have this in their background.
But that's the thing that you're putting the cart before the horse because that conversation is not what's applicable because they're not going to school. Our numbers are the lowest
And
in
before
college.
y'all get on here and be like, well, black women are going to school. Black women are going to school more than black men, but women in general go to school more than any demographic. Like the women of every group go to school more than the men in every other group.
Right, because the
So,
women of every group know that they have to go to school for the most
right. And,
part.
and, and if
Like
you talk about the actual numbers, like not the percentage, but the number of black women that go to college, it is minuscule compared to the totality of black women who do not go to college. As a community, we do not go to college because as a community, we're not even a lot of us aren't even finishing fucking high school. But I know that's just a talking point that y'all like to throw out there to try to be like, we're better than y'all niggas. But as a community, we are fucking failing.
Some people not gonna. They just point out them and say that. Oh well,
Right. The little girls can't read just as bad as the little fucking black boys can't read. The little girls are just doing a little bit better than the black boys, but as a whole, we're not doing that well.
exactly. We all in the same
don't
boat.
understand percentages, proportions, and total. They don't. They literally will look at like they 13% of like 80% of fucking 12. Fuck, what the fuck is 80% of 12? But they'll focus on 80% of us get degrees. It's 80% of 12. 30% of 12.
I don't.
Shut
I
up.
don't. I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard people be writing degrees and the person be dumb. Like they just write a piece of paper. Like, yeah, Benny, I heard about they write a degree, sign it, and then they just present
That
it
don't
like,
work,
yes.
baby girl. There are systems. It's an electronic system that verifies. You think jobs really don't check and see if you have a degree? There's a system you can go in, just like the work number can verify your work history. It can pull up. There's a system called work number. It can pull up all your old tax returns. It can pull up all your old checks. So we know if you are about that shit that you say that you are on that resume. There are systems that you can just log into and it'll tell you if a person has a degree. Schools report that shit every single semester.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I
Yeah, I'm
heard a
gonna say
lot of people
maybe
taking degrees
25,
out
30
here.
years ago you could have did something like that and got away with it. Maybe. But
Heard, I didn't know if it was true. That's why I just brought it to y'all because people they say it's easy to write papers out here and just put it
Because they are
up.
Okay.
well,
scared.
but I was about to say, but then again, they're not trying to get like legit top tier ass. If you think you finna fake a degree in the IT field, you're crazy.
And even if you want, okay, and that's what I'm saying. Like, they don't want to have conversation because even for the women, because somebody was in my comments saying this shit. Well, the women are going to college. Even okay, so y'all are so fucking educated, but then getting played by Daquan, who didn't even finish 8th grade. You so educated, you got your bachelor's, your doctorate, but you getting fucking used, abused, and played by Daquan, who had to read with his finger on the fucking page and stuttered every fucking word.
Your life and changed your future. You altered your destiny for a nigga who didn't even think you was worth getting on one knee and asking to be with you.
Like you see how silly that sounds when you try to brag about this education that y'all really ain't getting.
I'm gonna tell
It
you the
does.
conversation that people not really ready to have. Education is a spectrum, and if you really take education and knowledge for the entirety that it is, that most educated statement might not be true.
But even it go back to the point Chad made about they don't understand proportions, statistics, percentages, none of that. They just see 80% of black women have enrolled in college. Okay, is this for the year? And we're talking about enrollment. It's not talking about completing a degree. Because when you look at degree completion, the numbers aren't that far from each other as far as percentages of black men and black women, as far as degree completion, not enrollment. The stat they love to throw out there, whatever the fuck, that's enrollment, as in I just go to college, not completion of a degree plan. And again, all women of every demographic go to college more than the men of their demographic. But even black women's, even compared to their take away the men, black women's competition, which is other women, they're not they're really not that far off from the other demographics of women. I think Asian women are like what 56% or some shit like that. Like they're the highest. Then it's white women, then black women, and Hispanic women.
To what you were saying about, the women that be talking about, yeah, I went to college, would go back with the Quan and all them. They put their emotions in the way of the logic and they just throw everything out the window. They like, oh yeah, he got some good D, but he treat me wrong. It's like it's not making no sense,
I'm just
and
saying,
it's a
like
lot of minor.
you can't get on here and throw it in the men's face or whatever for an argument. Like, well, we're the most educated. We're going to college. Y'all are just stupid. Okay, so if we're just so stupid as a collective as black men and we ain't going to college, why the fuck y'all get on here complaining about these baby daddies? Miseducated, Miss Bachelors, Miss PhD, Miss MD, Miss MF, whatever. Why are you complaining about these men who are so stupid?
The loss of common sense.
How are you getting manipulated by these big dummies?
Because of critical thinking, not because you're educated when you have critical thinking. Like if sometimes like if you really truly have conversations with a lot of these women, right? They still think like kids as far as relationship and
Bro,
emotionally.
I get that. I'm like they don't get that. Like so, but when they boast about their education to try to prop themselves up, higher than the men or whatever, but then these very same men are manipulating you and deceiving you because you're so smart and educated. Like you can't be that smart, and maybe they're not as stupid as you think. I'm just saying because I consider myself pretty intelligent, and ain't no Pooh Keisha gonna manipulate me. I'm just saying.
I feel like
But you see, the thing is, right, you're different because one, you're a guy. So you think
Well,
differently than how a
but
woman would think.
it's plenty of men out here getting bamboozled and manipulated and taken advantage
Facts.
of by women.
Facts. That's true
I was
too.
just gonna say
That's
that
true too.
because
So you can't really argue that shit.
when a woman has her, degree, they pick a man that's kind of like way below their standards because they feel like, oh well, I could control him. He's gonna do everything I say. But you shouldn't do that because you, instead of downing a man, you should be trying to lift him up, to get where you at. It's about teamwork in a relationship, and a lot of women don't understand it.
I just you shouldn't have to uplift no more.
Well, not uplift,
No,
but
and
give
no
tips.
and no man need to be sitting here uplifting no like we are all adults. We need to be supporting one another, but I'm not wasting my time trying to uplift no one, bring no woman up with me, and no woman should be bringing up no man to her level. No, you deal with people who are on your level, and then y'all continue and y'all elevate together. I'm not bringing nobody up.
Right. That I should have worded that correct. Support. There you go.
I'm not the days.
All
See,
right.
I'm fair. I'm fair. I don't subscribe to anybody having to bring somebody else up in a relationship. No, you deal with like-minded and like mentality people, and y'all elevate together. Ain't no
But
oh
you see,
they,
Benny, you gotta be careful when you say that because you know what a lot of them gonna take it as? The money part. They're not gonna look at, okay, when you're talking about education, you're talking about how the person communicate. They're just gonna focus on just the money part of it. Oh, I'm not gonna date nobody that ain't got no money. I'm not gonna date nobody that's not there.
but the thing like when it comes to the money shit, unless now it does get to a point financially where I do think unless that person is grounded that can be, but I mean the gap between y'all financially has to be significant. I mean, but if you're a responsible adult, she's a responsible adult. Like you work, you're a productive citizen. You pay your bills on time. You do right by the money you make. I think that's fair. You know what I'm saying? But there does come a point where, like, if I'm making, I mean, if I'm a millionaire, I'm not expecting somebody to get with no fucking person that's working at fucking McDonald's. Like that's wishful thinking. But you know, but that's the thing. like usual, generally speaking, people are gonna match with people that they're, you know, you know what I'm saying, like on their level. Naturally, people gravitate towards their level. So but I mean, if they want to hyperfixate on the dollar amount, that's on you. You know what I'm saying? But if you are an aware person of yourself, like if you're a woman, right? Because I'm sure that if you're a woman that's making all this money, you're like, well, I don't want to talk to them. Okay, well, that if that's all you value, then I mean, that's your choice. But that just shows what you value as a person and in a relationship because people are more than just their pockets. And just like women are more than just their bodies. So, you know, I wouldn't want to be with no woman just hyper fixated on a dollar. You know what I'm saying? Nor would I, if I was a woman, I wouldn't want to be with a man that's hyper fixated on what a woman looks like. Not saying you have to be not, and on both ends as a man, I'm not saying she got to be busted. And as a woman, I'm not saying go date a brokey, but like let's be reasonable. Like most people aren't fucking rich. If you are a woman who broke through and you're making 150, 200, $250,000, like you got to be realistic and understand that most people don't make that kind of money. So when you starting to look for a man, what can make up for? Because if you got money, you got money. It shouldn't be the problem. What makes up for that? Is he a good man? Is he a man of principle, morals, character? Is he responsible? Does he have discipline? Is he respected by other men? You know what I'm saying? So things should make up for the lack of monetary value.
But
Just
that's
like just like as
But
a man, when you're looking at a woman, she might not be the Instagram 10 baddie walking around, but like what does she make up for as what does she offer as a woman outside of her body? Is she mentally there? Is she disciplined? Is she good with finances? Is she a compassionate woman? Is she a woman of good morals and character and principle too? Is she a family woman? Do women respect her and things of that nature? So, like
Benny, they don't even. A lot of people be missing on things. First of all, when it comes to jobs and stuff, a job just care. Do you have a degree? They don't care what the fuck it's in. So your art degree can absolutely have you a corporate job because it's a degree. Because what a degree shows is it shows that you have the capacity to stick with something and finish something and complete it. People have such small minds they don't even understand that certain institutions are there because of what they represent. Like when a man is a homeowner, that says more than he just has a house. That says that man has a job. That says that man has stability. That man is not flighty. He's not up. He's not moving around. He understands roots. He has a job that he values because he knows that he is committed to something. That is, people don't even understand what shit means in the real world. They are so small minded. They think that shit represents things on a surface level, and that is why they will always be where they are.
I think everything is represented by the European standards and systemic white oppression. It's
Right.
systemic racism.
Exactly.
Patriarchy.
Just every
Right here,
every
this fucking whole nigga in charge. Value of college degrees have been inflated. I literally just explain it, and then, okay, they're inflated. You don't have to go, motherfucker. That's the thing. Y'all expect people they really expect people to argue with them about elevation, motherfucker. Nobody give a fuck. You don't have to go. It's like y'all want somebody to constantly argue
yeah.
with you
If
to make you
if
better, nigga. We don't give a fuck. Where you stay, where the fuck you at.
if
Do what the
if
fuck you do.
if college degrees were inflated, they wouldn't be doing what they're doing right now by like basically changing the entire with student the Pell Grant and student loan system.
Exactly. Nobody got to convince them, nigga. You ain't gotta go. Shut the fuck up.
Like
But shit, I'm trying to go. I'm trying to go be on the same shit big on with this cyber stuff. Shit. I see the money that's needs to be made over there. I'm trying to go over there too.
But that's the thing, bro. I have a history. I got two more classes. I'll be graduating. I have a degree in history. I work in tech as a supply person.
Oh.
But I got this. I got to where I am by relationship building and networking. But the HNIC, go ahead, bro.
Hey, peace.
Yeah, first off, 20 years. I did a history degree as well, brother. So, we same in that aspect. But 3 degrees, 20 years in the education field, Mr.
Okay.
Chad.
Okay. So why are you saying that it's
Okay, please
inflated?
be quiet.
You're
Please be
you're you're
quiet,
going
sir.
against the whole
I'm
point of the
letting you.
conversation.
Okay, but first off, what I'm telling you about the idea that the value of education has been inflated, and that's why a bachelor's isn't even the same value as it was in the past. And also, as a people, we need to look at different ideas and different avenues, especially if there's a lot of companies that are getting rid of the idea that of the need of a degree because there's different values. I'm a person that goes to different companies or universities that creates curriculum to where that you don't have to get a degree because there's a lot of people saying that people when they're graduating they don't have skills, whether it be behavior skills or skills in the thing that they actually need. It's called a skills gap. That's why the idea the value of the degrees have been going down the past 15, 20 years because they're saying that the people when they graduate they're not having the skills or the critical thinking that a lot of these businesses are looking for, so they hire someone like me to create basically their own program within, whether it be IBM, whether it be, I don't know, other companies, so that they say, hey, we can circumvent and what I call it LeBronification of the workplace, and that's what's been happening because they're saying, we'd rather go to the high school kids and we'll actually train them up, or young people will train them up within our own programs that we create because colleges are not giving the information that needs to be. Now, be that as it may, when it comes to men need to hold men accountable, we can't hold anybody accountable unless we actually have standards. It's almost like going to, playing basketball or going to a job. If you don't have the standards and expectations, then how can you hold anybody accountable if you're supposed to say, hey, you're supposed to do dishes? Well, no one told me. What's the standard? What does it mean to do dishes and everything? So that's what's happening is that we don't have any standards, especially in the secular world. We don't have any standards or expectations. So you can't hold anybody accountable in the workplace or any other place if there's no standards and expectations. If you look into the religious world, like if you're a Hindu man, yes, we know that you're Hindu, a good Hindu man, based on Arjun or anybody else. You're a good Buddhist man, based on the Bhagavad Gita. I'm sorry, based on Buddhist standards, and if you're almost like the Buddha, so on and so forth. Same with Islam, Christianity, everything else. But if we don't set standards and expectations, and also vision or plans, then we cannot hold anybody accountable. That's in sports. That's in teams. Anything else. Standards and expectations. Then we can go about and talk about if you're accountable to those standards and expectations. Touch that.
Is that what you want to say when you said you're about to embarrass me? Or was that the because you really didn't? Because at the end of the day, again, you're the typical you're putting the cart before the horse. Like, do you honestly think that it is good that it even makes sense to state to a group of people who the kids aren't even finishing high school. They're not even reading. They're not even getting to college to say that the value of the college degrees doesn't matter because of all the things that you just stated, because of the people who graduate. You're basing your entire thesis on the people who graduate college, which we are not even doing. We're not even getting there. Getting through high school is a problem. Reading in third grade is a problem. So again, it is completely you
Want to hear
just
my
way off the
platform?
mark. It's just way off the mark. Like you're literally basing your thesis, your topic, your discussion on something that doesn't even apply to the conversation, let alone the demographic. It's not even appropriate for this subject. So to say the standard statement of the value of college has been overinflated, this isn't the appropriate group of people. This isn't the appropriate topic that you would say that to. This isn't the demographic you say that to, because when people in this
Us?
demographic hear that, they're not hearing that as if you're referring to college graduates. They are going to hear that as people who did not go to school, as a confirmation bias as to why they should not. That is
Okay.
the problem.
Do you want to ask me what I actually promote
I don't need to
within the
ask you what you
professional?
promote. I listened to what you
Because
said.
you bloviate, man. That's what you go on these pages and bloviate and don't come up with
No,
solutions.
no, no. What are you
That's the
talking
issue.
about? What are you
I've
talking?
heard you many times. You
The
bloviate.
solution.
What I'm
Hold on,
saying.
hold on, hold on,
All
hold
we
on.
do is talk about
Hold
solutions.
hold on. HNIC, what? So you say that you go what industry do you promote or talk about that doesn't value a college education anymore? That they value skill. What
If you look at
industry are you speaking of?
if you there's many articles, even what CNBC.
No. What industry do, because you said you go to these places
No,
And
they come to me.
so what industry are you specifically talking about?
Okay. Say for example, there's certain, I can't name a company's car manufacturing company. They actually have people that they need a bachelor's degree. They used to have that, but they actually, if you go on LinkedIn, they create their own universities. Like, I don't know, GM University, to give an example, to where they say, hey, you know what? We will train you on the skills and the knowledge that you
On
need to have.
Northwood.
And they
Northwood.
will,
It's called
and they,
Northwood.
okay, excuse me, and they will go about and train people. They will have set up through LMSs and in-person, online, hybrid courses that the people would actually do and train and go from there.
And
There's
Northwood
many
only
art.
promotes.
There's many. If you
Northwood
look at
only
many
accepts the
articles, that
best
talk
of the
about
best.
a lot of
Northwood only wants the
industries.
best of the
A
best,
lot of
sir.
industries, about a third, have been dropping the need for a bachelor's degree because they're saying that they are tired of a lot of universities. The graduates are not having the skills or the knowledge that they're looking for. It's called skills gap. And once you look at that, they're saying, hey, you know what? We'd rather do it ourselves. So if you go to Google and say, businesses, degree, and requirements, almost a third in the past 10 years have been dropping that. And I go to my laptop right now. I'll let you know which the articles, but I'm telling
But
you
but
that's what's
but it's
happening.
funny that
So
you mentioned
what
Northwood
I've
because
been telling
I'm in
what
the
I've been
auto
telling what I've
industry
been telling our
specifically,
people,
and I
what
know
I've
that
been telling
Northwood is the hardest to get into. It is
what
harder
I've
than
been t-
college.
what I've been telling my people is this. Like, for example, portfolios are actually very key. Like, I know a lot of people that may not, I'm not saying that, hey, don't go to college. I'm saying we just need to be smart in the way that we're going about and planning for
So,
our
so the industry that you're
yeah.
like the industry you're highlighting are like mechanical labor intensive
No,
industries.
sir. No, sir.
Well,
Not just that.
so what would so what's another industry that's doing that?
Okay, so another industry that would be doing that, there would be sales that's been doing that, especially with AI coming in. With AI, they're like, hey, you know what? We don't really
But
need
no,
a lot of white collar.
but those are jobs that have always not necessarily you needed a degree. That those aren't
High up.
what no. Well, now I'm not gonna say high up, but those aren't typically job fields or industries that have degrees as barriers of entry anyway.
What or were you saying low level? When I'm talking about maybe low level sales,
No,
yes. But when you're
no.
looking at, okay, Chad, can you please?
Then he's telling the
What
truth.
what I what I'm telling you, I'm in this. What I've been trying to tell people is that there's other, like, even managerial positions. There's other, like, instructional designers. There's other white collar jobs, and it was already a wave coming in. But even with AI in the last 5 years, it's making it to where, like, hey, if you got a portfolio, got experience, we're cool. You got the skills. You've shown us that you got the skills and knowledge. Come on in. But a lot of companies, they've been openly saying is that, you know what, we're dropping the idea that you need a college
Right,
degree.
but then and that's the issue I ran into is I could get you can only that you can only get so far without that degree. You might get in the door now, with the barrier might be gone, but number two they're gonna pay you less probably, and you're only gonna get so far as moving up the promotional ladder, and that's why my mentality about college changed because I finally saw for myself with my own eyes and I said I'm gonna have to go to school and I don't have to get a degree in my job field because I have the experience, but if I want to push past the financial barrier and the corporate barrier that's there, if I don't have my degree,
hmm
I, I'm
That's
I'm gonna need that.
But that's where micro learning comes in. If you, let's say, go to Google and get one of the micro learning certifications, and that's where I make my bread and butter of creating the micro learning where you get
But
badges and things of that nature.
again, in my industry, in order to get to upper level management positions, the minimum requirement. I have all the certifications, all of the training. The barrier is a college degree, and there's no way around it unless I knew somebody who was higher up in a better position that could hook me up with the good old boys
Little
club.
boys, I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying that the wave, sometimes we may not see the wave of what's going on, but the wave is like, even I'm saying CNBC, it was like May 2024, there's an article on that. SSTI talks about that, but there's within the education field and education tech and the curriculum design, we've been talking about this and we've been seeing this to where that micro learning is what's hot. They're saying, hey, you know what? We'd rather you have the skills and the knowledge whether it be through authentic credentialing programs that's within the industry or even outside of it. But that's what they're looking for now, because they're saying that, you know what, the traditional aspect that is becoming even more obsolete. Once again, it's
But
not to say that we shouldn't go to college, but we should be a lot more effective and deliberate on how we're going about doing it, especially cost effective.
But you're
And that's
acting
what I
as
promote with a
if
lot
the
of people.
very same people who do not go to college cannot also get those same certifications, which they do, which I have, which is the reason why it makes somebody who has the degree and the certification still the preference. You act like people can't just go get that certificate.
Okay.
People with the degree can also do that. It's not one or the other. You comparing people with nothing to somebody with both.
But at the same time, just like with the idea of, hey, if there is a quicker and more efficient route of going about and doing it without getting into debt, I'm saying
But
that
that's the
we
problem.
need to
It's
open
always
up.
about
We have to
quicker and
open up the
efficiency.
ways that we're going about in educating
But
and
that's
also
the
getting people into the
problem.
field.
That only would make sense if if that stopped the other person from getting what you have, and it does not.
Bro,
You can go quick and efficient, but that is the problem with the community. Everybody wants fast money. It doesn't matter what category it is. Everybody thinks they can literally circumvent work and just do things quickly and get the same amount of money when that is not true. The same certificate that you were promoting motherfuckers with the degrees got them. So the same people that you told to forego college and it doesn't matter, and then they got that certificate, it is worthless because the motherfucker with the degree got both.
no, because once again, this is where like the academic world, we're so far up our asses and we're smelling our own farts, and when we think it smells
I
like
work in
candy.
the real world.
You're
I'm a
looking,
district
we look at.
sales manager. I just said
Okay,
this.
but
I
once
am in
again,
sales.
I
The
told
people who
you
work for
I'm
me
in
don't
this.
have degrees.
I'm telling you right now, we're becoming like those dudes at the top level of the Titanic, and we think it's not sinking until the water comes in. I don't want us to have that to happen to our people, and that is what's happening right now.
What is
If you
happening
look into the
is the
you look into
mentality
the white
that you
schools, that's
can
why
have
they're
a
actually changing a lot
shortcut.
of things.
The
And because
mentality of why we're
it's
thinking
not even just a shortcut, brother.
it
Almost
is
like, what do I
it's a
need to do
constant
4 years?
promotion of shortcuts.
Do I need to use 4 years of college if in high school I have the skills, I have the portfolio, and I have the knowledge or even the hookups to
For
go
what
directly into
industry?
brother?
How are you? What skills do you have coming out of high school? Working at Chick-fil-A?
There's even in the tech industry, they're saying, hey, you know what? If there's
Okay,
kids,
and guess what? Guess what happened to those people who ran out and got them easy ass certs during the pandemic and got those quick tech jobs so they could get into entry level positions of tech? They're not making those TikToks anymore.
yeah, but IBM, Google, and others are going about and doing that.
Oh my
I'm
god.
just
Okay, all right.
all right. Okay, y'all think I'm joking, but once again, I'm
Oh
letting
nigga,
you know.
I'm like, bro, you got people that are doing this in the real world. I have not been able to get. I wasn't
Fish in the last cup of water.
certain jobs. I got a top secret clearance. I got all the supply certifications, my certified purchasing. I got credit. I got all type my forklift license. I got box truck license. I have all the fucking certifications. But I was not able to get certain jobs. I am not able to get certain positions. I'm not able to move up the ladder because there is a barrier. So yes, while you're promoting the quick fix so these people can get in the door, they will run into what I ran into, which is the barrier that you will not be able to break through unless you know somebody, which is higher positions, which equate to more money. You have to have the degree. Whether y'all want to admit it, whether y'all like it or not, you're not going to get past this barrier without that degree. Whether you think it's a check in the box, that's a check in the box you fucking need. Period, point blank. That's why my black ass is in school right now.
Information services, software, finance,
All of,
insurance. Those
but
are
that's what I'm
different
saying.
streams that have
You're
been doing
not
it.
going to be financial manager. You're not going to be a financial manager without a business degree.
Once again, as
You're
what I'm
not
saying.
going to be a financial manager.
Okay, so
I said financial man. No motherfuckers are not gonna let you touch their fucking money if you don't have a degree. I'm sorry. As a
um,
person in the supply chain field doing this shit and apply for these positions, you're not getting that fucking job without a degree.
okay. So how about this? I can come back to you next time. I'll send you because I'm friends with you, I will send you stuff and the articles and everything else and what the wave
You
has been
keep
going.
talking about article. I'm talking about real fucking life.
This is real life, brother. Once again, I'm in real life. But what I do,
Find me a financial management position for a company, for a federal government, for whatever, with that doesn't have a degree requirement on there. Send me that, not some article from
all right, bet.
NMBC.
All right, bet. All
Send
right,
me
bet.
a job listing for a
Bet.
financial manager or a buyer that does not require a degree. I'll
Okay,
work.
bet.
I'll
Okay,
work.
Right.
bet. So,
And
but
not
once again, and overall, what I'm saying is that the whole industry, not just for entry level jobs, especially with AI coming in, it's wiping out the need for degrees, and it is slow. It's vastly, quickly picking up, and that's what I'm saying is that hey, we don't want to be on the ass end of the stick of saying that hey, we need to go the traditional route when people have been turning left, but we're still going right, and we have to make sure we be at the head of what's going on with trends.
But you cannot be at the head if you are not stopping the people with the degrees from also getting those very same certifications. They can get those too quicker. Like this person has already completed their 4 year degree. Now they got both.
But hey, you went to college, correct? You have your degree, right? Okay. Would you have what is your position in your role in the company that you work for?
Well, I have a business to where that people, curriculum specialist, and instructional designer. I actually help out, as I said, companies come to me.
You don't work for nobody. You got your own business.
Correct.
Right, but you wouldn't have been able to build your resume to get to this level without your education.
Because that was 20 years ago. Today, if I was in high school and everything else, I could build up a really dope portfolio to where that I could be very dangerous in doing a lot of things. That's what I'm saying. That I, I'll back my
But that's kind of what we're saying. You're not even competing in the current workforce at the level, and you're telling people who are competing in the current workforce that
So
it's
That's for
easy.
my specific position, my business.
prior to you start, when did you start your business?
When I was in Dubai, that was in 2012.
When
Who ain't even been to Dubai and ain't got a passport.
Oh, hold on, whoa! I lived there for 7 years, brother.
I'm talking about, but you're right. You in Dubai. These are people. We're talking about helping people and what people should do who don't even have passport.
I know that. I know
Right.
that's who I work with, brother.
prior to who did you work like what company did you work for out when you got out of college?
No, I work for a school district. I was actually educated. I was in the education field as
Would you have been an educator without that degree?
the educator. Even if that's actually going out the window.
Would they have hired you as an educator
Was
without
it
that?
2000 and what? Early 2000s? No.
They still don't.
They never did.
Hey, but I didn't say every field is like that. I'm saying that there is a lot. I'll rest at that.
Keep
But you know
talking
what?
in
I'll
circles,
send you.
brother. You ain't giving specifics about what you do. I'm an educator. There's no way you in the hell, and I'm a CPA. There's no way in hell that you're going to hire somebody in finance without some degree. And to get the highest certifications, i.e., CPA, you need at least a bachelor's or, frankly, a master's before
I'm
you
not
get
gonna lie. I'm looking
Certified,
on
you
Indeed
certified
right.
purchasing agent.
I'm looking on Indeed right
no,
now.
certified public accountant.
Okay.
I don't see not one
Yeah, it's getting
Certified
rid of that
public
anyway.
accountant. And there's no way on God's green earth that you're handling somebody's money without a bachelor's. That's total
No,
bullshit.
you're not.
I didn't
No.
say every
So I
field.
got
No, nobody.
Well, I'll let y'all.
Nobody.
Hey, I'll let y'all be on the top level of the Titanic. But as I
Nobody.
said, for your main thing, we have to have
Nobody
standards.
from a
We have to have
CPA.
standards and
No way.
expectations before we can talk about accountability. Because if not, we'll just run
All you
circles.
do is talk
so
circles. You
I
you
got
talk about articles and you talk in vague terms. If you got so much experience, give me specific examples of companies you work for and things you did.
I said
Because
Google and
I ain't heard
IBM.
all
They've been
shit.
getting rid of it. Google and IBM. They
I
actually have
ain't
their own
Googling shit.
universe.
If you run the company and you've done it, tell us what
All
you've
right.
done. I don't need to Google shit and read articles if I got the man who supposedly got a company that's done this shit. All you need to do is talk about your experience.
I just
Now
told
let's
you.
get
Like
to it.
I told you. I said that
You
with
ain't talking
Google.
about shit other than
If
you
you
was a
want to be
teacher
quiet,
and
then I
you
can tell you,
continue to
son.
do curriculum
Son, be
development
quiet. I just
okay.
in
told
So
you.
vague terms.
You gotta go.
so I got a
He done came up here before with some shit like this before.
No, you talking to an actual educator and a CPA. I've taught in high college for about 15 years.
But
Ain't
but
no
but
way on God's
But that's what I said from the jump. I said, what industries? Well, all the industries are no. What industries are doing this?
Right.
And then
And he says articles.
he named a labor intensive industry. Of course, a car company could come up, but even the example he gave. So let's just, the car company. I can't remember which car company, but they created their own program. That's still a form of education.
Exactly.
What he was referring to, GM created that is called Northwood. That is for people who are. It is going to fast track you to work in their dealerships. It
Right.
teaches you specifics on car dealerships, and even to get into Northwood, they want the best of the best high school students. You got to have a 4 point something.
But Chad, they've done that in other industries, even in accounting. Accounting was in a 10-year decline in the 90s because everybody went into IT. So they took people and got them on fast track so they could get their doctorates, which is what I did. And then you're able to teach because accounting shot back up after those, WorldCom and all of that stuff, and they passed SOX. And then you had a shoot up and they needed enough teachers. So that tends to happen when you have shortages.
So I
That's
got a question, Chad. I don't mean to cut. I'm about to leave, so I wanted to ask him a question to clarify something that he said earlier. Um, because like I'm trying to understand what you were saying. So you were saying the reason why we can't speak as far as not saying okay, colleges or education is not needed on a certain level is because the people who are listening to us right now or the kids that are out there, they're going to use it as a crutch not to go to college or not to go to school.
I said he is basing his statement of college degrees are inflated on the fact that people who graduate college are saying da 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 da, da and the experiences that the people who graduate college are having. But when somebody who has not even attended college, who already has the confirmation bias in their mind that when they hear that, that is going to be their motivation not to go. That's going to be more confirmation for them not to go. So it's not only inaccurate in the real world, it is spreading toxic rhetoric that it already exists. When you are the one that has a degree, three of them, you are telling people that college is overinflated when you would not be who you are currently, the head nerd in charge. You wouldn't have without the degree. Every single job that you have is because of the job that you had prior, and those jobs that you had prior are all because of your degree. So quit with the cap. Don't
I
act like
was
the life
going,
you live is not due to the degrees that you have.
I was going to be petty and ask at which degree did he realize that college wasn't important to him, and why it took three of them for him to realize that. But I didn't want to do it.
Honestly, I don't even know if that nigga even really got all this shit. I don't fucking know. Because
I'm
It
about
makes no
to.
sense. Why would anybody ever say to any group of anybody that becoming educated is the waste of your time? That's the stupidest shit in the fucking world. I don't care how you become educated, motherfucker. You learn something. That's the like.
I
I
don't
can't with
know.
these niggas. I can't.
His timetables wasn't adding up because you got 3 degrees, but then you was in Dubai in 2012, but you got a business, but then you was an educator.
He was an educator. That what got me was the educator part. I was like, hold on, now, D. Hold on, bro.
Them timetables wasn't adding
Two
up.
times definitely wasn't adding up to me.
And then I'm like, bro, there's no like how you gonna tell I'm in the supply chain industry, and you gonna tell me you don't need a degree to be a financial manager?
absolutely.
Stupid.
Bro, I'm on Indeed right now. I still have yet to find
You're
a
not.
financial.
You could close the computer, bro. You're not.
I
You're not.
found a single one
You're not.
that don't require at bare minimum. Half of these bitches do say masters now. Half of these
Yes.
motherfuckers do want to have masters.
To be a financial manager, they're really looking for a master's degree
Right.
to be a financial manager. But some company, if you looking for like entry level finance, like so a lot of people start at buyer and then they move into financial manager. But if you just like, man, bro, I'm in the fucking industry. You gonna tell well the articles, nigga. Fuck your articles. I'm doing this. I done applied for these jobs because I'm like, well, I got government experience. I got a clearance. There, man, bro,
That clearance be having you feel like having feeling like you Superman, bro. Hey,
Right, but Benny, you even said like name the industries, and he said sales. Sales, you never needed a degree
right.
anyway. But at the end of the day, what that does is it puts you into a box. You may make a lot of money. Like there are men who are in sales They might make six figures, but they are then stuck. They become slaves to that position because they know that they can never make that money anywhere else,
That's like
ever.
saying, oh well, the real estate industry is moving towards that. Nigga, you ain't never needed a degree to be a real estate agent. Like,
The sales is a function, not an industry. You do sales in all kinds of industries, so even that answer wasn't an industry.
I don't know what the fuck he was talking about. That nigga, whatever. Meta T, you there? No.
Hey, Benny, I'm about to drop. I
Oh
appreciate
yes,
y'all
sir.
letting me.
Nah, probably shit. I ain't gonna be on here
Going to
much
drop
longer
too. Just
myself. I
open
gotta go
get on. I
cruise.
gotta go
Be
get
easy, bro.
get these wings on the grill. So catch y'all later. Well, I'm gonna still be listening.
All right,
I'm
now.
too. I just got triggered when he talked about the finance, like being a CPA. I'm like, dude, no way. So thanks for letting me up, bro. I'm good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And what some people do when they say finance, like they look at, like he brought up car dealerships, and I know that's probably why he said that. A finance manager at a car dealership may not have a degree, but they're not a true finance manager. They're a
Right.
salesperson. They're a salesperson. Their job is to sell you auxiliary products. They put your credit information into a system and just pops numbers in. They're not crunching your bank information. I did that job before. So like but that's one of the people who get, that's why most car sales guys, and it don't matter their position, they're there for forever because they don't have any other skills other than sales, like other than talking slick. Without that degree, you can't move nowhere else, and that's the problem.
Yeah. Yeah. And as I said, if that's what I mean, but that nigga, he was treading along the lines of that fucking, I don't know, that fucking pseudo intellectual bullshit. I don't know, but look, man, y'all want to go to school? Don't go to school. Period. Point blank. If y'all
Y'all
want,
not
if
gonna
y'all
hurt
think
nobody's
it's a
feelings.
scam, don't go.
Right. Is y'all actually gonna make it easier? You know what? Maybe then the value of degrees will go up because all the dumb motherfuckers won't be there because they didn't copy it off a Quizlet and copy somebody else's test and went online and found the answers. Maybe the value of degrees will go up because the people who were actually there actually read the material and actually speak on shit. People think that the value that college degrees don't mean shit because a bunch of dummies are holding them because all they did was go there and copy off somebody's paperwork. They didn't actually learn the material. But when you go there and you learn the material, it matters.
Come on, Austin. Come on to the panel. You gonna come or you just gonna type in the comment? I sent you an invite, Austin. Since you think school is a scam, you come up too and make your argument. Even though I see you
Oh,
got young streamer in your bio.
so y'all don't think that school, like people go into debt off of going to college all the time?
Okay, your point.
My point is that you go to school and you're not even guaranteed a job straight out of college. There's so many people with
Okay, you
degrees
ain't
that,
and you ain't guaranteed to pop off as no streamer, but you do that.
I mean, yeah, but I'm not gonna go into debt being a streamer though.
Your
Worst comes
business
to
still
worst, I
going.
just don't make no money, but I'm still doing what I love to do.
So you rather be broke. So you rather have the guarantee of, first of all, let's start with nothing is a guarantee. This whole expectation that you're going to college to get a degree that's supposed to guarantee you, nothing is a guarantee. The God that you worship ain't even no guarantee. That's why you have hope, faith, and all that you believe, you hope. You don't know what the fuck happens when you die, but that don't mean that you're gonna stop praying to God and going to church and shit.
First of all,
So that
how old are you?
I'm 26.
you
And
too
you,
old for this.
and you live by yourself,
No, I live with my wife and my child.
so you got a
You too old to
family,
think like this.
Yeah,
and you pay your how you pay your bills.
me and my wife go 50-50.
I feel like this is a troll conversation.
No, I'm
You're a
just saying
streamer and you
that
got a kid.
people that go to
What do you
college,
do for a living?
I work security.
Hmm.
Went to college who are at 20. No, I'm not even gonna say that. But what I'm gonna say is,
What What do your wife do for a living?
She works in a retirement home. She's trying to be a registered nurse.
So your wife is going to school to better y'all predicament because you ain't doing shit. You want to be a streamer while your wife go out there and get an education and go into debt to become a nurse to better y'all situation, and you want to be a streamer at 26-year-old with a child.
I mean,
Yeah,
there's plenty of men out there
Austin,
that do that.
Hold on. No. So you 26 years old with a child and a wife. Your wife is going to school and putting herself into debt because you can't afford to put her through school. But she's trying to go out there and better her situation for the family while you want to sit on YouTube and become a streamer and think college is a scam.
There's a lot of men that go out there that do streaming that pays for everything, so they wife don't
And,
even gotta
there's a
go
lot
through
of
all
men
that.
who go to college and come out on the other end and they're making plenty of money and their wives don't have to work or go put themselves into debt to support their family because they got a sorry ass nigga sitting on the bed thinking he's gonna be Casanet.
Yeah, but at the same time, there's a lot of men out there that do go into debt, and then that becomes stressful, and then it
Okay, and there's a
spirals
lot of
down.
and so you're one of those men. You ain't got no debt, but you work security with a wife and a child. You don't have no debt because your wife is out there scraping and scrounging and going out there to make a life for her family because her nigga can't.
And college debt ain't no debt. That's what I'm saying. Like the motherfuckers who got college debt, put that shit in quotations because at the end of the day, every semester they was getting a fat ass refund check. They was
You
getting a
know
six,
what?
$7,000 refund check.
My best friend makes enough money to where he paid off $290,000 student debt in 2 years with his wife because his wife, and now his wife she don't work. Meanwhile, your wife got to go out there and get that college debt. Sound like you married a moocher. That's what it sounds like to me. No, don't drop him. Don't drop him. Where you go? I guess he's gone. My
Exactly.
phone.
Sat there on the couch watching her. You sat there and you watch, and it ain't even like you got a job that's like no man. You got security, bro. You just sit around. Everybody know what security jobs do. Everybody know what that is. You not out here breaking your back and being no man. Like, come on now.
That's crazy. 26 years old with a family, and you got your wife, and you talking about college is a scam. Boy,
Pipe dreams. You still 26 with a kid and you believe in a pipe dream. I knew that nigga was 17. I knew he was. 26. That's the problem. These niggas really think that you could become a Kai Cenat, which is literally catching lightning in a bottle, nigga. Kai Cenat, becoming a Kai Cenat it's over 300 million people in this fucking country. Kai Cenat is one of 330 million people.
that's crazy. That is wild. You know what? But see, those be the men that this topic is about. But I wouldn't even acknowledge a sorry ass nigga like that.
It's because, and particularly for black men, and I'm not generalizing. I swear to God, if it don't apply, let it fly. But it's a problem with our young black men staying regular and not excelling to the maximum capabilities. It's too many of them okay with being average income, below income, just stagnant. Meanwhile, they got a family to feed, they got a wife, they got people depending on them, and they hustling more than him.
Average, he would want to go get an average job making $20, $30 an hour, you know what I'm saying, and just be average, live an average life. He don't want to be average. He got these same dope boy fantasies of I want to be
No,
outlandish.
he got streamer dreams. He think that he play
Yeah,
around in his
streamer dreams,
laptop
dope
in a
boys
couple
is all
hours.
the
He
same.
gonna have constant streams
Right.
and
The streamer
views.
boys, streamer dreams is the new dope boy.
Right.
It's the same
Or the
thing.
new athlete. It's the
And
new
see,
The
this
new
is what
athlete.
these
athlete, it's all
brothers
the
don't
same thing.
understand. They think Casanet blew up overnight. He's been streaming since he was in middle school. It's these grown men being inspired off of his success, thinking he did this in a matter of like 2 months. He been streaming since he was a little boy. It's these grown men quitting their jobs, quitting they day jobs to do
It's
this
these
stuff.
grown men. It's these grown men that don't have the wherewithal to understand that Kai Cenat's audience are a bunch of little kids, the grown men who actually think that they can reach Kai Cenat. So they're trying to. What you gonna do? You want a bunch of little boys looking at you? Yo, grown ass. You wanna have a fucking. You wanna have a fucking audience of 13-year-old boys looking at you? Like, nigga, fuck out of here.
Literally. People are quitting their jobs, their day jobs, their reliable income to dance around a laptop and hopefully that they get some constant hype.
To a bunch of preteens.
Mind you,
You
entertaining,
stupid
not
shit.
teaching them anything useful, not
Right.
teaching them some skills, not
Right.
teaching them how to oil change, nothing, just dancing around a laptop.
Right.
Hold on,
Like
y'all.
you.
I'm ah.
It's I'll even argue it's harder than YouTubing. I'll even argue that.
That's the motherfucker who. First of all, if I would know he was a white boy, I wouldn't even brought him up. That's him right there, y'all. That's him right. That makes sense.
That would make sense. How the
That,
fuck you, well, white man? You fumbled white privilege, Lord. Ain't no way I'd be a white man. If I was white, I'd
In
be
my
white.
book, that's a shame.
I
That's
would
a
be
damn shame.
white, man. I would be white. I would be so white. I would be so rich.
Damn,
You
what?
fumble white privilege, white male
Man,
privilege,
what?
and you broke, and you living off of a woman? Is you fucking crazy?
you
Man,
know what?
if reincarnation was real
But
and I came out with white skin, man.
that's how, as much as black women get on here and think that they're the epitome of male masculine. That's how a lot of white men are. That's how a lot of them are. They sit there and they ride behind their wives, and their wives be out there slaving away, doing the law. And I bet his wife go to school, she go to work, she come
Yeah,
home,
that's that white trash
she
mentality.
deal
That's
with
that
the
white trash
she deal with the kids,
concept.
she clean the house, and he sit on his ass at his security job. That's how the
And
white
made
folks
in all
do.
day.
That's how the white folk do. That's how they be doing. That's why they can't wait to get up and complain about their husband. They do that shit. That shit makes sense now.
They be muling. Yep.
You a 20
For nothing.
a young he 26 years old talking about a young streamer trying to make it. Boy, you are a loser.
Young streamer, you was a man. Young streamer, you
Grown ass
26.
with a child.
With a family. Good God.
With a
So
child.
she
With
gonna
a
leave him, and then he gonna be
child.
online talking about some. When these women go to school and get money, all they do is want to divorce you, take half your stuff. Watch.
Oh, Lord.
How do you bro? Give me your skin. I trust me.
No, literally, give me.
I would have put it, but I would be so up right now.
Oh, I would have been somewhere fucked up with Leonardo DiCaprio.
Ain't even no excuse. How you white and the motherfucker? Nothing has oppressed you ever since 1776. You literally have had no systematic barrier ever written against you.
Right, no obstacles.
Not one.
I can't believe it.
How was your daddy broke? How was your granddaddy broke? You losers.
That's a generational fumble. That's what it is.
And you, but bro,
Obviously, passing on his legacy. Shit.
I'm thinking, bro, he a white man, bro. This is horrible. That is, look at this. And he got you a white man, and
Talking about calves are cooked.
and he got up here and said college is a scam, and you a white man in America, boy.
Man.
No, but
If I did all this with my black, dark skin, black ass, oh, don't let me be white. It would be over.
oh man, that is crazy, bro.
Imagine being born at the finish line just for you to run back where you was.
Man, I can't believe this. I'm thinking
Was just lost brothers.
He ain't even a sorry. He a sorry ass white man. That is boy. You a boy. Dick. Oh my god.
That's what's getting me, young streamer. What the hell young about you?
He ain't, bruh. Man, that's crazy. But I know his type. These be the incel white boys, man. I'll tell you. And they be married. And they wives go out there. Bro, I see it all the time, bro. I see it all the time, man.
Can I just say this though? How much y'all want to bet his wife got a low self-esteem? How much y'all want to bet?
Yeah, of course.
How much y'all want to
His
bet?
wife look. How much you want to bet his wife better than the fuck he deserved? How much you want to bet his wife look way better than he should have ever been able to bag? I guarantee.
Got a low self-esteem, sadly.
She probably looked just like him, honestly. She either looked better than
I
him.
hope so. Shit.
I guarantee that. Like it's
Shit, she better not. Shit.
it's so crazy. Like that.
And y'all and they think black men are the only ones who do this shit. Okay. That's crazy. That nigga said.
If there's one person who can't tell me nothing, I mean nothing, in first place is a poor white man. Shut the fuck up.
Oh,
ain't no way.
Yeah.
You can't be
Shut
poor
that
and
shit-
white.
shut
Y'all
that
need
shit
match.
up.
They don't even match.
Oh my god. Anyways, man, let's move along. I got about 30 more minutes on here, and I'm going to find something to eat, man.
I think I can say why he was with her or why she's with him. She got with him when she was extremely young. Society, we all know society tells women, we're bred to like want men. You know how like when men graduate high school and y'all are bred to, from what I've heard, to go after money. We're bred to go get a man. And so this girl that had Cinderella dreams, he pretended to be a prince. She got pregnant and she ain't have no choice but to do what society told her what to do, which is to marry this piece of shit. And now she's stuck with him.
No,
That's what happened.
she do what white women do, and they just get
Black
married.
women do it too.
Black
Mexican
women,
women do it because that's what society has taught us to do.
we don't get married.
I mean, we want to though.
No,
Black
we
girls
don't.
want to get
No, we
married.
don't. We don't.
Black girls don't want to get married.
No.
I disagree with that. I'm sorry. You
Yeah,
think?
Hello?
too, fam. I really do think black people
Hello?
want to get married. The problem is they don't want to be wives.
No, we
We
don't.
weren't trained on how to be a wife.
No,
We
we
weren't
don't.
trained to be wives.
Hello?
Damn, nigga, hello?
We
Yeah,
know.
hey, so I'm on break. I just see the topic and like, hold on, what is the topic about? I'm hearing you guys talking about black women don't be married, but I'm hearing like men
Go on
don't.
your break, man. Go enjoy your break.
All right, he just trying to figure out what we asking about.
Go enjoy your break. Go eat, bro.
That brother confused.
Go eat. I don't
I'm a
need. I
black
don't
woman
need.
and I was raised to like not have sex before marriage. I think that so obviously the goal is for you to try to train you or to threaten you or to scare you to get married.
We don't. Our community, we don't. The men don't value marriage. The women don't value. If the women you probably are talking about, they don't want marriage. They just want the spectacle that is a wedding.
Well, think about black families and how we just haven't been raised to really see really
Yeah, like I
healthy
ain't gonna lie,
marriages though. We
And we
just
were
see
black
Disney
people.
dreams.
no, because we wasn't raised to be out. You wasn't raised to be out here shaking ass and pretend and did nobody teach you how to get up there and suck no dick. But
Well,
y'all
of
figure
course,
that
ain't
out.
nobody teach you how to suck dick because then you won't be seen as a hoe.
But y'all figure out how to do that.
Well, are niggas gonna be with girls if they don't? They just gonna talk about you like you a piece of shit. Oh, but what the fuck? You can't suck no dick. Who the hell taught you? They gonna just talk about you and demean you, and then you
See,
gonna
that
learn how to
goes to
suck
where I
dick.
was,
And
and
there,
that's
and there are
that goes
women.
to
Okay.
where
And there are
us as
women.
black people.
I can only hear one of y'all at a time. Sorry.
There's a demographic of women who gonna look at you funny and down talk you because you ain't married and you a baby mama.
Yes, but that's a demographic. I mean, black women aren't a monolith.
Okay. Well,
But
again, the stats show that we don't want marriage, the men or the women.
I
So
think now, once we have, started to enter into our 30s and 40s and we have social media and things like that, but I think for millennial women, I can only speak because I'm a millennial, I think we want marriage. Now, Gen Alpha, all
there
them
is.
Gen Zs and GYs, I don't know. But millennial women, I think we were raised to aspire to marriage. Now, when we saw how it didn't benefit us, then we started to not want marriage. But I think if you would have asked this question maybe 10 years ago, then the aspiration probably would have been to get married.
So you say that y'all saw that it didn't benefit y'all. How not?
I mean, millennial women, if you brought up statistics, right? So millennial women statistically make more than millennial black women make more
No,
than black men, right?
no, y'all don't.
Okay, I don't have a statistic to back you up, so I'll let you have that.
You
But I
just
think
said
once huh?
you just said the statistics show that they don't.
They
That
don't.
black women don't
They
make more
don't.
than black men?
No
No,
group
they
of
don't.
women makes more than their group
The
of men. So that's
aggregate,
what I'm
they
saying.
don't.
It's not a jab at women. No group of women makes more than their men. All men make more than their women. That is
Okay.
the talking point that is often misconstrued is the gap between black men and black women is smaller than other races. But at the end of the
yeah,
day, all men make more than their women.
Okay. I
no,
stand
honestly
corrected. I don't have
speaking.
a problem with being corrected. But I think what I'm trying to say is that millennial women may not want to get married now because there's not as much of an advantage because we don't need men in the same way like our mothers and our grandmothers needed them.
To an I mean, kind of, but
I'll say to an
I
extent.
mean, also just look at I'm not trying to start a gender war or anything like that. But I do think that black women have been abused, and I'm not saying that black women haven't abused men back, but it has been more. Can we say that there's probably been more abuse on from a man to a woman? So whether it's verbal or physical or financial, there's just not that benefit there.
the only abuse that we can put on paper would be physical, and
And that's the reported abuse,
what
right? Because a lot of people don't. A lot of them
right,
don't
in which
report.
the most underreported demographic would be men reporting women.
So, do you think that there is more abuse going from?
I
Okay,
don't.
can I just say this just to like, because I feel like we just going along with this.
Hold on. I
We're
can't.
not. It's a discussion. You gotta be patient to have a discussion.
I can't say there's more, but because as far as like emotional and abuse, you can't quantify that.
Okay.
But DV rates between like male and male, and Chad, you can speak to the male relationships have pretty low DV rates, whereas women and women relationships have the highest domestic violence rate. So is the problem men?
So the common
I'm not
denominator.
saying that the problem is men. That's not solely why women are not
Well,
getting married.
but
I'm
I'm
saying
saying
these are some
so.
of the reasons why women are not choosing to get married anymore. I don't
No, but
have
I'm
all the
saying like,
answers.
but as
Okay.
far as your DV argument,
Mm-hmm.
male and male relationship have some of the lowest DV rates, whereas women and women relationships have some of the highest actually.
I mean, that's not surprising to me that two women
Right.
would get to fighting. What
There's
I'm
really
saying is
no.
answering your question about why women no longer want to in heterosexual relationships, because that was where the question was centered, I think. So you're asking me why women are no longer choosing to get married. And I'm saying that this is one of the reasons. I don't have the answers to all of the reasons. But I guess because ultimately we were talking about, you were saying that women don't want to get married, and I
No,
disagree with
I
that.
said our community doesn't believe in marriage. I did not single out black women.
Oh, I was trying to say, okay, well, maybe that was a miscommunication because I was trying to say that
No, I did.
we do want to
You
get
verbally
married.
say that, but then you was like, "Well, we do want marriage as the women," and I said, "No, y'all don't."
Yeah, I'm a woman, so the women I hang around with, and the interactions that I see online is
So,
that women are wanting to be married, but they just choose not to because it's just there are
if
other
you want,
complications that go with it.
then if you can't want to and then choose not to, then you don't want to.
And Candy, if what Benny is saying is, it would manifest differently because if women truly wanted to be married, but the men were unwilling to marry them in ABC, XYZ, then that woman still has the choice not to have a child.
How many women you hear all the time get on
You
here
wouldn't
when
have a kid.
men use that as a jab at them? Well, you're not married. I turned down 5 engagements.
Who is saying that?
Your sister gals.
I mean, not in the conversations that I'm having.
Right,
I
but
mean, the pool is just
Candy, but
not
if
Fellow,
y'all
there.
fellow black
Honestly, people are
women
struggling
are
with the
but if
bragging
pool.
y'all
about
varied
how
it,
they don't
but if
value
y'all
marriage.
valued it, then y'all wouldn't. I understand if the men ain't shit, but at the end of the day, y'all wouldn't have kids there. Because if you value marriage and you say, I value marriage, I'm not gonna bring my children into an unmarried
Exactly.
situation, then regardless of the men that you interact with, no matter how sorry they may be, you're never going to have a child and bring that child into an unmarried situation because you value the institution of marriage. The fact that we have so many children that are brought into unwed situations, that proves that the
In any other place in
value of
America.
marriage is just not there. It's just not. That's just the fact. The valuing the institution of marriage is not there because if it were, the children wouldn't be brought into an unwed situation.
I mean, the easiest way to look at this, if you look at the numbers in the 40s, 50s, and even 60s of marital weight amongst black people, like it was so much higher versus now. That's the easiest comparison. Like there was a systemic change between that era and now for our marital rate. Something happened. There was a
We saw
shift.
crack.
Yeah,
You
that's
chose to sell crack.
yeah,
No, it is. It's literally, that's
yeah,
literally it. The choice to sell crack
yeah.
to your own people created the largest demographic of unwed mothers, which created the largest demographic of children going into the foster care system, which also created the largest amount of broken homes, which is the reason why for the destruction of the black community.
And
Like
thus that
that's
created
the
that
reason.
snowball of creating families out of wedlock.
Exactly. Like this shit is like families out of wedlock is relatively new information. This shit only started amongst the black community within the 1980s. This has never been the case. Black people have always been married since the beginning of time. In the 1980s is when black people weren't married, and it was because men chose to go to white people to go buy cocaine, bring it back, cook it in their own kitchens, and sell it to their own people. They destroyed their own people. That's why.
Yep.
That's why.
It's harsh, but it's the truth.
We all know it's the truth.
Yeah.
That's just the fact. Like the women in the history of the world, I mean, history of this country, had never used any drugs to compare with men ever. It was always like 80% men, 15% women, ever. But with this drug, this is the only drug ever in the history of our country where there was a 50% rate of men and 50% rate of women that did it. A lot of the women who were on it got on it because men introduced them to it because it made you freaky. Turned them out, got you. You know what I'm saying? That's the way you get them. And because of that, these women were completely, you know what I'm saying? They were going to jail, having babies in jail. This was not normal. This was not something that had ever been the case. Black women had never been charged with felonies for distributing cocaine to a fetus via the umbilical cord. They had to create that law during that time. All of this happened during the crack epidemic, and that's the whole reason why nobody is married. It's no secret. It's right there.
And now that we know, and see, and this is why I say, now we know this information to be true, right? We know that's the cause, the root cause, right? We know that. But when people talk about it, when we as a community usually talk about it, it's to use it as a crutch as to why we can't fix it now. Versus, hey, we know this is the root cause. We know this is the issue. Now let's actually move forward to correct it and get back to doing what we know we used to do prior to the problem.
Exactly, Benny. They try and argue that it is a part of our culture.
Right.
It's just black culture. No, it is not, stupid motherfucker.
So I
Like,
think
it's never been.
I
Single
think
parenthood has never been a part of black culture.
And that's
honestly,
why,
as a community, I feel like we've taken the victim mentality as a mantle, and
Neo,
we
are
say,
you black?
yes, I am.
You sure?
Yes.
All right. Just making sure.
We gotta, yeah.
No, I'm black.
In a serious note, I don't think it's just the fact that black people don't want to get married.
Choices.
Because leading on to what that young lady was talking about, I hear, black women, or at least I used to, yap about, wanting a husband, things of that nature. I think the problem is this. Black people don't know how to choose their partners. I don't know. I don't know if they just don't do
You
this
know how
no
to
more,
choose
but
partners.
we're
When
not
you
having
choose to have a baby,
conversations.
we know how to
That's
do
not
that's
it.
your
true. I
partner.
don't
When you
agree.
choose
People
to have
are
a baby
saying
with
Hold on,
somebody,
hold on.
that's the
that's your
issue.
partner.
Stop
Hold
that,
on.
Owen.
Wait. I don't think we're having conversations with our youth on that their partner is a reflection of them and that they have to choose that partner wisely. I don't think we're having these, significant conversations with them because, like I said, everyone wants a marriage, but not everyone knows how to maneuver a marriage. Not everyone knows how to work on their marriage.
Well, that's not stopping y'all from having babies with each other. That's
That's
what I'm
not
Exactly.
saying.
true.
A
Yeah,
baby
yeah.
is
That's an
a bigger
excuse.
commitment than marriage. A baby is a lifetime, unbreakable bond. And when that baby is fucking 40 years old and they have their grandkids, guess who the great grandparents? When that baby is 30 years old and they get married, guess who's gonna be at the wedding? You and that bitch. So it's just like, what do y'all be thinking when y'all be talking about some people don't know how to choose their thing, but y'all constantly making baby? That is your person. That's the person you chose to tie yourself. Let me finish. That's the person you chose to tie yourself to for the rest of your fucking life. But you mean to tell me marriage, which is a temporary union, something that can be undone in 3 fucking weeks, 3 years, 3 months, but that's some big, huge mind thought process.
That
But you can literally tie yourself for life to a bitch with no thought. That's your problem.
No. Gang, that's what I'm talking about. That's the issue. That is the issue. But what you're talking about is what I agree with. That's the issue.
That
That is
has
the
nothing to
issue.
do, but that's what I'm
No,
saying.
no, no.
Y'all
I
are
don't think.
making that
Wait.
decision, though. You're
I
making
don't
that
think you
decision.
understand what I'm trying to
Hold
say.
on, Mil.
I don't think you understand what I'm
How old
trying
are
to say.
you, Milf Hunter?
I'm 22,
Yeah, you're young.
but I'm saying that as like moving on to what you just said.
You got
Moving on
kids?
to what you just said.
You got
That
kids?
is true too.
You got kids?
It is. I gotta be him.
You got what?
I gotta be him. But I was really young when that happened. I was really young when that happened.
So
Wait, hold on. Wait.
no, because this is important. Because now that's why you fighting so hard against it.
No, I'm for marriage, bro. I'm for marriage.
Right, but it's not. But the fact that you like, oh well, we don't get taught, and we no.
No,
Ain't
I'm not
nobody.
saying that like that's an excuse on why we we should move on past that because we ain't been
But
taught
you
that.
said that's
I'm
the
just saying
issue.
that we should implement that more. We should implement values into our youth more into picking a future partner.
What we
Go marry your
do.
baby mama. You stuck with her for life. You stuck with her for the rest of your life. Go marry that woman that you chose to
Um,
tie yourself to for the rest of your life. You're gonna
well,
be tied to her.
she's dead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You want your wife, but sorry about that.
I know. I was 13. I know. I'm 22 now. I moved on. I don't know. I already had this. What y'all about to tell me? I don't have this conversation my whole life. I already moved on from that. What I'm saying is, and I'm speaking from experience, so I know, kids don't get taught the significant information. They don't know that there's value in marriage. They don't know that there's value who they're giving their bodies to, and they learn this information too late.
I don't agree with that.
Just out of
I
curiosity,
disagree.
how old was your parent when he or she had you?
I'm, mom. I don't know. I think mama was like 30. I don't know, but
No, your mom was 30 when she had you.
30 something.
Right, and then that sounds like a strong. It sounds like your mama taught you some stuff. She was 30 years old when she had you. Sounds like she was there. You know what I'm saying? That sounds like a grown woman.
I don't want to get into my personal life, but I'm just trying to make my point that again, like, because again, I don't know why y'all think I'm against marriage. I'm
Right, I'm
for it.
not saying that it's your
I'm just
personal life,
explaining.
but what I'm
I'm
saying
just
is you're
trying to
saying that kids
explain
aren't
why
taught these
things look the
things,
way
but
they
you were
they are.
born when your
They
mother
do now.
was 30. You're saying that kids are not taught these things, but you were born to a grown woman. That according to your testimony, that kids aren't taught these things. It sounds like you were taught these things
But
statistically. Like it
I
makes more
wasn't.
sense that you would
But I
be.
wasn't.
You was a grown. Your mom was grown.
So
But that
nobody.
doesn't mean I feel like now people are pushing the narrative. A lot of women, especially single women, I'm actually married, but they push the narrative of being single, struggling, being by yourself. Like a lot of single mothers push the narrative onto their children, especially little girls. Is why I wanted to say something about what Candy said is to push that narrative of being a strong black woman or I don't need a man mentality, which that's where I feel like the disconnect with the children is.
But the thing is, MILF, right? Your mother didn't teach you anything growing up. Like, was she married?
My parents are still married. They've been
No.
married
I'm
for
talking
40.
about the buddy that was
Oh,
talking.
okay.
Yeah, she was married to my dad.
Okay, so you knew that.
But they had a divorce.
Yeah, but you knew that. That was an example. An example most young boys don't get.
Mm-hmm.
Things right. She was 30 when she had you. She was married to your father. But you're arguing on behalf of men, boys, whoever, who didn't even get that example. But you had that example, and what did you do with it? You're saying that people should have the very example that you had, but you didn't even take it. You didn't even value it.
All right, look. Regardless of my situation, because this is the point I'm trying to make. This is the point I'm trying to make.
Uh-huh.
These kids don't know what they're getting into.
But they do.
Some don't, and some don't learn until it's too late. This is why it's so crucial. Because look, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm not saying my parents didn't teach me nothing, but I'll go as far as saying they didn't teach me enough. I'll just be fair. I'll be fair. Yes, they taught me don't bring home no babies. Da da da.
So you knew
Use
better.
use a condom. Da da da.
You knew better.
I procreated. Whatever that happened.
You knew better. And most kids get their same talk. They know better. You might know that.
Okay, but look.
You might not know the intricacies. Like it's just like parent. You might not know the intricacies of an actual marriage, but you knew like I shouldn't just be out here having kids with any old woman. I should get married to her. You just
That's what I'm
didn't.
trying to
It's
say.
not that
That's what
y'all.
I'm
It's
trying to
not
say
that y'all
that
don't. It's
the
not that
youth
y'all
needs
don't
to
get
be
taught.
more mindful of. They need to be mindful of who they're building their futures with,
Right, but it's not that y'all
the
don't get
value of
told.
marriage, and
Well, it's not.
stuff like
Number
that.
one is it's not that the information isn't out there, and it's not that y'all aren't getting told. Y'all just don't fucking listen.
Like the thing that you should speak to is why the fuck didn't you listen? Instead of saying that other people need to do what your parents did and gave you when you are the proof that that doesn't work. Why don't y'all listen? Is what you can attest to.
That's a good point.
Because
Okay. Like, I would have been agree with y'all if I was like, 18, 17, 16 when it happened. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I feel like me, in my opinion, I was very young when all that had happened to me.
like it
So
sounds like you still like even your TikTok name like that's childish.
You're not taking accountability for how you got to where you are.
Who
I
taking
think
Right.
care?
Why didn't
and
you
the fact
listen?
that
I
I
asked you a
believe in
question.
marriage, I feel like I do take
that's
But
not
why
taking
didn't you listen?
accountability. Saying that
Yes,
you
it
Why
believe in
didn't
is.
you
something is
Yes,
not
it
listen?
taking
is.
accountability.
Ma'am, listen. This conversation that we're having right now, I've been having this conversation for a very long time. Okay, I know.
But it doesn't mean that you're right just
Nah, he
because you've
got
been
it. He
having the
got
conversation for a long time.
He's just talking in a circle at this point. Then
Exactly, because why the fuck didn't you listen? This is what kills me. This is the point. It don't matter. You could give a nigga, put him in a good school, give him a good mama who gave him a husband, who married his daddy, put him in a house, did all the right shit. But you were literally coming up as if you had none of that. As if we had not asked those questions, he literally is promoting as if his mama was some young hoe. That's why I was like, well, how old was your mama? Because something ain't sounded right. Soon as he said 30, I knew the nigga was on that bullshit. Like, nigga, you act like your mom was some young dumb hoe. Your mom was 30 fucking years old when she had you. She waited to have you by the man she married, and you still fucked up. So quit telling us that niggas need to have what you have because you are the living proof that they ain't gonna listen any fucking way.
go ahead, Nikita, man. Go ahead, mama.
So I wanted to address Candy when she was saying that she doesn't need a man, and that bothers me. Like I said before,
I
I feel
don't
like
think I said I didn't need a man.
you actually did, love. I'm
I said
sorry.
that I don't need a man.
You said that we don't need a man, like women don't need we don't need a man.
I believe that was to a certain subject area. If I did say that, that's not what I would never say that women don't. I mean, you don't technically, if you look at
When
it
you said,
technically.
I think it was
For
around
experience,
when
I
we was
don't
talking
need a
about.
man, no, but the desire is there. I think that we didn't need marriage, but not that I don't believe in that whole. I'm not a man basher, so I just want to put that out there. Like, I'm not here to sit here and say women don't need men and we all strong, independent black women by ourselves. If you want to be alone, then yes, technically you can be alone. That's up to that individual. But to sit up here and say that you don't need a man or that I'm trying to bash marriage, I actually said that women want to get married, so I don't see how I would say in the
She
same
didn't
way.
say
Like, I
that.
No,
don't.
I agree with you
She
saying that.
said people are taught that. She didn't say that.
Thank you.
People can't follow along a conversation.
Are you serious? Like I know what I heard. Like, don't do that.
No, I'm just saying she didn't say that, but it's okay.
We were because we was talking about. She was giving an example as to why like millennial women don't. That's how we got on crack because we was talking about the women before needed men more as far as like getting bank account. Like they actually needed men, and that's when we got on the topic of crack.
Okay.
So,
Even though that's not how I perceive the conversation, but okay.
no, it's fine. No, don't. You ain't gotta. We good. We just clearing it up. But there are women who do think that. So I mean, you can still address your point, Miss Nikita.
So what I was saying was that a lot of women, especially millennial women, do believe in that. Like I have a lot of friends that say that.
Yeah.
I hear a lot of people that say they don't need men. And I've been married for 18 years to the same person. My kids are by him, everything. But you do hear women, especially on the internet, and they push that narrative. You don't need a man, don't have a man, whatever. And I cannot say that we don't need each other as companions.
Yeah, I mean, I don't subscribe to either side. Like the men who get, we don't need women, we don't need marriage, and I don't subscribe to the women that say, I don't need a man, I don't need marriage. Like we really need each other, and it's obvious. Like the state of where we are as a collective now is evident that we need each other, and that's why I said earlier, like we're going through the same things. We're all navigating this system, the white oppression, the racism, the microaggressions. Like we're going through life doing like experiencing the same shit. Might be different here and there because of the nuances of I'm a man, you're a woman, but the plight of being black, we're experiencing this shit together. And we need each other. Like when the union of us together, like black man and black woman, that shit. Oh, well, just Chad, black man, and there's women out here, black. But when black people come together in a relationship and build some shit, bro, like that shit. You know how unstoppable of a fucking force that shit is. Like you really like, motherfucker can't fuck with me, bro. Like when I walk with my old lady, like I don't give like, bro, them white folks shit looking at how I take care of my woman and how we operate, how we do business. Like, that's a flex. Because hey, look at the fucking white man that came up here earlier talking about he a bum, he a security agent. His fucking wife slaving away while she at work. If he was to walk past me and my wife, I would stun on his ass. And he has all the tools.
Yeah.
You said what?
They don't even realize that shit. Like, oh, we don't need each other. I need that. That that that's the reason why most statistics look the way that they do because they'll say like, oh well, black people have the lowest net worth and the lowest household income, but that's because everybody else has two people in their households. That's the reason why. Like our numbers would be so much better in every other subject if two people were there. It's not that we're doing worse overall. It's the fact that there's only one person in the house. But if you double
Right.
the income, if you double the income, then it would surpass several categories, several people, several races, and several categories. The problem is there's only one person in the house. So when they do the statistics, of course it's always going to look like you're in last place, even though you feel like you're working the fucking hardest. Crazies.
Right. To further your point, Chad, I think one of the biggest issues we have too is that we have this mentality of always wanting everything to be like a finished product. Like we want everything to be a finished product. Like I can use myself for an example. I got married at 21, right? I was in college. I met my wife. We got married. We met in high school, got married 3 years later at 21. I've been married 12 years now. I'm 33, right? We have 3 kids. When I met my wife, I was broke as hell. No money, nothing, right? We was in school. She was in nursing school. I was getting my bachelor's in business. I finished school, wasn't making no money. She got a job right out of school. But if we subscribe to the mentality that most people have now, it's like, oh, he a broke nigga, this, blah, blah, blah. My wife is making good money. She was holding it down for a couple years. I went to school, I got my BA, started working, started making some money. Fast forward 5 years later, no kids. We waited. We had a plan. We said we'll wait 7 years, 7 to 8 years, have kids later on in life. She got her master's, became a nurse practitioner. I got my MBA. Fast forward 5 years. We're both making good money, bought a house, built a life together, like brick by brick, every single part of it. Like none of it happened by happenstance. It was all intentional, every single part. Went through our ups and downs, but we rode the waves. We got through it. And we
Right,
got
but
to
I
the
don't think
point where
the
we go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't think the problem is a lot of women got like that whole oh you're a broke nigga. That's not true. These women be dating broke niggas. They be getting pregnant by broke niggas. They don't. They don't like the whole Pookie Ray Ray conversation wouldn't be a conversation if all they wanted was a nigga with money. It ain't that. They always been holding broke niggas down. That's somewhat of to their detriment.
Well, my point was the reason why I used my story as an example is the theme that's going around. Like, for example, let's use TikTok, right? The theme that's going around that like women that get educated, make money, that they look for a certain type of men or even go outside the race, right? So my point is if we use that as a theme for black people as a whole, then we would never move forward. Because back in the days, in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, the reason that black people were able to move forward is because the man went out, worked his union job. Women went out. She probably worked at the local grocery store, but they made it. They bought a house. They lived in a decent neighborhood and they built a life together. That's how I saw my parents. My dad worked the same job for 35 years, retired at that job, got a pension. Same. My mom, same thing, was a nurse, worked 30 years, retired, same thing. But they built a life together. But now we have this it's almost like this cloak of it, like this fakeness over our community, that we feel like
Well, cause
everything has to be a finished product. Like there's no work that goes
That's
into
not that's
getting.
not real though. People don't. That's
No,
not
no, it's
what's
not. That's my
happening.
point.
That's
It's
not. No, I'm
not
saying,
real.
but
It's
that's not
fake.
what's happening in real life. People don't. That's not what's happening. People are making babies with broke motherfuckers. They're not saying like, "Oh, I don't want him because it ain't no finished product. He ain't making money. He ain't rich." Like that's a social media makeup thing. That's not what's happening in real
No,
life.
absolutely.
Broke people.
But
These people want. You know what I'm saying?
But my point, the only point I'm trying to make is that it's absolutely not. Because if I use my own circle of friends for an example, like all my friends are married to black women, successful in their own right, teachers, engineers, a doctor, like they all married black and have successful lives, right? But if we use social media, which is what the youth, that's their main source of information. That's where they're getting all their information from. You would think that wasn't the case. That's my point. I know that's not real, because all you have to do is use the people within your circle and you can see that's not reality. But
yeah, but
if you
that,
use
that that go back to my point earlier when I said niggas need to get the fuck off the internet and go outside.
absolutely touch grass, meet real people.
You got a bunch of women who sit and be on the internet all day absorbing other women's stories and horror stories and traumas and make believe fucking rage bait content, and you got men that do the same fucking thing. Nobody's outside interacting with each other. Because when I do, like I said, if you only saw me on social media, you would think women hate me, right? But when I go out into the real life, into real world and touch grass, most of the people I run into out there in real life be women, and they always show love. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't be tripping with the women that do got so much, like, because anytime I'm out, you know what I'm saying? I done been in Hawaii, women run into me, fucking Orlando, New York. But anytime I'm at an airport, every time I go to Atlanta Centurion Lounge, the fucking female workers over there coming to show love or whatever. And I tip them and shit like that. I'll be like, girl, go get you some lemon pepper wings on me. You know what I'm saying? Like, they always come show love. Every time I'm in Atlanta airport at the Centurion Lounge. So it's like, when you go out, if I was to go off social media and the flack I catch on social media, I would be like, man, women hate me, and but it's not like that in real life. It's not like that in real life. But that's the problem. No, and that's why this whole men need to hold men accountable, and majority of people aren't even interacting with each other. Like all like this social media stuff, that's what it be. And then you got the people who believe this social media shit be the people who don't go outside. And there's women that do it that don't. You got a bunch. That always tell y'all there's a bunch of losers, right? People who go to work. The only social interaction they have with other humans is at work. They go to work, they come home, they sit on their ass, they eat, and they watch Netflix. And they rinse, wash, and repeat the entire week. And the only time they might go out is on the weekend, every now and then with their homegirls or their homeboys. And they go to a hookah lounge, and then they sit. And even when they're in these spaces, they're not even talking. They sit in the fuck. They pay $500 something for a lounge. Then for a booth. Then they pay some more money for a hookah bar. Like, and they just post on Instagram story all day. Think about the people that pay all that money to go to a Beyonce concert, and they stand there the entire time with their phone, just like this. Because people aren't living outside of these fucking phones, man. What What question you got? Go ahead, Candy. I'm gonna let
Oh, I was just gonna say for Neo, I think that it's great that you and your wife have been able to build. But I also wanted to point out that you were very young when you made a decision to follow the example that you were provided, and you decided, hey, I'm going to also meet somebody, and I'm going to decide to build with them. Most young people are not trying to build. You know what I'm saying? They're chasing their first little bit of freedom. They want to go outside. They want to. They don't even have a real dating experience. Some people really want to go out and date, and that's how they find themselves, and that's how they find out what they like and what they don't like, really. So I get that that's what worked for you and your wife, and that's wonderful. It sounds like y'all have a really great and tight relationship, and you're going to build a great family, but that doesn't necessarily work for everybody.
yeah,
And
and
I think
then
also you had a really good example of a father that you said went to work. I also had a father that worked for the same company for 20 some odd years. Like, I feel like that's a great example of what a man should do as a provider. But I do think that society has changed a great bit, especially if you have a family member or a father, like it sounds like we do, who are probably coming from that boomer generation. It's definitely different now if you building with like women who are single in their 30s and pushing 40.
hold
We're
on.
not looking to really build with women,
How
and
is
they're
it
not looking to build with anybody, not like that, like start from scratch.
how has it changed? What has changed?
Well, the cost of living is significantly increased, right?
So
So
if the cost of living increased, that would be more
More
incentive to
reason.
actually get together.
Yep.
I'm not saying that they shouldn't. I'm not. This is not me coming for him and saying that what he
No,
did
no,
was
no,
wrong.
no,
I'm
no.
just saying it's not.
I'm just trying to push back on the narrative because I know where it's coming from. Because if it was truly the economy, then we would be more together than separate. It's not the economy.
It's not that. I'm not saying that that's the reason why people aren't together.
So what? So
I'm just saying that it's different. Like when you had your father, and I'm just saying it's different from for him than for most people because he had a different example that is not common to most individuals, not in the Black community, because most people don't grow up with fathers in their household. And the fact that he decided to build young. A lot of people who are single now are not. He chose to build young. Like when Barack and Michelle got together,
what?
they were able to build young.
But
People have
why?
already built.
Why don't we? Because the minute somebody like myself tell people, black men and black women to find their partner while they're in their college years, because once you graduate college it gets harder. They say, well, I gotta live my best life. I ain't trying to be tied down. I want it. That's what I said. We don't want to be married with each other. We think that we're gonna
25 still young.
right. We think we
But
missing out and we gotta turn up and we gotta party and live our best life. And
Right.
then by 30, when we're done turning up and running the streets, then there's gonna be my perfect wife or
you
perfect.
really think people should be getting married at 21 and 22 years old and 23 years old? They should be. You barely know yourself, and I'm supposed to spend the rest of my life with you. And people are living well into their 80s
Okay,
and
and so now
beyond.
y'all 30 years old and y'all still don't know yourself.
That's fine. I mean, I don't think that it's a crime to get married at
And then
30.
if you get
I
okay,
mean,
you
I
get
feel like
married
white women.
right, and okay, you get married young, y'all build together, and then
The
if it
divorce
don't
rate is
work,
still high.
and if it don't work out, you go your separate ways. But the problem is, like Chad said earlier, you don't have this view when it comes to children. We don't have this view when we talk about having children. You could be 18, 19 and have fucking a kid, but you can't be 18, 19 and get married. You could be 21 and 22 and have two kids by two different niggas, but you can't get married.
You can, if that's what you
No, no,
choose to
but see,
do.
that's what I'm saying. But
I'm not.
see,
I
and
didn't. I'm
then
not
no, hold
promoting that.
on.
I just
And
said as a young man.
this is where the conversation, because we know this is accountability. We know what is right. But then when we talk about what people are doing wrong, which is just having fucking kids, now is, well, hey, it's everybody's journey and we all have it. No, no.
No, I'm saying take that time to get. I'm not saying get married or start having babies when you're in college or have all your babies by yourself by the time that you're 30. I'm not promoting that at all. I would say stay single until you're ready. Everybody is not going to be ready to have a family and be settled down when they're 21, 22, 23
But,
years
but,
old.
but again, as a collective, we don't get married, but we don't believe in marriage young, but we'll have children young.
I personally do not agree with that. I think that you should
You
stay
don't have to
without.
agree with it.
I
It's
know that
it's
that's
the
what's
truth.
happening, but that's not. Yeah, I agree with you.
That's what's
I agree with
happening.
you that that's what happened, that people are having babies when they shouldn't. I agree. If you can't have a baby, I don't have no babies because if I can't afford a baby, I don't have no baby, and I ain't doing that shit by myself. But that's just me and my personal, convictions and where I lie. I'm just saying that most people, if you're talking about coming together and building a family, that you don't, if you want to, you can pace yourself out and you can choose to have that life later on. He chose to get with his wife and build very young. When you're in your 30s, you may still want a family, but you're not looking to build. You should already come, financially
This is
set
the
to a certain
problem.
degree.
But my parents taught me, and when I went to college, get married, find a husband, and get your degree. They didn't teach me to just because you meet your spouse. A lot of times people meet their spouse in college. I have a
That's
daughter
not
that's
happening
20,
today, though.
but
It's
I have a
way
daughter
more
that's
women that go to college than men.
I have a daughter that's 20. She has been with her boyfriend now for 2 years. That was the same mentality I taught her. Find a husband, get married, go to college, get your degree. Like that's what YT women teach their children. A lot of
I
times,
would never teach my daughter to go to college to get married. If she by chance found her husband while she was there, that's fine.
And
but then
But
you
am
have
I
the
gonna say
struggle of
you
not
can
meeting
come
your
out here
spouse
at
after
22 years
school.
old and you
Well,
need to have a husband with you?
that's
No.
how you get a bunch of 30-year-old women with degrees and no man.
Because they didn't find a husband in college?
Absolutely.
You
And
don't.
the,
Okay, hold on. Because I tell men
You
the
don't
same.
have to find. I don't agree with that.
Because
I'm not gonna
and
force you to
don't
find
think
love because you
and
went to
don't
college.
think I just tell this to the women because I
Mm-hmm.
tell this same shit to men. When you
Mm-hmm.
are in college, think about this. College. Now, I'm not saying you got to come out of college married,
Mm-hmm.
but that is where you should be able to find your potential partner because never in your life, ever again, once you leave that college campus, will you ever be in vicinity, in proximity
proximity.
of that many
Facts.
men and women who are on your level and are on the same demographic as you as far as financially, probably mentally, spiritually. Y'all really all on the same motherfucking level, and you got people from all different walks of life. Everybody's there to get an education, so you know, hey, at least I know she's gonna be educated. You can bet properly. You got all the time in the world to socialize, to get like that is the prime time to be able to find a partner.
I
Again,
agree with
I'm not
that,
saying
but
you
I
have
mean
to come
it's
out
not
of
set
college.
up. The
I'm
numbers
not
aren't
saying you
there so
have
that
to
everybody
come
can have a
out
partner
of
when they
college
leave.
with your wife or husband, but that is where you find your network of men or women. All of the people that I know, all of my circle of friends that are married, that went to college, got married to a woman that they met in undergrad or grad school.
Same with me.
Same. A lot. Most of the men that I know that are married, they met their wives in college.
So why
Now,
would
but
you?
there's not enough
So
money.
why
There's
wouldn't
not
you
enough
promote
numbers
it?
though.
So
So
There's
why
not
wouldn't
the
you
numbers.
promote it?
There's Clark Atlanta University, for example, has probably a 6-to-1 ratio. Last time I heard, I don't know what it is as of right now. But every woman, even if it was set up that way, every woman is not going to leave there with a husband or with a romantic interest
Well, why wouldn't
because
you
there's not
promote
enough
it?
men
Oh,
there.
can I say something, please? Sorry to interrupt.
go ahead.
So I do think it is a beautiful idea to meet someone in your youth, whether it's high school or college, and you go have matrimony. However, in the reality we live in, and with what we've been given as a Black community and collective, remember 50, 60, 70 years ago, none of these numbers matter when it came to matrimony, and we still had matrimony in our community before Black people even were able to go to college. So I do believe that being relative in a relationship is fit whether you're in school or not. I just think there's a lack of love collectively that's happening, especially with all the, the government planning and agendas to keep us apart, et cetera. Some of these agendas are just working on us.
There's no
Um,
agenda because y'all still making babies with each other. There's
Hold on,
no.
wait a minute,
That's
sir.
what I'm. All these agendas, but y'all still
But
fucking
we're
making
supposed to,
babies.
whether there's, but I understand that, and there's nothing. I don't know what this negativity is against babies, but baby, babies were genuinely made in love, and they're necessary. We were all babies, so I don't understand why everybody's hating on babies all of a sudden. Is it
Nobody
the
hating on
Because
babies.
y'all
I'm not
making
hating
with
on
niggas
it.
y'all don't know.
we can't make them no, we can't make them without a man. So they're definitely a treasure. However, I never see
With
it as
niggas
a
y'all don't know. That's what we're saying. Like
Yeah.
all
but
these agendas,
listen,
all these things are not true because if there were true, then people
the
wouldn't
way
be
you
making
said
babies.
but
All of
sir,
these
the way you
things
said
about
that You just put it all on the woman. It takes two. It always
Nobody's
takes
putting it
two.
all on. No, that's
It's
what you
the way he
heard.
said it. I said the way he said
No.
it
But
makes
The
it
way
sound
I,
like it's
that's the way
all
you
on the woman. It
perceived
takes
it.
two.
That's the
No,
way
it takes
because
two.
because you asked the question, so I'm going to direct it as if I'm responding to you. You specifically asked that question. I wasn't speaking on women in general. I was responding to your specific question. Like that's why it's not making sense. If all these agendas and all these things to keep people apart were true, if your argument, if there was any
That's
basis
true.
to your argument, if there was any basis to your argument, then the birth rate would not be what it is. But
Okay.
that's what I'm saying. It's not true. Y'all finding each other to make a
Okay, I
baby.
can see. If it's
No,
not true for you, that's okay. I'm not here
it's
to
not
argue.
true.
I'm here to join the
Period.
conversation. You're
You
trying
are
to argue. I'm not
finding
here to
if you can
argue.
find them to
I'm
make a
here.
baby with them. You can find.
No,
Why aren't you marrying them?
hold on. You don't know my reality, first of all. You don't know what
But
my
the,
Come
reality is.
on, you.
But
I
I'm
mean,
here
you
to
as the
join the
third
He's
person.
talking
conversation.
about
I'm
the
speaking to
whole.
you
I'm
in
here
the
to join
third
the
person.
conversation non-violently. I'm not here to argue. I'm
okay,
just
well,
Being
throwing
violent. I'm
objectivity,
hold
and
literally
I
on, hold
wanted to
saying.
on,
ask a
hold on, hold
question.
on. That's
And
not now. That's not what we're gonna do. Okay, we're not gonna come and throw these white women buzzwords like, oh, you're talking to me by. That's not what we're gonna do. That if you gonna do that, take your ass to public offender live because we don't do that. Okay. Secondly, are you just triggered because you a baby mama? Like, what is the issue? Like, why do you feel so attacked? You can unmute yourself, man. All right, there you go. Oh, there you go. You can unmute yourself, man.
okay, there I go. My bad. I was talking and was unmuted. Okay, so no, there's no feeling of attack here. What I'm saying is, um, I was adding to. I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to combat any other people's ideas. I'm here to really join the conversation and pitch in on everybody's perspective because we all have different perspectives and ways of living. You know what I'm saying? So, but the question that I had originally to come up with, you said men need to hold men accountable to the bear and the brick. I'm unaware of what the brick is. What is the brick when it
Brick
comes to
lady,
the bear?
brick lady.
The brick girl. Oh, okay. Wow. Oh. Well, thank you for that. Okay, but other than that, like I said, I think all of us have good points and ideals on what we're talking about. Like you said, meeting in college, that's beautiful, but that's not everybody's reality. And also, my question was, do
Well,
men, when it comes to men, holding other men
hold on.
accountable?
The reason why college was brought up is because Neo was talking about college. That's why we spoke
Okay,
of meeting in college.
okay. I like the idea. It's a nice idea. But I'm wondering, is there, because as a female, I'm not in on the conversations of when men are holding other men accountable. Do y'all ever congregate and converse about holding each other accountable so that women can choose the man and not the bear? That was my question.
My question is, okay, what would to what do you think that looks like? If you were to assume what that looks like, what does that look like to you? Because we know what that looks like, but I just want to know what you think that looks like because I think that could also be what a lot of other women think it looks like, and that is why a lot of women may think that men don't hold men accountable because it doesn't look like what women think it should look like, if that makes sense.
It does. For me, because like I said, I'm not there as a woman. I never see them. So I think it looks like a big secret. Like it's when y'all are able to get together without the women and literally just converse and maybe the most what's the word the most masculine one leading conversations about how to keep your women safe and how not to, as far as the bear goes, like women are afraid of men for a multitude of reasons. Do y'all discuss these things? For me, it's someplace in secret, maybe in the churches, maybe in the gyms, in the locker rooms, maybe when you guys are congregating with teams. I'm not sure, but I'm just asking because I want to know. As a mother of boys, do y'all discuss these things amongst men to help men be accountable for them to be safer with women?
Benny, you can
But y'all
answer
think
that.
y'all think we just gather up like the Justice League and Superman come out and speak to
No, we
all the
don't
men? Like,
know. We don't
I
know
don't
how y'all
know.
gather.
I'd like to know because I'm a mother of sons, so I would like to know, be able to direct. Where are
what,
these conversations happening?
I
what,
mean, I
what,
see my husband check his friends when they need to be checked. You know what I'm saying? Like, check his friends, not in publicly. Like, I've seen him call his friends and check his friends about things that they've done. So I'm not sure where you don't see men be accountable for other
oh,
men's
so
actions.
so you say you don't see men. Are you around men?
Besides my family members, like I said, I feel like when I
No, no,
am
no. But okay. Well, but are there men in your family?
absolutely, I was
Okay.
raised by nothing but men, but I'm never a part of that conversations. You know, they don't discuss those things with me because I'm the girl. I'm never around when they discuss
All right.
Sometimes men will
and stuff like
dismiss the
that.
women out of the room. I don't know if this is your
Yeah,
experience, but sometimes, and I'm Southern, so I can only speak from my experience, but they will dismiss you,
So
especially if
have
you're a
you?
young girl. They don't want you having that conversation. They don't
just
want
like
you
we
around
don't
them.
include boys in period conversations. You know,
Yeah.
like
Exactly. It's
So,
very discriminatory in that
Okay,
way.
right. But I think what it is, like I asked, what does that look like to you? Because I think that is the disconnect. You think it looks like a meeting of the Justice League members in a secret society, but what it looks like is exactly what we've been doing every so it looks like this. It looks like this live. And I think that's why y'all don't recognize it because y'all think it's supposed to be some secret society where we put on, you know what I'm saying, some Illuminati shit. And that's not, you know what I'm saying, that's not it. That's why I don't think y'all recognize it when y'all see it because y'all looking for something completely different. That's why it
I
looks
think it
like it
happens in
doesn't
real
happen.
time. That's what I've seen. If it doesn't happen in real time,
It's
then it
happening
just,
right now. This is it
yeah.
right.
like when y'all hang
Well, in
out,
real
when
time
y'all
when
play
something
basketball.
happens.
You know,
you said what?
I said like when y'all hang out, like I don't know when y'all playing basketball, when y'all doing your barbecues and your cookouts, and the women are in the other area, maybe during sports games. I'm not sure when y'all congregate to discuss betterment of
You
conducive
ain't. You,
behaviors.
how long
I
you been
think
in
y'all
the
have this
job?
idea of masculinity. Y'all are following like y'all stuck on this 1992 poetic justice shit. Like you know what I'm saying? Like we gonna all meet at the
No,
we
not
got
at all. I
lucky at
don't
the
know that.
barbecue. Like that's not the way it happened, y'all. Like
I, I,
I mean,
so
I grew up seeing it my whole life. My dad checked my brothers. He still checks them and they're grown. My husband checks his friends. Like I still see it. So I'm not sure where.
so let me ask you this: who is the man that's in your boy's life?
Their fathers and my brothers and my
So
fathers and my
you don't
uncles.
you
There's a
don't
lot of men around me, but I'm
so
never part of the
so
conversation.
how do you not see this then? I'm confused.
I'm never when y'all are when my men and my family are doing their male bonding or their male things, I go do something else. I'm never around for the games and the
But
conversations.
just
I literally don't sit around
so
with a whole bunch of men
you
and
okay
listen to the conversations.
okay.
That's what I'm asking.
But you might so you might not know the intricacies of what the fuck they're saying, but you know that your sons are being policed and corrected by men, right?
Absolutely.
So then,
But do I know the conversation
so
context? No.
but at a surface level, you know that they're holding each other accountable.
I don't know the conversation context. So no, I don't know. Y'all could simply just be discussing video games and football games all day and never having discussions about the bear and women and making women feel safe and what
So
not to do in
you so
society against women. I'm not sure.
so do you so if you're that curious, do you ask them?
No, I don't. That's a good thing. I try not to pry. So no, I don't ask them. Because I mean, I feel like that's a part when women be being nosy, which I was talking about. I'm not one of them. I just
But
figure,
it's not about what you talking about, but like I'm I'm not under. It's hard for me to grasp that you're that disassociated from what they're going what they're doing if you have men in your life. Like, do you not see in their actions and the way they carry themselves that like yeah you don't see just like like yeah you might not see them go at one another or like talk, but like do you not see their actions reflect the accountability that's being like distributed behind closed doors? Do you not see that reflected in their behavior and the way they carry themselves?
from the men I come from, I see it behavior wise. It's not verbalized, and from the men that I have, my sons, that I go through and break down certain things and information that I know they need. But when it comes from a man, it's different. So, no, I don't ask my sons the conversation context that they have with their fathers and their uncles because I feel like that's between
But what
men.
I'm saying is,
You
so
know.
if your sons get out of line and start doing shit, right? And then they daddy come in and he take them to the back room and he handle business, and then they come out do like that's accountability.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so you see accountability being distributed. And if their behaviors are, and if their behaviors and actions are being corrected by men, then like you've seen men hold men and boys accountable. So I'm confused why you just want to know the I mean,
I,
go ask them.
because the way that my family works and the way society works is different. I can't automatically say what happens in my family is happening in society. That's why I asked y'all, because y'all are the society that I'm relating to in the moment. So I just wonder, like, do y'all have those conversations amongst each other? Because yeah, it happens in family, but is it safe to assume what happens in mine happens out here everywhere? No. So
No,
I'm just
it
asking.
happens. No, I'm right. We're just saying it's happening right now in real time, in living color, on this live, in the flesh. But y'all
I
don't be seeing it. Y'all don't recognize it.
and this is what made me interested in even camming up here, was because of the title subject and that people are here. But it's people here. It's not just men. There's people. There's women and men here, which I like. But I'm saying, like, that's why I'm wondering, like, outside of this, do you men have these conversations so that women can choose y'all and the bear, so if I'm here witnessing it, I'll take a back seat and chill and just vibe and listen, because I like to learn what's happening in society, because what's happening in my family is not what's happening in society. And I would, in a perfect world, I do believe it should happen in society, but I don't know, because I'm not outside, I'm on the internet.
Well,
I get that, but it's like we wouldn't be able to have this conversation if we were not these people in real life.
Facts. Okay.
man, I'm a little confused, but yeah.
What? Well, let me clear, what are you confused about?
I mean, cause like if you have men in your life that are showing or exhibiting this behavior, and then you're in a live with a bunch of random men who are exhibiting this behavior, like how do we come to the conclusion that men aren't doing these things?
I never said y'all. That was never my words. I never said y'all not. I just asked, do y'all? Because I know what goes on in my home, but do y'all? And y'all answered that.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
we do.
for sure. I appreciate it.
I try.
Oh, and what's up with the brick? Like, what? So, like I said, I'm coming on the intel. What's up with the brick? Because was that did not come out to be a fake case where she was just crying for attention?
Yeah, but the conversation that happened around the brick lady was the same conversation we're having now, because when she lied about that situation, it turned into we don't protect black women and men need to hold trash men accountable because those dudes allegedly stood there and did nothing while she got bopped upside the head. Like she lied about all that, but the premise of the conversation was the same as what we're having now. So that's
Okay.
that.
All right. Cool.
Okay.
I
Good.
digress.
All right. Well, go ask them men what the hell they be talking about. Maybe that.
This is gonna make me feel real nosy, but okay. All right. I'll try that.
I like to sit down and have that conversation with your child's father and the men in your family, like because they gonna kick it to you and keep it funky and tell you the truth. Just like if I was curious about women, I go ask the women in my family, like, "Hey, what's going on?" Like, I wouldn't go ask random people on the internet. I go ask. It's because you have examples. It ain't like you ain't got the examples. You got people. So go talk to them. That's what they there for. That's not being nosy. That's shit. Trying to be more educated on the topic.
That's true. Okay.
Yeah, go talk to them people, man. All right, now, man. You got anything else, though, mama?
No, not right now. I'll fall back and mute and let the conversation
All right.
continue.
I'll put the breakdown on Neo YouTube. Now, kid, you got anything else, mama? Candy, you can go too. No problem.
Okay.
All right, now. I was supposed to get off, but y'all be stressing me out. Charlotte, tell me when it's 6 o'clock, and I'm gonna get off real at 6 o'clock.
The goat, the goat, the goat.
What up, Zay?
Hey, right? You know what's so crazy? You know what's so crazy? I was in my office last week. We were just talking about this, the same situation, the same brick lady situation.
a black woman at my job. She's a nice lady, really nice lady, you know, respectful, whatever the case is. Me and her always have conversation. That's not here, neither here. She said, we in a generation where black men are not protecting black women. I said, give me an example, right? She said the brick lady situation. I told her, look it up, just look it up right next to me, and just a little more what happened after that. She looked it up. She said that shit was fake, right? She said, of course, fake. Then I'm like, okay, give me another example. She said, okay, we don't hold each other accountable. I asked her one question, right? Because I'm a young, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a young nigga. I'm 22. I walk in the party right now. I swear to God, bro, I walk in the party right now. If I step on the wrong nigga's shoes, it's gonna turn out ugly, real ugly. If I live in the hood, if I look at a nigga the wrong way, I might die. So what I feel like when females are saying, "Oh, hold another man accountable," they thinking is, say a woman and a man like they right next to their car, they arguing back and forth, right? They just going back and forth. The man is a little agitated, the girl's a little agitated. They want me, right, to go walk up to them, push the man back. I swear to God, my boy, my best friend, he died the same way. He walked up to the lady. He walked up to her. He like, yo, what's going on? Everything good? The man came out. He popped her. He popped him. And you know what he told? You know what the girl said to the officer? That man, he came up. He came up to me. He was being aggressive. My man died for no reason. No reason. Like ever since then, I don't know. I don't know how to like. We can hold each other accountable, but like it's impossible. Like physically, we have to do that shit like on the internet. We have to like just talk about it like we doing it right now. Gotta have conversations and shit like that. Cause it's like if I do that shit in real life, it's a 50 chance that some horrible might happen to me or some horrible might happen to him. Like, and I don't really want to put my life in that situation. I have a daughter, I have a family, I have sisters, I got people that care for me. So it's just like,
In
oh,
those situations, like we wouldn't put our don't put yourself in those situations.
yeah, like that. You get what I'm saying? Like it's just
Yeah,
I feel
you
like
don't
that's
put yourself
how
in
the
those
woman is looking at it. They
environments.
want
Is
us to
what we're
put they,
saying.
they want us to get in that situation. You get what I'm saying?
Nobody is expecting you to. First of all, as a man with daughter, you wouldn't even be in those types of environments. You know what
I
I'm
mean,
saying?
100%, 100%. But it's just the way I don't know. Like I've been listening to you guys. Like I be watching y'all for a while. So it's just like I don't know what would they expect us like. Because I mean, at this point, it looks like they want us to do this physically, like really, like just sit down, start having conversations, start having press conferences and shit like that.
This Seda, bring your ass up here. So bring your ass up here.
Also, like when they say we expect y'all to be doing this amongst yourselves with your homeboys, y'all wouldn't be there anyway, so y'all wouldn't be able to verify if it's happening. So how do
Exactly. So
you
if we,
verify
even
that
if
it's
we
not
do it,
happening
it's
now?
gonna come out. Even if we do it, they 9 times out of 10 they're gonna be like, we did it. You know what I'm saying?
How do you know that it's not happening now? If either way, y'all wouldn't be there to verify.
Exactly. Yeah.
Um, I don't know. Again, I'm not gonna sit here and play this game like women don't know what. Like again, this is just it's just internet banter. It's just something for women to get on here, men to get. It's a converse. It's the cycle. It's the infinite money glitch. It's something, motherfucker. Because women, they as much as they get like you can give every example. They gonna gaslight you, say, "Oh, you scared?" Da 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 da. Like the girl we just. Women know that there is a level of violence that can ensue. They know they've seen situations where a man steps in to help them sometimes, or another woman or they homegirl, and they homegirl taking up for the man that was just lumping their ass up. Like they know they've seen these things, and that's why they would never tell their sons to do this shit. They know because they wouldn't tell their sons to do this shit.
They raise their sons to be like that one basketball player, mama,
Yeah. Swear to God.
who
Swear
trailing
to
them
God.
around, telling him don't trust none of these bitches, don't spend none of these money on these
You
bitches.
talking about
What's his name?
Jaden
Yeah.
Daniels' mama?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Cause his mama know. His mama know what. You feel me? Like, I mean, we've been here for a while. Like,
So
I mean, we
these women,
lived.
so for them to get on here and act like women are just so innocent, like I said earlier, women know how women are, and they know, but they will. But one thing I give women credit for is they will band together in the name of bashing a man and projecting on men because of the men they sleep with. That is one thing I will give women credit for. They'll do that. And they'll be a united motherfucking front for that shit. But that's what it is. That's where all this is where the shit comes. That's really where it comes from. That's the root of this shit. Because they wouldn't tell their sons to go out there behind some little random chicken head in the street going back and forth with her man. Because
A lot of that should be projection too from the guys that they was dealing with prior.
Right, because they mama know a
Yep.
home girl or a family member, a cousin, or auntie that she called the police, and then when the police come, she over there fighting the police to stop them from arresting the nigga that was lumping her.
That's the same thing that just happened to what's the name? Rod Wave, ain't it? They called the police and now they talk about
I heard he was guilty about that. I don't know about that,
I
but
don't know about no Rod.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I heard they try to make it up and try to make it seem like somebody got
you don't
robbed.
just the girl don't car don't just get shot up. But anyway, like
I don't keep up with them celebrities, so I wouldn't know. But I know I talk about shit I seen with my own eyes. So but that's what they wouldn't tell their sons to do. They would tell their sons, mind your business, keep it pushing. You got to come home to me. They not gonna tell their son to the lady that came up yesterday, and she was like, when her son was in college, the college told him, like, if you see a girl at a party and she's struggling and blacking out and stuff, make sure she gets home safe. What did she tell her son? Don't do that stupid ass shit, because too many things can happen. That's not your responsibility to do that. I didn't send you to college to take care of no random girl that's blacking out at a party.
this gonna sound harsh, but
That was today.
women hate women. Like let's like like
Damn.
women, like y'all gotta admit, y'all be hating each other because ain't no way. Like, because that's the root of a lot of that shit, and it is really. I know that he did all this to other women. I know he beat her, but that bitch ain't me. I know he don't take care of his kids, but he gonna take care of mine. I know, like you hate, like y'all, like even that song. I don't care about those other girls. Just be good to me. Like, like,
Chad,
come
you know
on
how
now.
many times I've said that on my page? That's the truth. They do not care about the well being of other women. It's all about them and how men specifically treat them individually. It's not about the collective. They'll lie and act like it's about the collective, but she could care less if he's a deadbeat as long as he come in and take care of her kids or the kid that she have with him. But she's never gonna question him about why he don't be going to see them other ones. Like she is long because usually that's getting in the way, right? It's taking time from her kids now. She really probably ain't even encouraging you to go
What
see
that
your real
girl?
kids.
What that girl that blew? What the fuck that girl? The random man in Atlanta chick.
Oh yeah, the Morgan girl.
Yeah, Morgan Bailey. No, that man wouldn't take care of none of them other kids. And the weird ass shit he was doing with the other baby mamas and the other kids and all that shit. And she was like, "Nah, I'm different. I'm still gonna sign up for this shit."
They always think that they different. It's always gonna be a different story because they such a great woman. He's never met somebody as great as her. She gonna come in and she gonna be so much different than all the rest of them. So she gonna get different results out of him, and then she get the same results out of him. And then now we gotta hear about how trash of a dude he is, even though he got a whole history of trash activities that you could have looked at before even entering into dealing with him.
True.
What you got, Zarina? Because you done cut your camera on.
Well, I mean, is it Chadron? Chadron? Chadron?
Yeah,
Chad, you said something that was, yeah, you said it was about women on women. And when it comes to men protecting women, I think a lot of people forget that protecting is a preventative measure. Whereas avenging, people be wanting people to avenge a woman, and I don't think that's right. You should never have to step in somebody's situation and avenge their situation. But if there's preventative measures to danger, I think it's okay for some scenarios were to be, involved. But like you said with the DV stuff, as a mother, you're fucking right. I'm sorry, I'm not telling my son to jump into anybody's DV situation. You call who's paid to come into that situation. You can be a witness or whatever, but to place yourself in direct line of danger, I don't want any young man doing that. Especially, well, like you said, I don't think it's the fact that we hate women, but we know that women can be very malicious when it comes to those energies. There's women who will start a fight with a man just to get him in jail. And being aware of, which side to play on is like, nah, don't even get yourself in the middle of it, because you can get shot and you can, end up making an enemy of that man, jumping in his situation. I don't think that's safe for any young man to do, especially when you do not know that woman that's not affiliated to you, but you can protect by calling the people whose job it is to interfere and do something about it. So
Even the police don't want to show up the DV cases.
that's just gonna go back.
Because they already know what
100%.
time it
A
is.
female goes back, don't go nowhere. So
The police don't even want to show up to DV cases.
The police take their sweet time getting to them places because they already know half of the time it's a repeat phone call. They always go there. It's the same old every time they go there. So they don't even be caring about getting there quick because they already know what they are dealing with.
Right. By
It's
the time they get there, they're gonna be in bed fucking.
Right. It's a way they
So
got
that's
other stuff that they could be doing.
yeah.
the reason
So
why
no man should come in between, not even women.
they don't even my partner, he was like, he don't even respond to DV cases alone. He was like, if he don't have backup at a DV case, he not going to it, because he was like, one of his partners did that shit. He pulled up to the lady house. She done called the police. He get to tussling with the baby daddy, and she fuck around and hit the police upside the head with a cast iron skillet, rocked his whole shit. And and then they started jumping on them. They was about to, like, unallow the officer until backup finally did come, and they end up getting both of their ass up out of there. But yeah, that's so. He's like, bro, I don't even respond to DV cases by myself. He was like, cause them women always get to touching with them baby daddies and them boyfriends or whatever. They'll jump on your ass.
Absolutely.
And that's the
Absolutely.
police.
Yeah.
So here's
It's
my
just
question, Benny. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand where did all of this come from? Like, how are we back here again with this conversation?
You know why?
It's the dude with the podcast.
Yeah. The one everybody told me to shut the fuck up and stop
So
being
this is
dumb.
what I don't like. Everybody acting like he just can't, like he didn't elevate it to a point on TikTok where he just can't be wrong about nothing. It's just like, oh my god, this was like, it's just like, I mean, it's a stupid conversation. I mean, you just call it what it is. It's a stupid conversation and it doesn't even make sense.
You know how they get with their favorites, man.
Yeah, they do too much. They do too much because the thing is like if the conversation truly just doesn't make sense, there's no way that you can try to hold a group accountable for the things that a certain set does. It's just not possible. It does. I mean, you could do it, but do it make sense? No, it don't.
And and the funny thing, that's why I was talking. I was like, y'all keep trying to generalize and say men gotta hold all these, like, we gotta pay for the sins of these random ass niggas, right? And like, oh, y'all don't hold men accountable, right? But remember when you was trying to hold women accountable just for sexy red, and they were trying to fight you?
Oh, they was doing all kind of weird
Right.
stuff. It was just, they hate it anytime you try to hold them accountable. They can't be held accountable for nothing.
Right, but now they expect us, like, women can't hold other women accountable, but now they expect us as men to hold these random ass niggas accountable that they sleep with. That's not how that works. And that's why I said the conversation is so disingenuous and stupid. But yeah, and then to try to sprinkle in some white supremacy on there to try to validate the dumbass, instead of saying, hey man, that shit was dumb, I don't agree with the dumbass shit he said, motherfucker, well, what he really meant. And that way, y'all, you can't claim for the motherfucker to be so smart and articulative, but then y'all gotta explain and interpret and read in between the lines and do all nuance to justify the dumb shit that came out the motherfucking mouth. Because when I say shit, I say what the fuck I mean what the fuck I say. You ain't gotta interpret what I say.
Yeah, you don't have to interpret what he said because he meant exactly what he said too. People are just trying to add extra because again, it's they fave and they don't want him to be wrong, so they got to find a way to make it right. But you can't make this conversation right because it's silly.
Right. And
My thing is do y'all hold y'all brothers accountable? Do you hold your daddy accountable? Do you hold your, like, these men who in your family who you got the same women who want you to hold random men accountable are the same ones who got sons that they don't hold accountable. You know how many women sit up on this internet talking about men and they got a son that don't take care of his kids? But
Yeah.
they'll sit up on this internet and tell you that you need to be holding some random dude who you don't know accountable, but she can't even hold her own son accountable, who she know good and well she don't never see her grandkids. She know good and well he don't do nothing for him, and she don't hold him accountable. You still somewhere letting him come stay up in your house. You still treating him like a child, but you won't let. But you don't ever say nothing to him about him not standing up and being no man and taking care of his responsibilities.
Right, but because that's the men in their lives, they think other men are like that.
Right, but it don't even make no sense because it's just like I always say, these are your sons. These same men that you complain about all the time, the stuff that you're so upset about, these are your sons, regardless of whether or not their fathers was there. Yes, those men was wrong for walking out their life. We already that's a burn bridge. We already ran it into the ground. But at the point we at now, it's your son. You were the one who raised them and took care of them. So all of this stuff that other women out here complaining about, they're complaining about your sons.
Yeah.
But they don't, but nobody want to take responsibility for the fact you're raising trash men.
Hey.
And they all come to an age where they cannot, where there can be no more correction and no more raising, you know?
Like, let's start a challenge online. Show me this great black man that you done raised, black women, right? Just show me him. I want to see him. I want to tell me all of the wonderful, great things that your son has accomplished and done with his life. I want to see it. I want to see a trend of it. How many of y'all can truly say that you raised standing up, great, wonderful black men? Because I bet you can't. You always online talking about somebody else's son that they raised, but how many of y'all can truly say that you raised the upstanding black man? You didn't. Yours is trash, just like the ones you be online complaining about.
Well, I like that you said that because I'm one that can stand up and say I definitely did, but he's still young. Okay, he's still young, but I can actually do that, and I hope that there's other women who can do that. Because I mean, without the negative part, there's the positive don't exist. But I sit where the positive exists for that.
And I believe it. I done heard you talk, and you can kind of tell when you talk to women who got sense that they would probably be the ones who would have children who got sense. I mean, that's usually kind of how it be working. But the women who constantly just sit up online and bash, 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 bash. He did, they this, they did. You are raising them same type of men. Somebody else is out here complaining about your son. Like, and that's the biggest joke of all of this is why you're complaining about her son. There's a girl complaining about your son. Y'all are all creating this mess of men that y'all hate.
Absolutely, I agree with that. And the same goes for the men who are raising daughters, because there's a hell of an explosion
Same
of
apply.
women and daughters
Same
out
go for the
here.
men. You the
Yep.
same man who ain't been part of your daughter's life, ain't been nowhere to be found, and you somewhere talking about 304s. You talking about women who be having all of these babies by men who don't be there for. You're not there for your kids. What are you talking about? How can you be talking about single mothers when you have walked out on women with kids?
And that's why Chad said earlier, they are the same. They're different side. They're different sides of the same coin, and they're talking about each other.
Yes, it's the low hanging fruit, constantly
Yeah.
always talking about each other.
They're talking about each other, but they each group thinks they're better than the other group, but they all talking about each other. Meanwhile, the people who are handling business, the people who are being productive and know this shit is just for the internet, we out here doing what we supposed to do, touching grass, living our best life, doing what we need to be doing, being productive.
Yeah, and they
Meanwhile,
arguing against you though, and they argue against the people with rational mind. The only time they ever come together is when they want to argue against a rational thought, a complete thought, or a principle or an ideology that makes perfect rational logical sense. They will come together and argue against it. Other than that, they're gonna argue with each other. But they are the same people. They are mirror reflections of each other.
oh no, they come together when it's time to call niggas like us elitists, or we talking down on black people and
Exactly, to
we
argue against a
judgmental.
rational thought. Yep.
That's
Every
the
single
only
time, every
time they
time they hear
come
something that
together.
makes sense, if it makes sense, they're gonna come together for that. They're gonna come together to argue against whatever makes sense.
you supporting white supremacy ideologies and then you supporting the white man's system and then
Yeah,
Time
they
they be
don't
supporting
realize
shit that
that
they know don't
they
fucking
don't
work.
realize that
You
they
know
are
that shit don't fucking
definitely.
work.
But Chad, they don't realize, like you said, that they the same. Whatever the different, like they the same people. And when we tell them that, we're not having the same experiences that y'all have, because what y'all don't understand is that y'all are low hanging fruit, and the low hanging fruit attracts low hanging fruit. And that's the reason why y'all can't seem to get it right. And why you think that everybody else is going through the same thing that you're going through. Like the other day, I ended up in the Passport Bro live because, I got put under attack for making that video, and so I jumped in that live real quick because everybody was running their mouth about me for saying something. And I'm just like, they in there having these conversations that's not even part of real life. And it's just like, it was scary even being in there because I'm like, do y'all even go outside?
and that's why I said
For the Passport Bros,
the passport bros, the snow bunny chasing black men, the red pill nigga, they are the same as the women who just get on here and it's men this, men that, men this, and they're projecting and they're just it's men fault and patriarchy and misogyny. It's like, do y'all go outside?
It's scary. It's literally scary. Talk like I felt like I was in the
yo,
twilight zone being in there
no,
because, like, here's the thing.
y'all, the Passport
I was
Bros
out
is
to
getting
eat. I was out to eat, Chad. I was
uh-huh.
taking myself out to eat, and so I got tagged. I got a notification on my phone that I got tagged, and so I jumped in the live, and then I realized the live was about me, and so I'm like in there and I'm listening in, but I'm like I said, I'm out to eat, so I ain't really checking for it like that. And then when I leave out of the restaurant and I'm driving to the gym, I jump in and I actually start talking. And so when I started talking, I'm like, I'm literally outside right now. And I just was at the restaurant talking to two random black dudes. And we had no problems. There was no beef with us. Like, there was no gender war. There was like, and
Right,
I'm about to walk into this gym right now, and it's two black dudes who be at the desk who give me fist pumps every time I come in there. And we like, what's up? How you doing? Da, da, da. We
right.
shoot the
Your
whatever
real
before I
life
go
is
change and
actually
get ready for the
something
gym.
worth living.
Like, where y'all at with this what we all just hate each other and we don't get along, and every time we see each other, we mean mug at each other. Like, it's not happening in real life.
It's not, but look, the Passport Bros just had a Uno. They got a Uno reverse hit on that ass. Like, this what they don't get. So they talking all that shit about going overseas, right? And getting them a foreign chick or whatever, some poor foreign chick or some poor. I'm not going to say foreign, but some poor chick that live over there, and they forgetting these same chicks is getting plucked out of a bush and getting sent over here, right? These chicks then got this chick then got this dude I used to go to school with. He's a pastor bro, whatever. He think he done got him a piece of foreign, right? He like, man, yeah, I got me my foreign chick, da 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 da. Lo and behold, his dumb ass just got hit with the Uno reverse. She used him for an anchor baby. She used his black ass for the baby. She took the baby and it's gonna say that's part of our culture. He can't find her or the baby. They coming over here, got hit with the Uno reverse and using these dumbass dudes for anchor babies.
Not just that, but there's a new HIV demographic happening with the Passport Bros.
Yeah, that's
Because
what they were mad at me about. Because they just said, they told me that I was giving out bad information. And if I'm going to talk about that, I need to talk about Houston, Atlanta, and whatever other one in the U.S. that supposedly got all of these high HIV rates too. So why am I talking only about the Passport Bros when those states is just as risky to deal with women in those states as it is dealing with the ones over? I'm like, I wish y'all realized if I was down bad and broke, I could be nice to you uglies too if I needed the help. Like it's just like, how you that dumb that you don't realize that the worse off a woman is, the more she know how to play the game. Like, if
absolutely.
I needed your help, I could be the nicest woman you've ever met before in your life. But guess what? I'm gonna have a reckless mouth because I got the bank account to be able to do it. So you don't get to talk to me the way you want to or say whatever you want to. I don't have to be submissive if I don't want to. I can do whatever I want to. And I am. But
Yeah,
guess what? If I was down bad, I could be as submissive as you needed me to be.
absolutely. That's points on
Those
points,
women
Miss
just know
Lady.
how to play the game. And it is what it is. I respect it. I respect the hustle. But to sit up and act like they better women, no, those women
Yeah.
just know how to play the game better because they know what they need.
Yeah, and they're more needy over there. We can talk about that all day on another one. I don't want to, because we can get into that, because I'm related to some passport bros, and I have 7 brothers who are under me who I've had to coach on, what them women do. The shystiness of women, especially in barren lands, is worse than what's here. Oh.
Hey man, yeah, that's. I mean, I didn't. Yeah,
And hold on, Benny. Did you see the women that they was tagging me and then they was getting mad? Because my thing is, you told me you was going over there for fit, friendly, and whatever. I ain't seen one that was fit yet.
Yeah,
And you know what? I'm not gonna now. Women are beautiful across the whole globe.
no,
I don't give a damn as
but
far as competition goes, but
the narrative that they put out there is like, oh, these women look so much better than American women, and
Yeah, and that was my thing. Like, I
I
Nah,
don't
see
want to
the
so
come.
show
video.
the teeth.
I
Show
know
the teeth.
exactly the dude you talking about. That's the dude that said he was gonna whoop my ass. Cause he blocked me, so I had to go to my backup account and see the video. I said, "Oh, that's the old dude that said he know jujitsu and he gonna whoop my ass."
Hold on, when did this happen?
I done been into it with the passport bros a couple of times.
man,
It was the last time I got into it with them.
You didn't tell me that they.
Yeah, the one that you talking about who showed his woman, that's the old head that said he know black belt jiu-jitsu and he gonna whoop my ass when he see me. And then he blocked me. I said they all come out like roaches. When if you beef with one, they send the bat signal up and they all come out.
Well, absolutely. When you came in my comment section, I said, "Yeah, I unleashed the gates. I let the dogs out because I
And
don't
they
know
get to
what can
tagging
happen."
each other and they come and so he was like when I seen the girl I'm like, bro, she looked like the girl from the New York statue. You could have found that just at the local Publix or the
mind
food.
you, mind you, they think
And
they're fit. They're starving.
I'm
But
like,
this, no, they not fit at all. This ain't
They
even
be
no
hungry.
starving. They very healthy. They very healthy. They ain't missing no meals now. But here's the thing: it wouldn't even be a problem if that wasn't what you was throwing up in our face.
right.
Like that was the whole point that you said that the reason why you was going over there is because they were so much more attractive and fit and health was so much more their priority. And that was what you went over there for. But you're showing me homely women. They're homely foreign women. These are women that you could have found at the market. You could have found them at the swap meet.
Nigga, Home
You could have
Depot.
found them at the flea market. Like they all look not it's not given exotic. It's not
Because they don't have the money. They don't have, if you gonna go to these countries, at, Rob, like that's how I know
Billy,
they be full of shit because I done been to these places. Like when they go to Mexico, they're not going to Mexico City because number one, they don't know enough Spanish to even navigate that. So they go to the
Right.
touristy, you know, the touristy Americanized like areas with a like.
I don't know why ain't nobody being a passport in Switzerland or Belgium.
Right. You're not going to South Korea, you know.
why they not going to Africa?
Why they not? They are. I know some who are, but why Bermuda?
But that ain't never they
What
priority.
about
Like that ain't
Bermuda?
never the one that they talking about. They always talking about because the truth of the matter
The
is
cheap ones.
a lot of the passport bros are colorists. And that's the
And
underlying
that's
point is
that's
that
where you
most of
find the
them are
cheapest light
colorists
skinned
and
woman.
they just looking for something that's not black.
Cheap
Right.
Yes.
light skin.
But
That's the
those
cheapest light
same
skinned woman.
girls over here in the US is harder for them to get. So that's why they like to go over to Brazil, Colombia, DR. It's a reason why they
Yes.
choose the ones that they choose. DR, Colombia, Brazil. It's a specific looking girl that they're after, which is usually like a lot of those women is of that they really just look like light-skinned mixed biracial black girls, right? Like, and
Period.
that's really what they ultimate goal be is a biracial looking mixed loose curly textured light-skinned woman. That's what it is. And you find that in your Brazilian a lot of them just look like biracial mixed black women sometimes.
I agree, and I've seen it, and it's true because they always mistake me for them, and I'm like, nah,
Yeah,
baby,
and I was gonna say
you're
you
not
got the
gonna. Nah,
look. Like
No,
you
yeah,
got the look. So
I got
that's
the
what they
look.
be looking for.
This what they looking for, but I'm not what they want because I have American intellect. They don't like that.
Like I got a home girl and she white and black, but she looks Spanish. And they just get so intrigued with thinking she's Spanish. And it's like, no, she's not. She's just black and white. But they just so intrigued with that because that's what they be looking for.
Absolutely, and they project because and at the end of most of them cases, they get them babies, and babies still be as black as them, and they be like low key. I've seen it. They be low key upset because they didn't breed a baby that looked like what they
Mm-hmm.
fetishizing.
Yep.
So
Y'all about to summon them niggas. They about to come. They probably tagging me and
Yeah,
recording right
yeah.
now.
Benny
mad at
been
me.
over there rocking back and forth like, oh
Not
Lord,
for
y'all
it.
about to bring them
Man,
over
I
here.
ain't trying to get into it,
Gonna
dog.
do. They're gonna do
Like,
what they
bro,
did for
if you
that Mark dude. They're gonna be like they're gonna send somebody over. Hey, I think you need to go look at it. They
All
talking
it
about
take
you.
is one. All it take
right,
is one, and it because Benny ain't lying, boy. They spread their message quick.
they get man when they get the tagging each other. They get. I said they send the bat signal out. They summon like motherfucking Thundercats. They get to roll around like the Power Rangers, man. And they be recording. They be DMing each other. I'm like, dog, what the fuck? I
And
said,
You
y'all
gotta
some
think,
fucking.
Benny. They got a lot of
I ain't
time on
trying to
their
go to war with
hands.
them right now. I don't even got the mental capacity right now to be going to war with the passport bros right now. You got
Nobody
man,
do
you
because
gotta
nobody has that type of time on their hands that a passport bro got.
man, you gotta fucking dig trenches and man, you gotta prepare for them motherfuckers, boy.
but they won't go to Bermuda, and Bermuda got the finest dark skinned baddie exoticals ever.
Yeah, because they
Ever.
ain't looking for that.
They not gonna go to anywhere where they cause they're not going to place like the countries like again. I consider myself pretty well traveled from the military and when I like for work now. Like I done been to Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain, fucking Saudi Arabia. I done been to Dubai, the UAE. I done been to the UK. I done been to like a nice, mixture of places.
You sophisticated.
And when you like, they could never go to a Middle Eastern country where there's a plethora of oil wealth, right? I've been to Dubai, yeah, but as a regular person, going to Dubai is a waste of time because you don't have the money to actually enjoy Dubai,
True.
especially in 2025. Back when I went, when it was still being developed in like 2013, it was a little like you could still do a little bit more as a regular person. But now if you don't have the money, you're not in like they're going to them hotels where they got all the women where you can go and then the women be fine, but you can pick whichever one you want. But they come from other countries to work in Dubai because that's where the money is. But the local women, the actual women from the UAE and Dubai, you don't qualify for those. The ones when you go to the Mall of Dubai and they get out that motherfucking Lambo with that nigga with the turban on and the white motherfucking drape on with them sandals and them slippers. And she got the black chic on, and the only thing you see is all her motherfucking diamonds and gold bracelets and fucking what them shits, them damn bracelets, them expensive.
Tennis bracelets. Yeah.
Yeah, the whatever that company, I can't think of the name, and then they got that fucking the designer purse. It ain't even Louis Vuitton or design. It's some shit somebody done fucking made, and they walking around that mall, and all you see is they motherfucking eyes. You don't qualify for them women. Yeah, you don't qualify for them women. You know what I'm saying? If when you go to Israel, now you might be able to talk to the little local dusties, but the ones that's walking around and they got affluence, you go to Tokyo, you go to Japan, you can't pull them women. You can't because number one, you have to know the language. You know what I'm saying? You have to understand the culture, and they're not putting in the time and the effort for that. Van Cleef, that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? You're not so the dusties that you're dealing with that you can Google Translate with and give you a look at they the dusties. They the dusties.
Yeah. And it looks real foolish when these passport bros are over there with these families and they don't even speak their language and the whole family plotting against them in their face speaking that second language, knowing they're not picking it up. I'm like, this is what you're doing for what? A pretty piece of Garfield? I'll never understand it. I'll
They're
never
not
understand
going like they're not going to Italy places, places in Italy, places in Belgium, and Europe, and in the Middle East where the money ain't, you're not getting, the dollar don't equal fucking $5
Yeah,
because
we're going
they
where the
can't.
American dollar is it depreciated when the dollar breaks down? Is that what it is?
Yeah,
When the
like
currency
where the
breaks down?
dollar's worth
No,
more in
they
certain
want
countries.
where their dollar appreciates. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
they're not
right.
going where it's
Right.
appreciated.
And even when they go to these, like when they go to Mexico, like I said, they're staying around like Cancun, Puerto Vallarta and shit. Like they're not going to, the equivalent of like New York City, right, in Mexico City, where it's vibrant, it's big. They're not going to places like that because they can't afford the actual women out there.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but let them tell it. They just living their best.
It's just it's anti-blackness, just rooted in, and I don't even like throwing that word around, but that's all it is. It's the anti-blackness is a colorism. It's a desire for their kids to not look like them
Yep.
because they are willing to say that American woman is that's too much for her to ask for 50-50, or you know what I'm saying, or to pay 100, whatever, to give her any money. That's too much.
Your mic went
Too
out.
much.
Oh.
But to you willing to go give a poor bitch 100% of everything? That don't even make sense. Like math, like that don't even make sense. It's the fact that a black person, a black woman would give you children that look like you, and you want your kids to just not look like you. So that's why it don't matter what she is or where she come from or her education level or none of that. She just looks like something that's going to give you a child that don't look like what the fuck you look like. That's all it is.
And that's why they all have this certain look about them. They all look the same.
They do.
They all look alike. Like whenever they tag each other, they be older, like washed up, cast away black dudes that you could tell nobody really wanted. They always got like they mouth look a certain way, like they teeth be looking a certain way, and they always got like butter all in their teeth and shit. The bottom row of their teeth be all fucked up. I don't know. It's just like they all got a certain look about them.
Like, tell me
I
why
will say this though.
why we ain't never seen like a 6'4" athletic built, fine, like he would be like a 9 or a 10 over here in the US. Why we don't never see them online talking about going overseas and getting nobody?
Because
You know
then he don't
why?
even got to
Because
go
they
to the
get
next zip
girls over
code to
here
get
in the
no cat.
US with no problem, and so they don't got no reason to be going nowhere.
Exactly. What if we go to another country for? He don't even got to switch zip codes. He don't even
Right.
got to
This
go to the
this
next
this
apartment
man ain't
complex.
this man, but this
Like,
man he fighting a different struggle. He fighting women off.
but then this what? But then I will say this as a like looking at it on a broader scale, it proves that no matter what, a man will always shoot for more than he even may be worth. He gonna always shoot for higher. A man ain't gonna date a woman at his level. He ain't gonna date no low something. But on the split side, y'all, you know what I'm saying? Women would date a man lower than her easy. It'd be fine ass women with, you know what I'm saying? But a man who he will never just accept that this is all I'm worth in the marketplace. No, he'll go out the country if he before he faced the fact of dealing with what the fuck he actually commands in the market. That's the
Yeah.
problem.
Now you know a lot of them will, Chad, but they not happy. They dealing with it, but they ain't happy. Like
Oh,
they got women that they with who they not attracted to, but they just kind of thugging it out, thinking that something gonna change, and eventually they gonna be able to get the girl of their dreams, or something gonna happen magically one day. Like that's the
right. You know,
reason why they
men just
still
don't
be in
settle.
single conversations all while being in these relationships, because they're still on the prowl. They still looking.
Yeah, and I don't know why they think they're so safe over there when, with these passport women that they're getting comes these passport families. And whether they have wealth or not over there, these other places don't play about their daughters. So if you mistreat that girl and they communicate that with the family, there's been a lot of passport bros who have been seeing um the afterlife because of how they're playing with women over there, thinking that they can take these same American ways and degenerate games over there, and they're not coming back.
Well, that's because no matter what, you're always seen as having more. You're having a look. You got to think about it. You going somewhere where these motherfuckers don't even have paved roads, but you have the luxury of traveling on an airplane to come to somebody else's country, and then they go over there dressed in their finest garments, you know what I'm saying, draped in their finest 10-karat gold, and then flashing their $1,000 iPhone that can feed that family for 6 years. And you mean to tell me that these motherfuckers don't think you got something? You got something regardless, nigga. You a lick
Them.
regardless. They
Yes,
can't
it is.
even travel one city. They can't even go one town over. They can't even go to the fucking hospital 10 miles down the road. But your ass can fucking go to a whole nother fucking country. Nigga, you a lick from the time your plane landed. You was a lick at the fucking airport. That's what these dumbass niggas don't get.
Gringos. That's what they call them. Gringos.
I tell you one thing, cause I did see this one chick. They was trying to like say she was reaching and that ain't going on over there. And she was talking about how they go a lot. Some not say a lot, but some go over there to deal with the underage chicks or whatever. I've seen it with my own eyes. They do.
They do.
I've seen it with my own eyes. Especially when we was in the Middle East, I've seen it with my own eyes. Motherfuckers lining up to go. They got specific places for underage boys and girls, and they be out there lined up. I've seen it with my own eyes.
I've seen it on HBO.
I mean, that's what they try to do. But it's don't no. I've seen it with these two big ass motherfucker eyeballs. I seen motherfuckers, and yeah, yeah.
I hate to say this. I hope I don't strike a chord.
And even when we was in Israel, now mind that was there's some beautiful ass women out there. Some of the most beautiful women I ever motherfucking seen. Now if niggas was going out there and coming back with women with wives, I say kudos to you. You really doing it, but they not. And when we went to like this shop, it was like a mall out there in Eli, and the we was getting fitted for clothes and stuff, and even like the ladies that was fitting, and mind you, she was assaulting me the whole time, but because she was like, "Oh, Americans, you guys are so, Black Americans, you guys are so in shape and big and strong." Like, all right, bitch. Anyway, so she was basically saying, like, telling us to be careful of the women because a lot of them seem like they're older, but they be like 15, 16 years old, and they be out there trying to, get they be out there working and trying to, do shit. And she was like, be careful because you can get caught up and get mistaken thinking she's, an adult when she's not because they look older out there. They present themselves a certain way. And motherfuckers didn't care. They didn't care.
They stupid. They so blinded by being uncultured, Benny. They don't even realize, motherfucker, this ain't your country, nigga. You ain't got no rights over there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got no fucking rights. What you gonna do? Like, it's so stupid. Like, they can do whatever they want to you. Anybody can. It's not your country. Your American privilege, you are blinded by how privileged you are. They can fucking slice your head off and fuck, you know what I'm saying? Like, let me not say that, but like they can do whatever they want to do. And there's nothing that anybody can do. Good luck sending some, like, you're not Brittany Griner. And it took us how long to get her back?
Yeah.
The president had to get her back, and it still took him how long? You think they're gonna call up the president to come get your crazy ass?
Because you were thirsty for some coochie.
Right. Like they're so blinded by American privilege, they don't even realize that they are literally walking targets from the time the plane land. They're stupid.
And on a different facet of that same diamond, I believe that American Black men, especially the higher educated ones, the ones with more sense, like, you guys have something to you, some layers to you. I do believe that Black American men can heighten and empower other women properly from other countries. Like if y'all did, like honestly, I wouldn't be so against if they brought them here to marry them and make them better. Because like Indian women, I actually do think they're they're gems, but their men treat them like trash. And I feel like American black men would actually be of what's the word of like a treasure to some of these other women in the proper ways, not being like a passport bro, but like if you did have that option of bringing over here, those people and bettering them, black men would do it better than anybody.
They
That's
ain't
just
gonna
my.
go.
The
They ain't gonna go there because them Indian men will whoop their ass.
They would,
right. The thing
but them
about it
women,
is
I
too
love them for black men. Honestly, when it does happen, I just love to see that.
true, but the thing about it is what another thing that Black American men don't realize that makes that they're so painfully oblivious to. In no race ever is anybody more race loyal than to their own.
To
They're
a
loyal
fault.
to their own men more.
Speak on
Black
it.
these dudes want to be loyal to other women more than their own. Now realizing that you're the only stupid motherfucker that says and does this. These women that you want are more loyal to their own race, their race of men. Meaning the only reason why they're interested in you, it has to be an economic reason. That's the only fucking reason. And you have to be rich or a green card or something. All they're gonna do is have an anchor baby, get that green card, and use it to bring the rest of her family over. She don't give a fuck about you.
But
Absolutely.
he's like that's the thing. Like they're not gonna go to India because those women they're not checking for black. Like they're not gonna typically marry outside their race. They're not gonna date outside.
Do that, and if
Just
they do,
like
it's gonna be white.
Yeah,
just
I was
like
just going to say when they do, it's gonna be white,
just like
just
Yeah,
like Asians,
unfortunately.
just
Yeah.
like them
Asians,
Asians.
Middle Eastern.
Because these dudes are so uncultured and untraveled, they don't realize that anti-blackness is global, colorism is global. Even the dark Indians who are Indian as fuck, born and raised, they are the lowest in that society because they're
Yeah.
dark. And they're
Yep.
actually Indians. So you mean to tell me that they're gonna get a black ass black man? They don't even match.
Oh, so like they're not gonna. So they're gonna go to Vietnam. They're gonna go to Guam. They're gonna go to Colombia. They're gonna go to the places who are in like damn near extreme fucking poverty. And then they're gonna go to the cheap areas of the. They're not gonna go to the metro areas of the Philippines and shit like that because they wouldn't be valued, quote unquote. So it, I don't know.
Delusional. It's what comes when people have delusions of grandeur and they have no idea that they're. It's to happen when you have people with. I don't know. We gotta stop making people dumb. That's the easiest way for me to say it. I don't know how else to say it.
I'm like, bro, I don't know if they wanted. It's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm a little bit more blessed than some of these niggas, but I got ugly homeboys, and they still be pulling too. I'm like, y'all, it ain't hard to get women, bro.
Yeah, here's the thing. I know dudes who ain't the finest dudes, but they make up for it in their personalities and they like charisma and stuff like that. Like there's ways around it when you're not the finest, right? But they don't even try. Like they be they check all the negative boxes. They be unattractive, can't dress, hygiene be bad, don't take care of themselves, personality suck. And then you want somebody to want that?
But they don't go outside.
But you don't even get nobody the opportunity to want it. Like you don't even try. You don't even do anything to make it appealing. And then you be somewhere mad because nobody wants it. Like it's just like you're not doing anything to make yourself desirable. Why would
Their
somebody want it?
their their delusion, Dana. They want the woman who showroom new, but he could be as is, no warranty on the goddamn Joe Blow's auto lot.
It
Nigga,
really
your
is.
muffler
It
falling off. Your
really
shit
that's
gotta be
exactly
showroom
really
new.
what be going on. And then again, a lot of sometimes they don't even be ugly. Sometimes it just be the social awkwardness of them just being weird that throw everybody off.
Yeah.
Yo,
Should be they be thinking like shit. That weird shit give creepy vibe. Like she gonna end up
Yeah,
chopped up
that
somewhere. Like
weird
yeah.
go to creepy real quick.
Yes, a lot of
yo,
incels
can,
do that.
can y'all hear me? Yeah,
Yeah.
what you got,
Yep.
man? So I got a question. Why is everything I'm hearing basically negative? Like,
You a passport bro?
hell no, I only like black women. On God,
That's
So
positive.
then how did you figure everything we saying is negative?
because it is. It's okay. You're trying to. Okay, you're basically saying what somebody already know about themselves, and you just hounding them down. You feel me? Type shit, and it's like, you know.
What you
What?
saying though?
It like finding roadkill and you trying to kill that bitch again. You feel me?
As
So
far as what's concerned, like what conversation are you disagreeing with?
Okay, y'all was just saying like, okay, dudes, okay, they smell it, they overweight, they goddamn, they not even trying. You calling them all that? Why the fuck would they try? If you saw that from them from day one, and then they switch up and come back on some hot shit, why would they want you?
Why should you want to take care of yourself?
No,
What do
no,
I have to do with that?
I'm saying, like, okay, you never know what somebody got going on. So first off, y'all judging
Y'all can
because,
let that go. I don't care what you got going on. You wake up every morning, you don't
but,
want to brush your
but,
teeth.
but you
You don't want to take a
judging,
bath.
but you judging about some shit that don't even got nothing to do with you, right?
Get
That's
in here.
negative in the
It
first
got
place.
something to do with me when you mad that nobody wants you and you complaining and
How
I
do you
gotta
know that
hear
they
it
mad? How do you know that they mad though?
because you're
You're
complaining and you
too
telling us that
invested
it's an
in what
issue.
you're supposed to be on a higher level than this person, right? But
No,
you're
no,
not
I'm
stepping
not
up to
actually
a
gonna
higher
be on no
pedestal.
higher
You feel
level
me?
because if
You're
you
not.
sitting up and
You,
complaining to me about something that you got control over, then yeah, I got a problem with that. Because guess what? You could shut up.
but you
If
still.
you felt like that and it was so uncontrollable and you can't help it and it's such a struggle for you to brush your teeth and take care of yourself, then guess
I mean
what?
that
You don't
shit.
have to complain to me
Look. You
about
talking
nobody
about shit
wanting
that
me
don't really
either.
matter, bro. The fact is that you supposed to be higher than this person that you talking about, right? But you
Who
still.
said that though?
You were.
Nobody.
I'm saying is, if you talking shit about somebody, that obviously mean that you
No, it
think you
don't
higher than
obviously
them.
mean. It
Okay,
means you get ready to
but
try
the
to start
thing
putting
is,
words in somebody's mouth. Why does it have to mean that?
but
This
none of this
shit.
shit's supposed to even be
I'm talking about,
applying
bro.
to you though, dude. Like it's not even supposed to apply to you at all. So
It
whether or not
don't.
if she
It don't. But
higher
I'm
or
saying
not,
you have to be
so
elevated
you can
enough to get the bigger picture, bro.
right. But what I'm saying
You
is
can't
like,
fucking pick the world up and you
okay,
fucking on this bitch bashing somebody who
okay,
trying to pick themselves up from the
but
fucking
you're
How do you
supposed to
know they
pit.
be.
picking themselves up?
You don't know this person. That's what I'm
You
saying.
don't know them either because it's hypothetical.
But you're not giving them grace. You're not showing how fucking educated and how smart you are by doing that shit. There is no intellect in that shit. You feel me?
The fact
If you
that
was
what
really
you saying
smart,
makes sense to you is already
bruh,
enough. Whenever I hear y'all say type S, I already know it's going nowhere. Whenever y'all be saying type S after y'all say something,
I,
I'm
I
a smart
already know
motherfucker, so
that it's getting ready to be like it's getting to be an
it really
elementary
don't
level
matter.
type
But I'm
conversation
saying
here to take place.
negative effort, like you get on that bit talking about lower people or whatever, somebody who struggling in their life already,
You
and
don't
you supposed to
even
be
know
doing
who the
good.
person
Like what
is.
the
This is
fuck?
a hypothetical
How the fuck is
person.
you a leader on some real shit?
At this point, you don't brush your teeth and take care of yourself because that's the only
Woo!
reason why you would be on here
It
trying
don't
to
matter.
defend this.
That shit don't phase me. That shit don't phase me. You can say
It,
whatever
Z.
it
you
don't
want,
have to
but
phase
I'm
you. It
coming on this
phased
bit
you
with
enough to
facts.
come up here and try to defend it.
Yeah, yeah,
Bruh,
Z. I
I'm
feel like you came
defending
in on the
people.
tail end of a concept and
I'm
you're
defending.
defending the end
I'm
of it.
defending people who you talking
You
shit about,
defending
who you
people who
don't
don't
even
take
know.
care of themselves.
so did you just come to argue?
No, bro. Look. I'm saying y'all talking about people getting their shit together. Men, black men
So do you
coming up
want niggas to hold people accountable? Cause me telling niggas to get his shit
on
together.
my life. On
Hold
my
on,
life,
hold
hell
on,
yeah.
hold on, hold on, hold on. If I'm telling motherfuckers to be accountable, and you just a dirty, dingy, dusty, crusty motherfucker walking
Tell
around,
that motherfucker he that.
and then you mad and you blaming everybody and it's everybody else's fault why you dirty, crusty, musty, dingy, and
But
funky.
listen, y'all being funny with this shit. Y'all not actually trying to help motherfucker. You feel me?
Whether I'm being funny or not, nigga, your breath stink. Go fix it.
And addressing it is a form of
That
help. First, you got to address it, then
it's
get it
ways
together.
to address it
How,
on a
okay,
more
would
intellectual
you how
level.
would you address it then?
Pull the motherfucker to the side, have a real conversation. Not blast they ass. What the fuck is you talking about?
Who's blasting who?
It's a
Bro,
hypothetical
look,
person.
but look, okay, look. Listen. Hypothetically, y'all putting shit that is real out there for some people who you don't know. Maybe you know somebody like that. Maybe you don't know somebody like that. Feel me?
So you mad about an imaginary person?
I'm not mad at all, bro.
Well, you advocating for an imaginary person?
I advocate for everybody, bro. Ain't nobody goddamn
But
hiding.
there's nobody to advocate right now because we talking about an imaginary person.
Bro, y'all say hypothetical. On God. Why the fuck is
Because
y'all
that's
talking
what we're
about?
talking
Why?
about.
How
People
to
who we talking
listen?
about people out there that may exhibit this behavior.
Why y'all talking about something that don't got nothing to do with y'all though? If it's that's what I'm
Wait a
saying though.
minute, Mr. Z. You wanted to come up and talk with
The
us.
same reason why you up here talking to us about something. Just else.
We talking.
Cause I'm saying, bro, it just don't make
You ain't
sense,
really
bro.
saying
It
much.
don't. It's like fucking.
I think
It's
you
like rage bait. Y'all
Give
been
it
talking
up.
about
Give
the
it up,
same
G.
shit for years,
you
more.
sound like you just trying to argue.
Yeah, you want
No,
to
he ain't trying to
argue.
argue. He a old stank dirty nigga. That's what he
Yeah, that's what it
You
was.
struck a chord.
that's what that was. That thing hit home. He was somewhere smelling himself while I was talking, and he was like, dang, she over there just
Right,
talking about me and she don't even
right,
know what I'm going through. Let me come
right.
up here.
And then what type of logic is, well, why should he even, if you talking about he's stinking all this, well then why would he want to get himself together? Nigga, what the fuck is that? What the nigga, you wash your ass for you. The fuck is you talking about?
That part
You
makes
wanna
it so cool.
sit there all greasy and Gucci, nigga, is you nasty?
Oh my god. I already love it here. I can't. I can't.
Niggas so fucking clammy, just in there all clammy and like niggas is nasty. They just nasty. So you need a woman to be interested in you to wash the fucking gooch grease off? You nasty nigga.
I mean,
Fucking nasty.
old dirty bastard probably always had him a hoe or two though, huh?
Oh
Like,
shit!
dude, that is
Oh, god
crazy.
damn!
Wonder where all this shit from like chlamydia
Oh.
and all this other this shit came from. Niggas was dirty. Gonorrhea, all that shit is bacterial infections because niggas was dirty.
Oh,
That's all
Yeah.
that shit is.
We not defending
God,
no dirt.
I was just so
God, ain't no
confused. I'm just like,
excuse.
why are you going this hard on some hypothetical person that's not even like a real person?
good
That was
lord!
hilarious.
Ah man, that hurt. That got my stomach hurt, man.
And Mr. Benny, it's 5:25. I know you said something about 6 o'clock. I guess it's
I
six
did,
6:25.
man.
So where you are?
I did. My bad. I'm gonna move it to 7 o'clock.
Okay.
Benny know when he get on here running his mouth with us.
I'm moving it to 7 o'clock. All right, man. God damn. I swear, 7 o'clock. I've been on this motherfucker since 8 o'clock in the morning. God damn.
He say we slow, but you look like you all of about 38 years old and you still saying on God after everything you say and type
You know
S.
what I'm
Like
saying?
your vocabulary is of a 16-year-old YN and you somewhere looking like you all almost 40 years old. Be for real.
Right, like your vocabulary should have been established in stone before type shit even came like a thing.
Right,
Fuck that.
I don't say
right.
that
This
shit
you
because
an old head who done already you an old head who throwing in young lingo and now it became part of your vocabulary. That's embarrassing.
Not
And if he
established.
was really listening, he would have known that with all those deficient things going on with him, he could still get a female if he tried. Because that's what you were saying. If you tried,
You
you could
should
still
have
get
just took
somebody
my
else.
advice and went in there, took a bath, brushed your teeth, went and got a shape up, and shut your mouth.
Yeah.
I love when women just I love when y'all just be when when the fine ones especially just be
Cut that shit.
You ain't
it's
said
different.
nothing wrong, Dana.
Dog,
But to
this
Dana's
shit
point,
ain't
Dana did have a
hard.
point. She's like, "Why are you arguing about a hypothetical?" She could understand if it was a real
He said it
person.
don't even apply to him at all. She said, "Oh, you must be one of those people." He said, "No, I'm not." So again, what's why are you so invested in it?
Dana,
It's
the
the fact he
hypothetical person
arguing.
going through
He trying to
something.
make
Now,
the case
holla.
that it's okay to be funky. Like, I'm a fat black nigga. I take 4 showers a day. I refuse to be funky. I'm already fat and black. I can't have all the fucking struggles. I gotta pick one.
Damn.
And funky ain't one of them.
Dana, the hypothetical person going through something. Like, damn.
Oh,
Right? Like,
Like,
I mean, he was getting ready to get a hypothetical, a whole storyline. I'm like,
it's
whoa.
like, damn, he trying to run phase for Casper. Nigga
oh
don't
man.
exist.
It about to be a Tyler Perry movie for him, man. God damn. I was like, bro, this shit ain't hard. That was like all this shit come back to the accountability conversation. Cause like
You
that,
really do, but this is my thing, Benny. How can anybody hold anybody accountable when it's responses like that? To even we ain't even talking about a person. Then we talking about a hypothetical
All
who
right,
don't even
Dana.
exist,
to
and
wash
we
your
trying to
ass,
tell
that should
just
be a
simply say
consistent.
take care of your hygiene. We can't even say take
we
care of your
can't hold people
hygiene.
accountable. Wash their ass, man.
We can't
We
even go
can't
with
even
the
tell
wash.
a,
They
you
get
can't tell
offended
a
by
nigga to
saying
wash
wash
his
your ass.
ass.
That's negative.
That
That's an
means that
offensive
I
state.
think
That's
that I'm better
negative.
than everybody because that's what he was Gary go.
That's
You think you
elitist.
up here?
That's
You
elitist.
think you at this
You
level?
you and your
Dana, you
Dove,
think you
you a
somebody because you keep
classist.
your water on?
Right,
Right, you
because
think
I
you
take
better?
showers in the morning to brush my
You
teeth.
think
I
you
think I'm
better
on
just
this
because you
level.
wash yourself? Right. Like you don't know what I'm going through. Nigga, you ain't go
Stand,
through a
I
pack of
cannot
soap.
stand that
I
you
know
don't know
you
what
ain't
I'm
been through a
going through.
pack of soap
No, I'm
in
gonna tell you,
years.
Chad, that's been going through me. That whole you don't know what I'm going through. Nigga, everybody going through something. Like y'all, they
Like,
really
that shit
think that
don't
they
make you
such an
special.
exception to the rule of life
Yeah.
that
Because we
only
all
Like,
they
drink
like
the
they
go
so
same
through
goddamn,
water in the
something.
morning or at night.
These
What
niggas,
time of
these
day?
niggas
like
stay drinking
everything,
on
like
soap
they
and
so
water.
goddamn special.
They always think they so. Every time they say it, that's what go to my mind is when Chad talk about how they always think they so special that these things is only happening to them, and they get this special exception made for them to not do
Yeah.
certain things because they going through something. We all got
That like
something that we done
Go
had
we
to
through
all
the
go
give
through.
a
water, baby.
give
Go
a
through the
microphone.
water.
Like, look, give a microphone to every person on this goddamn planet. And they can tell you how hard their life has been, how fucked up people have treated them, and all the shit they've been through. That don't make you special. Make you common, nigga. And make you common, basic, regular.
And it might make
Exactly.
you a
Everybody that been through
TikToker if you
something.
post about it.
But I don't think people realize
Everybody been
this.
through.
This is a quote that someone gave me, and then it changed my perspective. It says, "What role do you play in your own demise? And sometimes the key to your own cage is in your pocket."
It's
Niggas,
the truth.
niggas is
Look,
gang
they live in
banging
the
on
jail of
soap
their own
and water.
making. It's all in their own head.
I
Soap
agree.
and water, toothbrush and a toothpaste. That's what we gang bang. That's what we can't hold niggas accountable to pick up a toothbrush and toothpaste.
We
You know what
have
I'm saying?
drifted
Like
so far from the. This is not the work of the Lord. We have driven so far away.
a wash
Like
rag and some soap, bruh.
But yeah,
that's how far we've come.
right. But like, as far as Benny and the accountability conversation, so like I said earlier, what role do we play in our demise is something that everyone can ask themselves. If you're not where you want to be in life or a situation, sometimes you just have to simply ask yourself, "What role did I simply play in this?" And that's like you said. But it's always easier to point the blame at other people. It's men, it's women, and all these other stuff. But it's like, but what role did you play?
The first step of accountability is understanding that no matter what the outcome was, even if somebody wrong, like did wrong by you, you still have an opportunity to see what you could have still done wrong in it, right? You still have
Hmm.
correction that you could have made outside of what they did. Like when I broke up with my ex, I knew the reason why I broke up with him, but that didn't like cancel out the things that I could have done better too while in the relationship. So being able to acknowledge the stuff that I did go along with also what he did. Like it don't excuse the reason why I had to break up with him, but it also I get to sit back and be like, you know what? Like, yep, self-reflection. I get to sit back and like, you know what? I
Right.
could have did this better. I could
You
have
got
did that.
yeah.
Yep.
I like what's called like someone said self reflection. There's also this other quote that I like that says, "Look no further than the mirror."
This quote that I say, and it's nobody don't give a fuck about nothing you do. At the end of the day, the only person that's gonna have to deal with that shit is you. So you could be mad and sulk and you could throw your pity party, nigga. That don't affect my life at all, nigga. I don't give a fuck about it. You could be mad all you want to. You could cry, blame. You can call the fuck. Nobody in this world cares, nigga. The only person that gotta deal with that is you. So you can either change that shit or sit in it. But nothing is not. Nobody else is gonna give a fuck, and that's just the reality.
Yep.
It's really true.
Nobody cares. Work harder.
He tried to argue with a woman about why hygiene ain't important. That's what I can't get over. A woman telling you to wash your ass, you trying to argue with her
Oh,
why that
but
ain't
them be the main
feasible.
ones that talk about a girl cat stink.
Oh,
Like I said, I live in Miami. It's 102 degrees right now. I done took 4 showers throughout the day, and it's just 6 o'clock. I'm supposed to. That's
Feet
supposed to
by
be
a
my
year.
competition. A nigga who don't want to bathe. I'm supposed to compete with that for a black woman. I think not.
No, next thing gonna say bathing is feminine.
But then you remember
No, they
that
already did. They
remember they
already did. They
said
made a video
the
and they said that if you take care of yourself too much as a man, you gay.
or if you
What?
wash your
Wild.
ass, like getting your ass crack and wash it good, that's DL baby. That's
I don't think why they. I don't understand why they think that pulling down their pants and the room smelling like dookie is attractive. Why would that make a woman want you? What woman is attracted to the smell of dookie book? Like that's
but
fucking disgusting. Like who the fuck want that?
I will
Child, I live in
say,
Miami.
bro,
I know a couple. I live in Miami.
I will say that there are women because remember the girls that be posting they boyfriends and their husbands doodoo draws.
Right?
They out there.
I'm gonna leave that over there with the women because I'm telling you, nah,
Like,
that ain't happening
you ain't
over
post
here.
that till you got
Y'all
mad.
gotta
So don't do
we
that.
we shame over here. The bitches, the niggas be scared as fuck to show up like any if you don't smell like water, Niggas, no.
No, but you
That
gotta
I'll leave
ask
that over there
yourself.
with
You gotta
y'all.
ask
I smell
yourself
some
this,
bad
Chad.
water
Hygiene
too, man.
is of utmost
I smell
importance.
some
You gotta
bad
Fuck
ask
water.
that.
yourself, how did it take for you to break up for you to now talk about this man had doo doo in his drawers? It didn't just happen. So that means you seen the doo doo in his drawers and still kept messing with him.
That
This
means
the
you
fact
smelt it when
of
you was
he
sucking
could
it.
have
You
spent
smelt
$5
that.
and got some dude wipes out of Walmart and took care of that.
I
You
mean,
could have
Baby.
just went into your bathroom 5 feet away. I'm
Not to
telling
mention you had your face down there.
And oh,
he was
okay,
in
so
the
you.
that
Smelling it.
bed. They laid
yeah,
in the bed.
You had your
so
face down there. You think that you showing me them dirty drawers supposed to make me think bad about him?
so
Hey,
look,
hey,
You
as a
smelt
boy
it when you was
mom,
sucking it.
nose on belly button, that's even worse. So you really smelled it.
so as a boy
Face didn't
mom,
even know.
I'm sorry, Bro. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
God,
Go ahead.
good.
Okay,
I
so
was
as a
saying,
boy mom, I'm not wrong for teaching my boys to use dude wipes properly.
no,
To teach them how to
Thank
be
you.
clean. Ain't
that's
nothing
how you
attractive
right.
about that. Like I don't get like hygiene, cleanliness is next to godliness, motherfucker. Then this nigga is holy over here. I don't know what the fuck they got
Then,
going on. Them dirty
then,
devils. Fuck that.
then if he uncut, he gotta learn how to clean that too. If the
Oh,
man
ain't nothing
uncut,
worse
Wipes
than
is a
that.
He
When he
said the
requirement.
wipes
uncut,
is a
oh,
Yes.
requirement.
feast,
And
cheesy
toilet
fish
tissue ain't
sticks.
always gonna get the job done. Them wipes is a requirement.
No,
praise the
you need a
Lord.
shower.
I keep
You
yeah,
need to
but I'm
wash
saying
the
like
whole
I keep
thing.
I keep wipes on me at all times.
I got them
Yeah.
I
today
do too. I'm a man. So what they tell
Especially
me?
to avoid Belantis.
with heated
Or
feet.
just wash the whole. You at your house, you could just scoot over to that tub, just wash the whole thing. It's all right, ain't gonna kill you.
But bro,
Wash
I'm
it,
gonna
start
keep it a
over,
thousand.
fresh.
Most men don't know that after 3 months, you're supposed to switch out your socks, drawers, white beaters, all they gotta get switched out. Cause the lining is gone. That's how they have holy ass drawers, cause they ain't buying some new ones every 2 to 3 months and stocking up like they supposed to.
That's
We got a
crazy.
bidet over here. A bidet, some
Yeah,
wipes,
I
some
got a
washcloths.
bidet, bro. You know.
See that
That's
bathtub,
crazy. How
about
they
the
don't
same
So,
keep
thing.
clean.
anytime you talk about having proper hygiene, here comes somebody, oh, it's y'all having a hygiene Olympics? No, we just actually kind of want to smell good and to have people talk about us when we walk by or when we get up from sitting down.
And
Right,
Like,
I
no,
never
we just don't
understood.
actually
Right,
want to stink. We
right.
don't want to be known as somebody who stink.
And last
these
time I
people be
checked,
laying down. No, like they just literally just will go over it, like lay down and pull their draw down for like nigga. What do you got going on in your
nah,
life?
baby,
You know,
the
you just
black
pulled
women,
yourself
we're the
smelling like
gatekeepers to
this,
cleanliness. The
But
hell?
smelling
here's the
like this.
thing
Like
though.
this shit don't make sense.
But hold on, Chad, that's the thing though. They swear women so evil without a reason. Why give them a reason to be mean?
Like
Why
I don't
give
get
them
it.
a reason to put you in the group chat as a sucker?
I
Because you
couldn't
can't wash your
imagine.
ass.
Like nigga, you put your shit down and you got a cheesy fish stick. Like nigga, you crazy. Like nigga,
That's why I say if he
like
uncut, he gotta learn how to clean that shit too.
disgusting.
Hey, but
Chad, what?
y'all seen that lady that was in the getting her shit waxed and it was stinking up the whole room.
Mm,
Mm-mm.
Listen, I still ain't
I
got
hear
over the
that.
fact. Like I ain't never went and did that. But my thing is, I would just assume that if you going to go get waxed, that you would take a bath before going,
Like
or
that would be
you
the day
would
you
just
get
like
super
make
clean, like a
sure
nigga
that you
about to
like
eat.
A1 before you go sit on
Yeah.
somebody's table. But to know that these women just be showing up any kind of way is
Say
Straight from the
what?
gym to
crazy.
the wax
It's
table.
wild. And I'm a waxer. I've been waxing for 15
Oh,
years now,
really?
okay? Yes, ma'am.
Oh, you
I'm a
got horror
waxer.
stories.
Not only do you shower before you go, but remember that time period when you sit in that car and our legs is folded, that little top area will sweat. You're supposed to refresh before you go into the room with that waxer, and they give you all the tools necessary to refresh. So there's no reason.
That's crazy. Like my thing is, I just don't understand as a woman why you'd even want that to be like an impression left on somebody, whether it's the waxer, whether it be a man. Like if you know that you've been running around all day and you just ain't that fresh, why is you dropping them draws? Like, why are you even
It's like
giving that
it's
man
a.
an opportunity to say that thing stank?
And you
Is
know it's
that?
a
Are
lot of
you
white
stupid or
girls.
something?
Ripping and
Like
running.
you could easily just be like, "Hey, let me jump in the shower real quick." You think he gonna stop you? Like,
Real
Absolutely
quick.
not.
Or give me a
Hell, he
wash
gonna jump
rag.
in
We in
with you if you
Victoria's
got some
Secret. Give me a wash
sense.
rag. Paper
Dana
towel,
D
some
said
water.
some men like the
Shit, ho,
challenge.
stop at the QT. Sit in the sink. Like
And
go,
some
like
and some
not sitting
water
in the sink.
is
Hey,
essential.
walking. Hey, walking.
Go
Time and
ahead.
battery acid is two different things, my boy.
I'm gonna tell you,
Time
my,
and
my
battery
pride
acid is
is
two
something
different
else.
things.
My pride would never allow that kind of stuff to go down. You ain't never gonna be able to associate me with no stink. Now, there's a lot of things I ain't gonna give you that. I ain't gonna ever give you the opportunity to be able to put my name with stinking.
That's how I feel as a
It ain't
fat
gonna
man. You
happen.
can't do it.
That
I can't.
part.
That's how I feel as a fat man. I refuse to.
I don't be sparing people feeling like I'm just not that person. I'm not gonna. I tell you, I say it up
Dana,
front. I'm
Yeah,
not
I'm
gonna
not
just
that
go
person
through it.
either. And I don't
I'm
like
not gonna just go
smells.
through it
Like
to
I
make you
don't
feel
like when
better.
somebody stinks. Like it just
Dana
it make
said,
me mad. Like bad smells make
Yes.
me mad.
Niggas
Like
gotta
I was on the
realize
treadmill and this dude came in and got beside me and he stank. And I'm just like, did you not even bathe before you got on here? He pissed
Another
me off
thing
so
with
bad. I
dudes
know
in
he
the
seen my
gym,
face.
Dana.
I know he seen my face
Niggas
get
think
mad.
niggas be thinking that they only allowed to have one shower per day, so they Oz got to make it count. Oz can't take a shower
No,
before
no,
the
no. You
gym.
gotta take as
Like,
many as
like
you
no,
nah,
you
need.
take
it's the
one.
fact that
If you know
Chad
you
niggas be
already
funky.
stinking, take one before and after. But they go in like, no, Oz only allows one, so Oz can't take it now because I'm just
No,
gonna be
you
a waste. But get
if
the
you
fuck
need
up out of
three,
here with your
take
poor
three.
ass. Yeah.
That's why I
Nigga,
say
water is
take three or
plentiful and
four.
cheap. It's not Bangladesh. Nigga, we got water everywhere.
Right.
Your water bill is your cheapest bill. You better run that water. You better
Matter
get
of
the
fact,
cash
Everywhere.
to take a bath.
I've seen a homeless man take a bath in the ocean and a pool. So what's your excuse if you got a whole house?
Cause baby, spray
Seeing
bottles,
a
water
hoe take a
bottles
bath with
exist.
with a bottle of water in a gas station bathroom. Ain't no
Yes.
excuse.
I mean, I don't wash my ass with like the little water from the porta potty, not the toilet, but like how they be having the sink. I was in the field, okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's no excuse. You don't even feel right. Like once you know what clean feel like, that shit don't be feeling right being greasy. Like it don't feel good. Like
Mm-hmm.
niggas be actually walking around feeling like that all day. Like nigga, you gotta be gross. Something wrong with you.
But
Yeah.
But you
but
don't
the
know what they're
craziest
going through,
part though
Chad. You don't know
is
what they're
those
going
be the
through.
dudes the women
And I don't
gravitate
give
to.
a
That's the
fuck.
craziest part. Those
Whatever
be
you're
the
going through, there's
those be the
water
men and
for
women
you to go
chasing.
through too.
Them be them niggas.
He
Oh,
wouldn't be going through it if he went through some water.
Go through the water, please.
and we done got on stank niggas all because somebody don't want to be accountable for stank
But
niggas.
it still tie back into the same thing. Is
Right,
no matter
right.
what you try to hold these people accountable for, they gonna find a way to throw it back at you as to why you wrong for even bringing it up to say something to them about it.
But here the
like
worst
you said,
kind.
we can't
That's a
even have a
funky
conversation
passport, bro.
about it.
That's even worse. A funky passport, bro. So people
Because
on the plane gotta smell your ass. The girl in the goddamn third world country gotta smell your ass. So she really gotta goddamn want to come to America to deal with that shit.
I don't know.
yeah,
Already be used to them niggas who don't be wearing deodorant, the certain parts,
but
But my
to
thing
Indian.
about
defend your
passport
filth is a part of being non-accountable.
and my thing about
But that
passport
whole
bros is
don't judge people, don't judge. That's the whole problem with this whole accountability conversation because that's what you always met with.
Right.
Anytime, every video I've ever made trying to hold somebody accountable, it's full of somebody in there talking about, "Well, you don't need to judge people. You wrong for judging them. Like, who are you to judge? I'm me.
And
That's
that's
who
why
I
I
am
said,
judging.
and that's why I said they pick and choose who can hold people accountable. They pick and choose what parts about us we want to be held accountable. They pick and choose. So that's why I was like, the whole conversation is fucking stupid because you say, okay, men don't hold men accountable. But then when me and Chad was up in here and we was having a live talking about the YNs and the hood niggas that want to run the streets and terrorize and pillage and destroy the community, they defend them. We got it's the system, it's the white man, it's the school to prison pipeline. He didn't have no daddy, and he didn't we didn't we the environment that so it's like you y'all don't like you can't pick and choose when you want to turn on and turn off accountability. And so niggas like
And the thing about it is, judging is normal. It's human nature. That's what keeps us out of shit. Babies judge. Give a baby to an ugly motherfucker, they gonna cry like shit. Give a baby to a pretty one, they not gonna cry. It is in our nature. It's in our nature.
I feel
Babies
you.
cry more if you find him to some ugly
Yeah,
motherfucker.
even a dog will judge you.
Yeah.
It's our way of surviving. If we didn't have the ability to judge, motherfuckers would just walk off planks every day. It's
Now that
stupid.
you say that, Chad, the judgment, that's why people be in the stuff they be into. They don't be judging situations. They don't be judging people. People could save themselves a lot of heartache, a lot of issues if they just simply judge. Like, man, that don't
And
sound
they are
fun.
Crazy,
judging.
but
They
That's
are
not a
what's
good
judging.
crazy
idea.
is,
It's
Well, that
almost,
what's
it is absolutely impossible for you not to judge. It don't matter
yeah.
whether or not it's you going to the store and you deciding between the name brand bread or the bread just made by the store. Like you're making a judgment call. Like
They
everything
judge. They
requires you to
judge every day,
judge
Dana.
something and make a decision. You're just picking and choosing what stuff you deem to be acceptable to judge and what you don't
Right,
accept to be judged.
Dana.
But you know
They
Like
what?
if
Now
you
judge.
that
ain't
you
They
got
say
no
just
that,
judge
problem
up.
telling that girl that her lace is lifting and that she should get a better wig, but then if I get on here and say that you need to pick your baby daddy better, then I shouldn't be judging. But you can tell her what wig she should be buying.
But Dana, that's the other thing. That's the other thing. You'll do all this dumb shit to go sit in front of a judge. So either way it goes, you still got judged.
That part.
Right.
But that's what be pissing me off though. I'm like, no, y'all just like to pick and choose what stuff you think is acceptable to judge.
Uh-huh.
Because as soon as I get on here and I tell men that they shouldn't do certain things and I'm judging, you ain't got no problem with it. But as soon as I come tell you what you shouldn't be doing and the shoe fit, then it's well, you don't know my circumstances, and you don't know it, and you don't know this, and you shouldn't judge. I made a video simply telling black women, like, tell the truth why some of y'all don't be wearing y'all real hair. Who are you to judge? You don't even know because you got XYZ kind of
Fucking
hair and
voice.
da 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 da. You I
Oh,
make a
Say
video
voice.
Buster
about
ass
I make a
gold.
video about plastic surgery. Who are you to judge? You got a small nose. You can't talk about people's noses because you can't talk about nothing.
That's their
Right.
voice.
But they be the same people talking about people kids though. Be the same people talking about people kids.
Right? They judge everything.
Hmm.
That voice.
Yeah,
Everything.
they
They judge
judge
everything.
Jesus.
Literally prejudice against everything.
Ah, shit.
They the most judgiest people you've ever met before in your life, but if sit up and tell you what you shouldn't be judging.
But that's
Right.
also
They
like you
they
do.
just judge everybody that they perceive as having is better than them, quote unquote. They are the most judgy people to that group. But anybody, you know what I'm saying? Like, but anybody who's below them, then it's okay.
Right,
Yeah,
and
But
that's
but
why
then
it goes
you
back
came
into that.
people that came in my comment section, you think you all that. That means you're judging me because you don't even know me to say that.
Right, it goes back into that
Absolutely.
conversation. What's it called? You think you better than me? How? Well, let's back up. How did you even get to that conclusion? Because I never said that.
I said yes, I am.
And
But that,
so,
that
like that's
look,
the
that's the
thing.
it
problem.
is.
Because
And right, that's the
because
problem. That
if
you don't think nobody better than you. You ain't better than nobody, bitch. That's your fucking problem. You ain't
because
better than
if
nobody.
Not a
Nobody.
I don't
crackhead,
have a
not a
problem with
nobody.
looking at like I don't have an issue with there like a guy right and he got more money and I'm like damn he better than me shit he doing way better than me. I don't have a problem with that because I'm secure in myself and I'm not stupid. I live in reality. But that don't mean that I'm like if I say somebody else is better than me that don't mean I'm not a good or well off or decent myself. They better than me.
Right.
He taller than me. He bigger than me. He got more money than me. He shit. You know he
Right.
better. It's
Yeah.
okay.
It's
It
the
don't mean I suck. He just happened to
it,
be a person better than me. But guess what? When I turn back around, I'm better than probably 50 of them niggas.
Right? Is that no? Did you see the conversation I had about being average? Them having to accept that
uh,
they were average people had their mind blown. Like it was, you would have thought I called them the ugliest thing that God ever created in life by telling them that they was just average people.
So
And it's
Dana,
like,
they
what
it's
ain't
did the
nowhere
becoming
in the
nobody
world that
though.
you don't know that you're average. It's
Dana?
just
So what
But
did
nowhere
they
in
the
the
don't. But they're
world
not
that you
better than
think that
nobody.
when you
So
step
why are
out
you
the
offended?
door, that people are breaking their neck when they see you. You look like the average person that people see every day. You know that's the truth. You know that that's the case. To even sit up and lie and try to even go back and forth with me about that is wild.
And that's
Because
why I
Dana,
told the way
people
I
trying to
do
pump.
because I'm like, there's nothing wrong with being regular.
I feel like the
Hate
thing
being
is,
You know
regular.
what?
They
I think
hate.
that
They hate not like. I really think that some people's parents really messed their head up for real when they was growing up,
yeah,
making them
yeah.
believe that they was these extraordinary people who was so much better than everybody else. And it's like no, and you especially didn't grow up to be that. So
Yeah.
like, what are you talking
And
about?
I feel like
and
this
then
though.
also
I'm a
like
man, so that's all I can
okay,
speak
honey.
on. I feel like a lot of men turn into passport bros and a nigga like Z because they so focused on trying to punch above their weight class. Just because you a nice man don't mean that woman got to deal with you. Find something,
They
find
not
something
even
in your
nice men
goddamn
though.
punch in your bracket that fuck with you. You ain't gotta go try to get Rihanna. No, you can't deal with that woman. Find something that like you, an average woman. Stop trying to punch above your weight class. It ain't in
It's just
you.
that they feel like they deserve who they are attracted to, but the person they are attracted to doesn't deserve the right to choose. That person that
That's
they're attracted to should just be attracted to them because they are attracted to her. But you're
I
not
get you saying.
physically attractive to that person. They still have a right to choose,
The same
dummy.
Right.
thing goes
Like
for
that's what I
women
don't
too,
get.
Chad. Same thing
Yeah.
goes for. It's just a special group of people who think that they deserve what they want, and just who cares what I want, what they want.
You
Right.
gonna
We
You
try
can
to
don't, we
want what
don't
you
care
want.
about that.
you gonna
You
try
can
to
That's
want
why
what
I
you
shame
want,
say
but it may
punch
not
in
be
your
what you
weight
need.
class. Punch in your weight class is exactly that.
then you gonna try
Find
to
what like you and sit down somewhere.
shame and bully the people that you attracted to into liking you. No, that's not how that works.
Yeah, that's exactly what they doing. They think that they can play this reverse psychology, call men gay who don't want them, or
Oh God.
tell women that they masculine and they going over to another country if they can't get what they want. It's like two sets of children who can't get what they want, so they just start lashing out and acting out because they can't get what they want.
Cause they the
Right.
same people.
It's like I
I'm
say
running
though.
away. I'm running away. Try to stop me. I'm leaving.
But
Nobody
here's the
cares.
thing though. The
And
funniest
everybody
part
in the
about
house
it
was
though,
letting you
y'all.
walk out. Go ahead, pack your bags, go.
The funniest thing about it though, I live in South Florida. Those same Dominicans, Colombians, they trying to go get come over here and pay us 10 to 15,000 just to marry them. So you going to pay her money? She finna come pay us to marry her. So you
Yeah.
still getting robbed.
Right.
Hey,
Right. And
that's
like you
like
said, they go to these third world countries. Why don't you go to more developed countries? That's also been my
they
thing.
can't. They can't appreciate the dollar.
I ain't never see a passport bro say he going to Iceland or goddamn Switzerland or
Or
goddamn Belgium
Italy.
or
Or
Brussels.
Switzerland.
Yeah, we
Germany.
said that earlier.
But then they go to these countries and get the men, the women that them niggas don't even want. So it
But
ain't like you going to get that cream of the crop. You get the niggas they don't want.
They are getting the ones that they don't want.
right, exactly. And then also when you become accountable for all of your flaws or fallacies or negatives, doesn't that make you better than you on like a daily, weekly, timely basis? Isn't that who you want to be better than? It's like the old mindset of yourself, and
You,
accountability helps that.
you got a lot
Yeah.
of you got a lot of guys, right, who never have been able to walk. They never experienced going to a social event, a venue, a party, a club, or whatever, and being that nigga. They've never experienced being like that guy.
Like an admired
And
guy.
I'm not saying like I have. I've been in. I'm not saying I've been in the best of, but I've had moments where I've walked into places and I'm that nigga, and I've experienced that. I experienced it in high school, in the military, like even now. Even though I'm fucking married, like my last job, I was the nigga. Like all the cougars in the building came to my like. Guys have never felt that, and so when they go to these countries and they know that they paying for this shit, but they feel like they're that guy. And that's why it is like
Yeah.
finally feel like, yeah, but and you can do it in America, you just gotta have the bread. You could go to Vegas, you could go to, Hawaii or Miami and feel like the guy, but you gotta have that bread. They don't have the bread out here to do that and feel like the guy. So they go to them countries and now they can finally feel like the guy. And that's why they get taken
And what
advantage
do you
of.
think?
How you can't speak the language? How are you that guy?
It don't matter. They getting rubbed
It's the
and
looks
yeah,
and the
it's
feelings,
it's the aesthetic.
No,
attention.
it's not the looks. It's the
It's the
goddamn
flame.
exchange rate. That's what the fuck that is.
You said the
Cause if
They
the
be
what?
dollar
flame.
here is like 100 over there, of course I'm gonna look like a goddamn. I'm gonna look like Shamar Moore if I take $100 because it's an exchange rate of 1 to 100. I'm gonna look like the goddamn sexiest nigga on earth with my black ass.
I mean,
Why? Because
I've
I
been
got
to Mexico.
$100 American.
You also
I've
got to
been to
factor this
Mexico
in
with a
too.
$100 in my pocket and felt like I was her.
You also got to
Huh?
factor this in too. I don't know how to explain it, but when you start getting with other like dealing with other races of women, sometimes they don't know what's corny in black culture. Like they like it's this dude that I follow on Instagram, and he the most ugliest, corniest black dude I ever seen before in my life. But when he get with these white girls, they don't be knowing no better. They
That's
don't
true.
know just like what he actually looks like to us. Like to them,
Yeah.
he just like a black dude, and they think that they get like some kind of points for messing with him because he a black dude. But when we see him, it's like ew.
You know
Hmm.
what?
Robert the Griffin
I
III.
don't really.
Robert Griffin III with his white wife.
I don't even know. I think you.
Like Diddy.
I think you. You know, undervalue that they be no. Like you don't think white people know RG people like RG3 are lame and corny? They be knowing.
No. Some of them don't. Some of them don't.
They
They
don't.
don't.
Some of
They
them
think
don't.
he is hip to the black community because he's a quarterback. Not
Like you
for we
get
don't
like
like the nigga
exactly you
either.
can't and you got to understand when you start getting into money and athletes and stuff the game changes, but just your regular corny lame black dude who ain't got no money, a lot of them they don't know like he wears Jordan mids. Like we would never look at that. We would
Cause
never touch
like
Matter
that.
of fact,
I
Taylor, I got you.
got a dude,
White
right?
girls will think that. Hold on, bro. White girls will think that Fugazi is him to the black community. Knowing we none of us fuck with that nigga.
I don't know, cause I think like them white folk be knowing, like especially like cause so
They don't.
there's this
They
They
don't.
They
They
don't.
don't.
don't. Like I'm telling you, Danny, they
All
don't.
their
Them
parents know
girls,
is
like
I got
them.
a nigga
I
for a
see the way
goddamn
them girls
earlobe.
be
I can
interacting with this
have me a
dude.
Jason Tatum. That's all they thinking. I can
I
have me a
see the
Jason
way they
Tatum or a
interact
Drake.
with this
That's it.
dude. They really don't know just how like disgusted we look at him as. They don't. They do not
Yep.
understand to that level that when we see him, it's ill. And then
Yeah.
when they see him, it's like, oh, he's a cool black dude. Like no,
and the white boys look at him the same way, dude.
I don't know how they do, but I
Some
know
of them.
them some of
Some of
them
them.
white girls is like
Cause
no,
we
no, 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 no.
got so
And you
this
have to think, you also have to factor this in. I'm talking about a specific type of white girl. I'm not talking about your best of the best white girls. I'm talking about like your ones that don't nobody want over in that community
okay,
too.
that's fair.
Yep. It's
They
a
be
lot.
just as delusional
The
and
one
they
who
don't
mama met
realize that
and
they
goddamn
getting
who daddy her cousin at the same time. Them.
Well, you
like
talking about
because the actual attractive white girls, yeah, they do know the difference. That's the
right?
reason why
Okay,
they
so
only
if
mess
he
with the
dealing
ones
with
who
if
be
he
athletes or got money.
if he dealing
Like
with the
they
casual
know the
nigga,
game.
yeah. But because I'm
Right?
like, we got it's this dude that my partner. They grew up together and we was all in the Marine Corps together, and he one of them dudes that like he tried too hard to like be around white folk, right? So much to the point where his mama said, like, where the fuck you get this shit from? Like, he from Atlanta, like the hood of Atlanta. And he be like, he dressed up like a white boy, cowboy hat. He posted a story on his Instagram like a month ago. This nigga was outside like cracking whips with white boys. I said, what the fuck?
That's
But
who that was.
and he like they know he be corny. They know, but they be using them, right? But they like with him, he be
No,
he be
yeah, no,
trying
not
to
yet. Oh, let me turn my thing.
and he be chasing after like the white people, not the castaways. And they like be playing with him and shit. And they just use him as the token black guy. But he wanna be, but he be trying so hard to get with them white girls. And they do not be wanting them.
Bro,
They
it
do
don't
not
even be that. A lot of times it just be a damn Mandigo party, bro. It just be an experience to check off their bucket list, dog. It don't even be that deep. Cause
A
I,
lot,
cause
a lot
I,
of
I
them, a
lived in
lot of times they
Minnesota.
could be
I
wilding
seen it
out in
firsthand,
college. They
and
be
I live
messing
in
with
Florida.
girls,
It don't
black
be that
dudes,
deep, dog.
everything in college, and then when they ready to get their husband, they start getting their life together again.
yeah.
Hey, you know what's crazy, Dana? I seen a white girl run through like a whole party at a frat house. Ran through the whole party. How she still had a husband by our junior year? She still was engaged. Like
Yeah, cause they
this
don't
man
really,
seen
them
you
them
do
boys
some
don't be
dastardly
caring.
things, and you
Them
still
boys,
got
they
a
don't be
goddamn
caring
husband.
because as long as she's still skinny and and she look halfway decent, like she still can
See,
get it. She still can get that ring.
but Dana, you also know in them white folks' eyes, money
Sorry.
marries money. It's just cause who her parents is, they gonna put up with it. Cause you
That
gotta
too. A
marry
lot of
her
them they
cause
got to stay in the same circles.
he's my ticket to be a congressman, or he's my ticket to the Fortune 500 club. So yeah, I don't care who she did it with. You still finna marry her.
Yeah, but then they just kind of expect it. Like they just kind of know that that's what they do. Like it's just that's their thing. Like they go to college, they wow out, and by the time it's time to get towards the end, that's when it started selecting your mate or who you gonna be with.
Uh huh.
Also, one thing that okay, do y'all remember the movie Get Out?
Yep.
Remember it. Did y'all? A lot of people sleep on this scene because I have been privy to be in these little circles with these white girls, especially of the higher elite style white girls, and I see what they do, and they do exactly what the scene in Get Out was when they're literally googling your name, searching your name up once they find who you are, or they will go look at who's coming up next in the NBA, in the NFL, etc. Like that, they will literally search you up and figure out how to be in proximity to you so that you can attract them because they know once they're entered into these leagues that they're going to be looking for a white girl. They know that. I've seen it happen in real life and on Get Out.
Yeah, but that's
So
but that just not to discount what you're saying, but that's in general. There's a set of group of girls who want athletes and want certain men, and they have whole forums set up to like tell where those men are gonna
A
be,
lot of
what
chapters ass.
hotels
Yep.
those men are staying
yeah,
at, like where you need to
Hmm.
be, put yourself at in order
yeah,
to get to these
You got
men.
you got the girls who are in relationship with athletes. They basically sell courses and shit, and they have Discord chats they make other women pay for to
Yeah.
so that they can set them up with other NFL players or other college players and shit like that.
Yeah, it's
Hmm.
all about getting into like the circle, but like there's a whole circle full of women who, if that's what you're looking for, you can get in that circle and and they'll give you the no twos as to where you need to be at, what you need to do,
Yep.
how to get yourself in front of certain dudes. Like if the information is out there for the girls who want to have it.
hmm
They tell them never go after the 5 stars, go after the 3 and 4 stars, because those are the ones who next up. Get them while they freshmen, so that way you ain't fighting everybody for them. They down on the depth chart. So once they start, who been locked in with them since he had nothing? Her pay herself.
Hey, look at Travis Hunter. He did
They
it.
got special ways of how they jump in
Exactly,
these
just
men's
like that.
DMs
The
on
brother had to put her
Instagram.
on.
Look at Travis
Yeah,
Hunter.
the
Like
brother put her on.
it's a whole thing. Like I didn't know girls who like go after celebrities and athletes and stuff, and they'll show me the snap. They'll show me they DMs. They show me the text messages. They show me like all the little stuff that they
yeah,
be doing, and I'm just like, I mean, they ain't never been my thing, but I sit back and watch the show and just spectate on it. But they
yeah.
definitely got their whole little thing going on. Then now that you got Raya, a lot of them are on there
Oh
meeting
yeah.
these dudes.
Yeah, and they cleverly set it up. They cleverly set it up so that they can get impregnated and get to that child support or get to that marriage, whichever one is convenient for them. They do. They have their ways of setting it up. I've seen it. They tried to teach it to me, but me being the black girl in the pit of the whites, I was never down for that because I'm from Los Angeles, y'all. I'm from Los Angeles, California, and when you're out there, celebrities come just like how we are. Just like we're just sitting here coming across each other. It's just that they're just human beings. I don't put them on a pedestal, but I've been in those circles where they do, and they show me how they're setting up to get chose to make sure there is a way that they interact and get into relationship with these people for malicious financial
And
reasons.
that's why I don't be feeling bad for these cases like Diddy and all these other shit. These women ain't victims. They be wanting to get up in this shit because they looking for something from these niggas, and then they get in over their head. I don't like that
Absolutely.
shit. And then when they don't, when they get in over their head or they don't get what they was promised, now all of a sudden you want to be a victim. Nah,
It's always until they can't get what they want or stuff didn't work out the way they want. That's the only time they really complain. They never complain while the stuff is actually going on and they getting what they want. Like
That part.
you never hear the complaining until stuff just didn't work out.
That part.
now
And
all
what's
now mind you, we talking about the industry. That's a completely like when you start talking about Hollywood, the industry, bro. Them folks, don't worry about this shit.
Oh,
My
bro,
rule has
my nephew
always
play
been whenever a
AAU
woman tell
basketball,
me a
right?
story, I halfway listen to it because I know that there's another version of it. Because I know that the part that you telling me, you're only coming to me and telling this to me because stuff didn't go the way you wanted it to go. Because had it went the way you wanted it to, you would have continued to keep doing it because you was having the time of your life at that moment.
Right.
But now all of a sudden, this was just the worst relationship you ever been in. It was so horrible. But you was just having the time of your life 3 months ago. All you was doing was calling me up and telling me how much fun you was having and how great everything was.
Then he said,
yeah.
"I'm now you got to get dookied on." And he was like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa,
dog,
no,
my dog, my
nah,
nephew
come
play
on."
AAU basketball. They scouting them dead.
Yeah,
Oh, what
Well,
college are you going to? Oh, really? Oh, I am too. Got him. Scouting
well,
them at the AAU tournaments. Like, oh, are you going to what college? I'll see you there.
Yeah, the most advanced ones, they go ahead and start scouting in high school. Like they
Hmm.
already go ahead and start
they
looking for the
scouting in
prospect.
middle school now.
and I mean, just in my walk of life, my uncle is an NBA scout, and I have a cousin who's an NBA coach, and they literally prevent me from entering just around them, those type of fellas, because they know that those dudes dog these women out. They treat them like
Treacherously.
304s, and some of them don't even get a pay cut. So, so I see what they do at a distance. And I think both sides is both playing malicious. And that's why I don't ever feel no sympathy when I see what happens in the news, like dude paying the baby mama 18 mil. They both was on some
Mm-hmm.
stupid shit, you know.
that
So it's
boy said,
like
"How much I
that
gotta
little
pay to
game is
not be there?"
stupid.
Like Jesus, how much I gotta pay to
Hey,
not be
y'all,
there?
I
Like,
gotta wrap
whew.
this up because I gotta.
Absolute
Oh, Gary
63,
say it's
sir.
7. It's after 7.
Yeah, man.
Boy, boy.
I'm supposed to be off at 5 o'clock, but I appreciate everybody coming through, man. I've been on here since like 8 in the morning, so
Well, I've
All right,
enjoyed
my
it.
boy.
All right, Benny.
man, y'all be easy out there, man. I catch y'all later, cause
All right, y'all. Have a good evening.
I gotta
Go
go
do
to work
something.
All
Have
right.
a good
tomorrow.
night. Bye, guys.
Later.
All right.